行きましょう。
隊長？
一番手強い相手は私に任せて。私についてこれる。
光明が響き空を飛ぶ。
できるとでも思っているの？
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。
貫け。
それは隠れているつもりですか？諦めた方が賢明です。やるな。
貫け。私は信仰、誰でもいいからかかってきなさい。貫け。商材の槍。
光明が響き空を飛ぶ。
これくらいの痛みなら平気。防御できるとでも思っているの？私についてこれる。貫け。商材の槍。
判決。
貫け。
偽りを破壊。
ご命令を。
秩序再建。偽りを破壊。
あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。今回も完璧な車線でした。
My audio. Oh god. Good thing I have people. Otherwise I'd go the whole stream. Yeah, I have like this audio device thing. It's like you're supposed to hit the button before you start and like it's not lit up. I don't know what I'm doing. But hello, how's it going? Another day. Yes. But I don't know what that thing is. Like, what is this? Is this like a dragon? Or is it a monkey? I mean, usually... Okay, it says right here. A humanoid hybrid mechanoid who excels in close quarter combat, displaying a solemn, powerful demeanor. I don't know. Maybe gorilla. 100 men versus a gorilla. I don't know. You heard that reference. They're like, oh, 100 men versus gorilla. Who wins? I don't know. Maybe he's the gorilla in this situation. But he's kind of giving me dragon vibes still. Like the whiskers on his nose. That's usually what dragons have. Oh, here we go. Let's go. That was an impractical use of my skill wars, by the way. How do I use a dreeping with a dreeping? Okay, let's go. Ouch, ouch. Don't forget about your normal revival pen run. Only 12 hours left before this week resets. Oh no! I'm gonna miss the normal revival plan. Actually, I don't know if I can beat it, to be honest with you. I'm actually kinda... the last one? I'm actually getting cooked by the last one. It's very hard for me to beat, oddly enough. It's really hard. Well, I think I'll try it after this then. There's only 12 hours left. See what happens. I think I'm probably gonna lose though, but I mean, hey, why not try? I'm gonna die. Should die swinging. Like that. Although I'm not very sure, because the last time I tried it, I think I tried to like early on this week, and I couldn't beat it, so I was like, yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. But yeah, I'll see. I might be able to. I might. And these guys actually do a lot of damage. Oh my god. I heard that like Echo like does like the crits or something. Yeah, I don't know. She gives you like a crit rate. That damage, wow, it's insane. I didn't know my physical team was actually this good. Right, switch. Here we go. I forgot how to play Echo, actually. I played her trial a couple days ago because I was finally leveling her up, and I forgot how she works. Oh wait, oh, there it is. Okay, so let's do this. There we go. That's what it is. It's just to hold the attack, and then you do that. Okay, let's go. Come on. Ah, he grabbed me. It's crazy. Alright, let's go. Oh, I messed it up again. Okay, you're supposed to hold and then go like this. There we go. Alright. I'm on track. Alright, there we go. Oh, he's firing a Kamehameha. I'm telling you, he's a dragon. I swear. He's doing the Dragon Ball technique. Let's go. I swear, that signature is so underwhelming. I just put like a field on top of him, just like rain bullets down on him or something. I think Echo might be my strongest in this team. It looks like she's hitting them for a lot more damage than the others though. Unless I'm just playing like a monkey. And I might be playing like a monkey. I don't know. I always thought this character was cool because she has like the... I won't say the puppet. Is it the puppet? I don't even know what it is. It's like... in like fighting games like Naruto and stuff. Like the person who uses those characters, like, what is it? I forgot his name already. I binge watched Naruto. I don't know what the guy's name is. But he uses like a puppet to fight. Oh my god. Those characters are hard to play, by the way. But oh my god. If you ever fight against one of those people, Run. Puppet Masters? Oh my god, no, I'm good. I'm good. They're crazy. They're actually crazy with it. Okay, that's done. Rating mission. Let's grab these real quick. Missions. Let's grab the weeklies real quick. So that's done. Let's grab the dailies again. There we go. And now let's see. Let's see. Normal revival plan. Can I beat this? Because I swear I got beat. I got beat by this. Yeah, because my characters we're underleveled, kind of. We're kind of underleveled. So I don't know how this is going to go. But you know what? Actually, let me change this team. I think we can actually kind of clutch this. Okay, wait, let me see. If we use the physical team instead of this one, maybe I can actually clutch it. Let's see. Let's do Lee. As now that I know the physical team can actually deal some damage, we will use those ones. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I got that. Confirm. Oh, I'm still missing it by, what is that? 560? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god. We kind of need a perfect tactics now. This is perfect tactics. Character on field gains permanent 20% extra damage, up to 200%. Yeah, I kind of need that. I kind of need that. But you know what? Maybe, with the power of friendship, we can actually just win this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what happens. I got the plot armor, we'll be fine. Oh my god, I do like no damage to these guys. Okay, let's go. I think if they hit me, I actually got one touch. Okay, switch. Maybe we can do it. We won't know until we try. Actually, I think I did play this before. I feel like I did. This feels quite familiar. Me fighting them and actually not doing anything. Yeah, I'm hardly doing anything to these guys. Because I'm sure there's like a second wave now. And then we got the red tide explosions coming in. Oh boy. Let's do that. This is actually kind of a waste of time, I think, using this combo. Switch. Hey, let's go. Oh, there's a second wave. You know what's funny? I still think even if I do beat this, I'm gonna be poked on the other stages. I gotta hope that my physical team can actually win versus this. This is my strongest team, I think. Unless, is my fire team actually stronger than this? Because they do have the new Vera. I don't know if the new Vera is stronger. Oh no, Nanami, please don't die. Don't die. There we go. We got 119 on the clock. We still got a chance. Let's do some quick swaps, and hopefully that will save me. Alright, let's go. Oh, I just I just messed up. I didn't get to use Lucia's combo, or Alpha. No, that might just cost me. I think it's over. Actually, maybe we can still save it. Let's see. Let's switch. Damage per members are greatly increased. Oh no, don't one-tap me. I didn't think about that. 54 seconds on the clock. Come on. Let's Let's go. On me. I believe in you. Let's go.
楽勝楽勝アルティメットスペクタクルや
All right, one more. One more HP bar. Come on.
ーへえやほ
Unless there's another wave. If there's another wave, I'm gonna cry, I
アル
think.
ティメットスペクタクル
I think I'm gonna cry.
や
Right, switch.
生死を分けるの風より解かれし力
Alright, one of these.
我が刃と化せ無駄な宿命の
One of
風を
these.
私が断ち切る
We made it on this one.
次に
Well, I
向
think
かう
it's the only one I'm gonna make it on.
この勝利は
Unless the physical team can win. If the physical team can win, we should be fine. Because I think they might be my weakest team. My ice team, I'm sure they're fine. I think Lucid Dreamer can like clutch the entire thing. Let's go. Oh, I'm doing no damage. I'm doing no damage. It's over. It's over. Oh my god. Yeah, it's over. This is only the first wave, no? Alright, actually, let me see. I believe in you. Echo, let's go. Ow, 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 ow. Get up, get up. How do I do my combo again? Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go.
無知の幕を下ろせ
Ah! Alright, I think it's over
進
actually.
行するためのやりとり誰でも貫け正体のやり
I can hope that this is only one wave. If this is one wave, then I think we're fine. But if it's two waves, all bets are off. That's all I'm saying. All bets are off.
決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ暗闇を集結する崩壊した大地
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。芳しくないですね。
Oh no, don't die, don't die. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Let's go.
貫け正体のやり
I don't think we're gonna make it. The only reason I'm saying okay, I don't think we're gonna make it is because this blubber number six, that guy, he's hardly taking any damage. He's the only guy surviving on this stage.
秩序再建偽りを破壊決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く
Yeah, there's not a point. We're already half through the stage, and I've only got through 1 HP bar. It's over. I can't. Yeah, I need that extra damage from like the perfect tactics in order to pass this. So we got to get everyone up on their combat power. If we can get everyone up to around 7 grand, I think, or is it 7.5? I'm not sure. If we get them all around that line, we should be fine in this, but yeah, they need work. They need lots of work. But I think the other team should be fine with like winning this. It's just, this one is kind of weak. This one is probably the third on the list. I think number 1 is probably this team. Number 2 is probably this team. Number 3 is probably that team. And number 4 is this team. As far as like power goes, we're quite weak. I don't think I can beat that yet. But it's not a big deal. It's only 1 reward that I'm missing. It's only 1. Not a lot. It's only 1. It's only the last one, Abyssal Mountain. So I have gotten everything else. But I really want the border though. And the 300 black cards. Oh my god. I'm missing out. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Everything else is done though. Class Reflection, is this done? Actually, kinda, no? I have all that. Rewards? Oh, there's this. Von Gut. Oh, I can't beat him yet, actually. Phantom remains. Phantom Pain remains. 10 seconds, 6,000 shield. At the beginning of battle, losing 60 and 30% respectively. I feel like this guy is just like dodge, and I should be fine. Dodge, and I should be fine. But overall, I still don't know this guy's combat set, so I think I'll take him on probably later or something. In fact, I think I'll actually take him on today, probably later in the day. But yeah, I can actually tally this, I think. The chapter's not complete. Reset the challenge. Yes. I got 1,280 operation ships. Okay. And now I'll just go run through it again, probably. 1,280 out of 1,500. Okay, nice. Grab it. Total challenge rewards. Incomplete. Achieved a time limit goal. 1 round 3 times. Oh, and then 14 win streak. And I get this border? For me? I never had a border before. I gotta get the border. That's crazy. Alright, anyways. Let me see. Achievements? Got the achievements real quick. Yes, sir. There we go. Right back. Oh, by the way, should I change my background here? Because I actually do have another background. Where is it? Scene. I had a peaceful courtyard. How's it look? A peaceful courtyard. It feels kind of warm in a way. The graphics. Wow. I kind of like it, but at the same time though, if I use that though, it's not meta. I gotta live in the preparation room, the Grey Raven preparation room. I don't know. It has a low battery mode too. This one doesn't have a low battery mode. I'm pretty sure this is S tier. But yeah, I think I'll stick with this. Alright, battle. It's time to go to the main store. It's been a while. The surviving Lucem. Okay. Whoa, what is this? Now this is different. Sunken in Scarlet, escaping calamity and preparing or praying for doomsday. Praying in doomsday. Wow. Is this what it is for like the end of a chapter from now on every single time? Because last time I had the fake ascension, and this time we have... Look at this. What is this? Wow, this is cool actually. Alright, mission guide. Queer 17-0. Go. Nightmare of the World. Play story. Some people say that life is born from a mother's suffering, then grows up and the accompaniment of torture is now extinguished in sorrow. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow, because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. If you are a baby about to be born or someone on the verge of death, faced with what may or what was to come back, turn to what had already transpired. What would fill the depths of your heart? Excitement or fear? If you could start over, would you choose this life? That's a good question. What is your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I never thought about that. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. But if so, I hope you will not regret this decision. Who's that? You will regret this. It's 6:20 p.m. The last transport craft here for a rescue mission crashes and causes a massive explosion. A horde of hetero creatures rushes out from the dense smoke, declaring their victory and humanity's loss of air superiority. In the wilderness, with Lee's help, a survivor drags his broken leg as he struggles to escape their capture. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Though he is being very verbally harsh, he does not stop for a while. He does stop for a while to let his companion catch up and seizes the chance to fire bullets at the hetero creatures coming from the sky. It's been over a month since the disaster that happened in Puglia Forest Park ruins. The humans trapped on the surface still have to rely on a method to survive. The escape plan you propose is crazy. There is almost no chance for us to. He seems still in shock as he talks to Lee with while trembling. What is he trembling for? Letting Usia use the external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just... He gets interrupted by a beep from Lee's terminal, but Lee doesn't look down to check the device. Instead, he remains vigilant and continues to hunt down the hetero creatures that try to get close. Lucy has found a transport vehicle. He's on our way here. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? Well, she's the captain of Grey Raven. Forget it. After all, if she could survive a battle like that. Alright then, let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He sighs and appears to relax ever so slightly. Lee doesn't answer. He focuses his attention on the hetero creatures flying in the sky and continues to in the same direction. We need to get them off our tails before we enter the conservation area. They're still coming this way? Of course. You really shouldn't just go charging into the crash site to save people. Now those bastards are around, the transport crafts are going straight for you. You're the reinforcements sent by Babylonia, our comrades. He sighs helplessly for having to state the obvious. These were Lucia's exact words. If our commandant was still conscious, the same would surely be said. So I won't leave you behind either. But I heard there aren't enough medical supplies to treat all the wounded in the conservation area. Before we set out, we had to prepare to sacrifice ourselves in recall. Lee stops talking, lets his companion lean on him, and makes haste. If we spend too much medical supplies, eventually, most injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people will die on the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from Babylonia just to be a liability for bases on the surface. That's not for you to worry about. We'll take you. And the other casualty Lucy has brought back from the conservation area and a professional evaluation to assess our necessary provisions. You mean that the other members from Grey Raven live? She didn't come here with you? She's staying in the conservation area to help tend to the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies. We'll be able to at least hold off for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we wouldn't have gotten the supplies secured. People in the conservation area are still waiting for good news from Babylonia as reinforcements. Not to mention, saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan has failed once again. The West of Fallen construct since the Battle of Apulia Park runs. Till date is hereby disclosed by popular demand. Look at these names. Oh, there's actually names on here. I wonder if Hans is on here. Let me see. Saxton, Owen, Jerry, Nelson, Charles. Wait, what? Why is Hilda on here? That's not the Hilda I know, is it? There's no way. It's a different Hilda. Has to be. Donald? Ken? Asani? L? Huh. That's a lot of names. They held up the disaster with their own flesh and pointed a way to the destruction of the Hedra High Mother. They have shaped the future for Earth. Mankind will always remember their sacrifice. Wow. That's a lot of people though. Because they didn't all come on like the same operation we did to go get the sample. This must have happened at some other point, I'd like to think. This might have to do with the interlude or something. I don't know. Anyways, the prologue of our nightmare finally concludes as the cry of the Hedra Hive Mother echoed through the Apulia Forest Park ruins. The explosion blew highly concentrated punching virus around the Hedra Hive Mother everywhere, covering the entire forest park of the ashes of death. When the magnificent light from the launcher's arsenal finally dissipated, only charred remains of the Hetero Hive Mother, and all those Hetero Sapiens working in the forest are left. 439 constructs are still missing to date. Oh, the lists? It just expanded. Huh? What the? Oh my god, there's even more people dead. There's even more people dead on this. Oh my god, Hill's been killed 3 times. Look at that. We have Taylor, Hill, and there's another Hill over there. Oh my god. Poor Hill. Wait, Taylor died 3 times too. Well, that's crazy. Alright, anyways. A missing light. Okay, I read this already. The punishing virus didn't just disappear like that. And the great fire didn't stop violent Hetero creatures and Hetero Sapiens from running rampant. With CPF-4D destroyed, the tower no longer purified the air, and the punishing virus and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of already dire situation. Dedicated to those on the Polio Park, Commandant Hans, City 41 Conservation Area Staff, Marshal Mo Anderson Adams House, and a total of 27 stranded personnel within 55 kilometers. Wow, okay. Calamity spread like wildfire, and the punching virus filled the air. To restore life on Earth, we hope that the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall entrust or exhaust all manpower, transportation capacity, I'm losing words already, to get the victims of this disaster to a safe area, farther away from here. The Babylonia citizens have cast their votes, and we decided to go over this decision. Time is of the essence, people. And if we are to save lives, Strikehawk and Cerberus will lead this rescue operation and deal with the hostile Hetero creatures coming from the sky. Move out, team. The first 2 rescue operations went well. Most Babylonian citizens didn't expect what would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to this place safely. However, calamity ensued shortly afterward. We failed. Many teams reported this month. They said they saw Hetero creatures with wings that learn how to fly to help the highly concentrated punishing virus. Now, those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. They lost contact with the entire elite squad on the transport craft. When the residents of Babylonia finally decided to cast aside their worries and accept the life on the ground, the sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll only repeat our mistake. The elite team, trapped on the surface, volunteers to protect the conservation area. I'm still messing up that word. And hunt down the Hetero creatures and Hetero Sapiens. Hey boss, I've dealt with these areas and I was asked to clean up. Look at this! Noctis furrows his brows in the mission recording and points at the red tide behind him. The Hetero creatures are coming back to life in the raging tide. It will vaporize the red tide too. The 3 figures in the recording raised their weapons and approached the red tide. However, another signal stops them in their tracks. This is a notification for all task force members. Judging by the data we've collected, the red tide shows no signs of stopping. If we make the red tide evaporate, the punishing virus will remain in the air. When the punishing virus strikes again and corrupt human bodies, the festered flesh will slowly converge into the form of a red tide, slowly to the liquids that those Hetero Sapiens secrete. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster on our hands. But no need to waste time on tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as the casualties in the presence of the punishing virus. Asimov, do you think the Queen, the Red Tide, or the dead that became part of it? The Red Tide or the dead that have become part of it? How interesting. But no one can answer this question. The disaster is dragging us slowly into hell. No place to hide and no path to flee. After the fire at the Forest Park ruins goes out, hordes of Hetero creatures emerge worldwide. Overwhelming the unstoppable, they slaughter all living things that stand in their way. Under cascading death, the harm caused by the unidentified twins is actually negligible. A tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints of grief and death through the rotten land. Twins left among the ashes walk toward the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from dead humans and constructs along the way. After arriving to the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continue to move northward along the coast, enjoying the barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and constructs stationed in the defensive zone, resulting in destruction of the conservation areas in 37 cities and leaving no survivors. When the garrison sensed that there was no chance of victory, they had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, predicting their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately, stays in the same area for a long period of time. Most of the time, the twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore one city for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next city. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, residents in the adjacent cities flee in advance. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to fates to decide. If people choose to leave early because of fear, they will fall into the dilemma of competing for resources and residents of other cities. These hetero creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to a land wherever they inundate. Under such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins passed managed to survive, only by retreating underground. Had they not drawn the twins' attention. However, the garrison in the next conservation area attempted to adopt this tactic, but they were instead burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving little by little. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings or temperament. In a biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. They pick up a lone human and cherish their seeds, like cherishing seeds. I was about to say, cherishing their seeds. That's a little bit sus. But they pick up lone humans like cherishing seeds and return to the crowd. Although, these humans would die of severe infection after coming in contact with the punishing virus. Some people have witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, the twins also insert the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. Before they truly understand feelings of benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. At first, in order to avoid the high concentration of the punishing virus on the surface, people plan to migrate to the Arctic Route Union, but these creatures began to venture northward. With the barrage of the twins and the migrating hetero creatures bringing danger to the northwest, people turned to the southeast for refuge. With surface buildings in the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPF can no longer ensure safety in such high concentration of the punishing virus. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving a resource collection and rescue operations to constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted with full sets of protective suits, their movements are still hindered by the threat of the hetero creatures. When all land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched, with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel time and time again. We are forced to step into the eternal night of death, with different language and bodies roar as one in the afterburn of dawn, in order to retain the few motes of light that remain in darkness. Chapter 17 start. Total annihilation. Oh boy. Total annihilation. So that was a lot just now. But I guess the abridged version of like what's going on is the world's going to shit. That's all it is. Forget the 15 minutes, reading and all that. The world's been turned to shit. That's all we need to know. Everyone's going, this is hell. Hell on earth, basically. The twins, they are decimating what's left of the Earth, and since like there's no filters to deal with the punishing virus, everything's just going down. And I'm actually quite shocked. Even Cerberus is getting beat. I consider them one of the strongest in the game, honestly, but it looks like even them, they can't hold on. Babylonia, 9:30 p.m. This is that one room, no? The judgment room or something? The cold lights once again illuminate the symbols of the 5 powers. The gloomy space matches the anxious expression of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain solemnity and unity in front of the camera. In silence, the light representing the will of the people appears on the screen as arranged. Seeing that everything is ready, Hasten rises and announces the commencement of the meeting. I'm sure everyone knows the topic of this meeting. During the last meeting, the overwhelming majority voted for escorting all refugees who consent back to Babylonia. These days, they have made considerable sacrifices, but we have not achieved the corresponding results. He raises his hand and leads everyone's eyes to the light blue hull screen in front of him. 3 hours have passed since our last failed rescue attempt. After the Pulley Park Forest disaster, Babylonia dispatched 765 transports over 374 rescue attempts on the surface. On day 1 of disaster, we rescued 587 refugees and a loss of 13 aircraft. On day 2, 493 rescued refugees, 11 severe injuries and 42 major injuries, 27 aircraft lost and 36 pilots have perished. Day 3, 271 rescued refugees, of which 21 were severely injured, 7 DOA of Babylonia, 53 aircraft lost, and 71 pilots and crew members that are dead. In order to increase the success rate of these operations, we dispatched Cerberus, Strikehawk. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crew during these ambushes. However, the hetero creatures are becoming more increasingly relentlessly. Even our elite squads, our elite forces, are struggling to prevent losses during the air transit. The line graph continues to sink in front of the camera to the lowest point of the dataset. As shown in the figure, the success rate of our rescue operations continues to decline with each passing day. They haven't tried various tactics and resorted in autonomous rescue pods, but there is still no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection and will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. The cost of these rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. Without an intact transport craft, even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. A red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on the green chart, creating an exaggerated X shape. As for whether to continue these rescue operations, I believe you have already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President. According to the votes, 57% of people believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of rescues, and these meaningless operations should cease immediately. Lower than anticipated disapproval caught many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Only 50%? Well, I assumed the disapproval rate would be closer to 100% given our losses. The remaining 43% of the voters believe that we should continue these operations, or at least return to the elite squads back to Babylonia. Just all simulate the scenarios. With the current statistics, the survival or success rate will result in an asymptote of 0 or a negative number. Deducing the combat effectiveness of elite squads, no direct engagement of the twins results in 97.1% survival on the surface. It is decided. Give these statistics. Given these statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make a second rescue attempt. And with the meeting adjourned, Hasten is joined in his office by an unexpected or expected guest. Here to discuss an expected topic. I know it's a problem too. Compared with researching how to change rescue tactics, Corona will be inclined to a full evacuation. They garnered less support than expected this time. That's great news. It also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt didn't fall on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Asen raises his gun and then his hand. Wait, what? He raises his hand, not his gun. What am I reading? Asen raises his hand and projects a video onto the screen. Have you seen this?
Lucia, Captain of Grey Raven, issuing a mission report to HQ. We have successfully cleared the hetero creatures from the Puya Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside the corruption zone. This is a high level of dependency concentration here due to a large presence of hetero creatures. According to the information we received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we are unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have enough supplies to sustain such an influx of refugees. After we confirmed the twins are heading toward the west coast, we took the Commandant and 67 humans to the basement of City 43's conservation area. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for 15 days, requesting immediate aid. Tizo is still MIA. Commander Vanessa and Babanita from Egret are also with us. They suffered some serious injury, but they are no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. She pauses for a second. As for Commandant Rialev, we just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to issue a report. And so she points to a terminal at Liv. Ah, I just did my normal revival. It's effing hard. You see the Mickey Mouse now? No, I do not see the Mickey Mouse. Although, I had to look at it again, honestly, because I still don't see it, no? Where's the Mickey Mouse? And isn't Mickey Mouse a boy? Are you telling me Lucia is looking like a boy now? Huh? And then does that mean I gotta give her the Mickey Mouse voice? Oh god. I'm gonna lose my everything. Anyways. Rupturing the Commandant's abnormal wound didn't affect any vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury linked to brain trauma and subdermal hematoma. After we moved to the conservation area City 43, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy. Wait, what? What is that? Craniotomy on the Commandant and removed the hematoma. While we were searching the conservation area to operate in, we delayed being attacked by a barrage of hetero creatures. Now the situation is looking good. The Commandant in the coma is battling an infection. The medical equipment here is less than ideal for the most medical supplies being taken away, and if this continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Hopefully we can bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment, but based on the current safety concerns of transit, I'm afraid that even if we can make it back, a turbulence will only cause secondary injuries to the Commandant. We need immediate medical relief, whether that come from the Commandant or residents from City 43's conservation area. And that's our current sit rep. Please send support as soon as possible. Oh my. This turmoil on Earth. Lucia recording cuts out. This is the mission report we received after retreating from Puya Park Forest ruins. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but Rialev shows no signs of improvement. The return ceremony of Atlantis gave people more hope and made them care for their heroes. After firing Puya, people want to know Grey Raven's whereabouts. I think it's an appropriate time to disclose their current situation. We suffered heavy casualties this time. Commandant Harijo and Yata are being made it back to Babylonia with Simon in a coma. They're still at the Store of Life, and Simon has yet to regain consciousness. Egret and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. If even Grey Raven and Rialev have suffered serious losses, this will be a huge blow on the people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure people will favor abandoning the rescue effort. Well, if we don't inform the people, they'll only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is better for us than to overcome difficulties. But truly, we approach this in a more delicate manner. Manner? Yes. What if I say I want to use this as a bargaining chip with Corona? You mean the Omega file? Oh, correct. According to the Science Council's report, the Omega prototype is complete. It has the ability to absorb the punishing virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it cannot actively capture the punishing virus. However, it can absorb it from coming into contact with the virus. Considering its current form, even if we devote all resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve the desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of the punishing virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. And how can constructs absorb the punishing virus? Isn't that characteristic reserved for ascendants? You aren't thinking of joining forces of Corona, are you? The Science Council stole a portion of Corona's R&D through its counterintelligence program. They're using Ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. If Asimov can confirm the Omega weapon's compatibility with the new frame, they can use the current situation to discuss it with them. A new frame, that can absorb the punishing virus. I wonder what it is. I'm pretty sure they're gonna do this so they can get access to that new frame, and I can't wait to see it. Oh boy. Heavy rain on the gloomy afternoon. Perry Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. During this time, Liv has been meticulously caring for Reolith, who has shown no signs of gaining consciousness. The rain outside the basement has gradually washed away the coagulated, wow, that word, coagulated blood on the streets. Devoid of humans, the ruins are now filled with only corrupted and hetero creatures lingering aimlessly. Oh, not this POV again. Before the abandoned CPF-40 and Emporia Park Forest ruins were set ablaze, people noticed the punishing concentration steadily rising with the appearance of the red tide. At that time, people simply attributed the phenomena of the heterocore and the red tide. They believed that this was a manifestation of punishing virus as it culminated and evolved. Not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of such greater disaster silently looming in the distance. They only targeted the red tide, thinking it was eliminated. Their problems would be solved, and thus they used to launch this arsenal to obliterate the red tide and its monstrosities. However, the punishing virus still remained, and nothing could dissipate it. The efforts were akin to evaporating steam, a stream, condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne punishing virus was then absorbed by the mother. What should have been overflowing punishing concentration seemingly fell, during which it used this time to breed yet another disaster. With CPF-40 and Emporia Forest Park ruins destroyed or reduced to ruins, the punishing virus trapped there within was released into the world, further fanning the flames of the world already at its limit. In this vast Red Sea, the emergence of the humanoid creatures only indicated further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they are not the greatest threat, nor are they the ultimate fruit born from disaster. Today, the hotbed known as the Red Tide continues to sow its seeds across the land. As it marches onward over bloodstains, both old and new, in joyous pitter-patter of the rain. Humanity, how the children of Earth have fallen. Now, they are cast adrift like a ship without sails, huddling in the narrow cabins they called conservation areas, and praying to the CPF for minuscule protection that they could provide. Another CG. Wow. Conservation area, basement, 9:30 p.m. Right as the Council of Babylonia is deliberating whether to suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly waits good news from the enclosed basement. Several days have passed since they received aid. Food and medical supplies dwindle right before their eyes. However, for people in the conservation area, stepping out of the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers, that means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area under the protection of the constructs. Hey, Didn't they say supplies were on the way? How much longer do we gotta wait? In the enclosed basement filled with the stench of decaying flesh, a haggard refugee suddenly shouts at his partner. Oh my. Who knows? Maybe they failed again. His companion seems less anxious, stroking the old guitar as he plucks its strings. How can you play that thing at a time like this, Chuck? What else can I do? We all have our own ways of handling stress. Want me to... to take it out on you? Oh yeah. Wait, what? What does that mean? Want me to to take it out on you? Me to take it out to you. Take it out on you. I have no idea what he's talking about. The young refugee named Chuck sings weakly. Oh, he's singing. Oh, he's singing. What does that even mean, though? What kind of song is that? Oh my god. Anyways, a young refugee named Chuck sings weakly as he strums along with each word. But this only ignites the last ounce of reason in the other resident, who begins to yell at him angrily. What I know is gonna be like this. We could evacuate while we still had a chance. Hearing a sudden outburst, Niv looks up anxiously beside the patient she's attending to and watches him out of the corner of her eye. If it hadn't been for those damn constructs... Wait, what? No, corrupted. Yeah, if it hadn't been for those damn corrupted and those hetero or whatever's pursuing the transport class, we would have been out of here already. I told you we shouldn't have left earlier, but no, you were too much of a chicken about crashing on the way back to Babylonia. Babylonia finally sent rescue and we missed a boat. But didn't you end up crashing anyways? Wasn't I paranoid? I wasn't just being paranoid, or was I? Well, you do sound paranoid because I don't understand what you're saying. Not to mention, those constructs are guarding this place. The command didn't even go out on it either. And you hear, idiot, the commandant's head wound can't handle the turbulence. I was just thinking, we wait a few days until it's safe and then go back to the commandant. I wasn't expecting it to get worse. And what are you thinking about? Going on about? We stay here, we die. They go on a transport craft, we die. That's all we got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We've already made it out of danger once already. Conservation area, employee force, it's a damn death trap. The whole place, wellness smithereens, kaboom! He jumps out of the bed and mimics the explosion and ruins. Can't you see? The punishing concentration is high as it is. You and the refugees living out in the wilderness are fighting to enter the conservation areas. Just look at the guy of the guitar. But despite all this, we're still alive. And we're gonna keep on living. That's why Truck's angry glare. He shakes the other resident excitedly as if to cheer himself up by shouting. That's not what he was saying earlier, though. It sounded like he was a doom letter or whatever you want to call it. He said, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Oh wait, no, the guitar guy was like, we're gonna die. Oh wait, no, it was this guy. Resident B. I can't tell if all these silhouettes, man. Chicken, I want some BFC right now? BFC? Oh god. Not the BFC. Wait, what is BFC? BFC. I only know KFC. KFC. HC, I think. Is that what it's called? And then there's PFC. I don't know what BFC is. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Alright. I'll go find some other place to play. And where else do you want to go down here? Or where else are you going to go down here? Chuck doesn't respond. Instead, he just quietly grabs his guitar and proceeds further into the basement. If you've still got this much energy to shout, give me some of your rations tomorrow. He pushes him away and sighs quietly. He grabs his injured leg and struggles to adjust his posture. If you don't got any, don't we still have protective gear? What's that gonna do? The head wound you got on the way here must have given you a concussion if you think that will help us kill those monsters. I just want... His voice suddenly withers. Noticing his partner's dejected mood, a middle-aged man sits up and pats him on the back. It was just scrap from the CPF, 100 kilometers away, blown up.
That's all. Nothing serious. It'll be alright. If it was just that, then why the hell are we all stuck here? I'll be on the verge of a mental breakdown. The man begins to sob. Panic sets in. Hey, don't cry. It'll be alright. I'm Doctor. My head wound. Has the wound opened up again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't had a shut-eye in the past few days, have you? I just don't need sleep. I can keep moving forward. A few more days, but you need rest. And stop irritating your wound. It hurts. And itches all the time. I can't help myself. UFC is best fried chicken? Fried chicken? Wow, what's fried chicken? I'm assuming that's fried, but I mean, hey. It's better than KFC. Way better. BFC. I wonder... I gotta see that. I'm gonna probably search it up later. We'll see. Hey, snot-nosed brat, tell me. How many days have we been down here? His fatigue and an unclear question gets lost in surrounding noise, yielding no response. Wow. That's the situation down there on Earth, then. This is insane. What is this going to be like? I'm actually kind of confused. It's just going to be us going through the areas one by one. I assume this is going to be like fighting. You fight your way to get back the entire land. But it looks like we're just kind of like going down the line here. Sinking Island. Conservation area. Basement. We are forced to stand in Sinking Island, all of us. A whole night passed since Lucy and Lee brought back the construct wounded in the rescue attempt back in the enclosed basement in the conservation area. After Liv performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in a new rescue mission. Unable to return to Babylonia, the constructs have become entrenched in war attrition. Issues caused by the damage of their flames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still being huddled in a cold and damp basement in the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for the sound from the outside. They look forward to a new development, whether that be news of the punishing concentration decreasing, a rescue or supplies to be arranged for their conservation area, or newly rescued refugees to be sent to the conservation areas. So long as no more refugees would come, any news is eagerly awaited. But disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 crowded people in this enclosed basement. In addition, there were also 10 constructs and 2 commandants. Aside from the 3 constructs and the Commandant Real left with Grey Raven, Babylonia, and Commandant Vanessa of Egret, the 6 remaining constructs were only few survivors from previous rescue attempts. Of these 6 constructs, all but 2 are seriously injured, and the other 4 had already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They had joined search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area, but as time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All the active units in the west coast have been searched. Day 2, 6 a.m. After the second rescue attempt by Babylonia, leaders are turned from the search and rescue mission to constructs. Seeing all the people sleeping in the basement, he lowers his voice. They used to have a survivor mode. You need to worry about food and water and sleep in the winter. Oh, that's cool. That kind of reminds you of like, what is that old game that's been out for a while? 60 Seconds, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, 60 Seconds, where, you know, every day you're in like a shelter, but you got to worry about like, you know, food, your water, and then your sanity, and then you had to go out to like also look for rescue. I'm assuming that's kind of like that in a way, but that's cool. Well, you get to like just manage everything, kind of like a tycoon. Wow. And it's gone now. Well done, Core Games. Everyone give a round of applause. Round of applause. God, I keep messing up words. Round of applause for you, because you took out another good game. I can't. Oh well, I guess I missed out, is what it is, I suppose. He stands outside the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame, and hands 2 small boxes to the constructs in front of him. This is all the supplies we could find. Place it in the storage for now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this frame? Where did I see this one from? I was playing this event, and I seen this construct soldier before. It was a construct that couldn't speak at all. And Vera was on an operation or something. I think, yeah, that was her side story. Wow, there's the same construct. I guess they're mass produced. Okay. Not like a tycoon, more like a Walking Dead thing. It can be a tycoon. Well, I mean, tycoons are fun. That's just Walking Dead and lots of suffering. Oh god. You had to build camp and export for resources. But still though, nonetheless, that's really cool. I wish I could have done that, at least once. What's the situation? The conservation areas along the west coast have all been completely destroyed.
All of them?
Yes, just like the Vanessa has predicted. The twins have left nothing but destruction in their wake, as they've gone up the west coast. During the period, they walked from the Puglia Forest to the west coast, then out north and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering the ARU, they redirected their route to the southeastern coast. That is, the Puglia Park Forest ruins, and returned here. And at present, the twins have arrived near City 41. If they choose to return to Puglia Forest, that should bode well for us, considering that City 43 is near City 40. If they decide to enter City 42, their next target might be here. So once Lucia comes back, we need to make a plan quickly.
Are there any survivors in the cities along the west coast?
Not many. Only 3, 2 of which are brought back. The other went to another conservation area looking for a friend. The 2 adolescent boys stand behind them, one of which is holding a cane, his leg badly corrupted. The other appears weak, but seems otherwise healthy. This corruption appears to be serious, most likely needs serum.
Well, there is still some serum in the initial supplies. There's only one left in the basement. Follow me.
What about the matches? The adolescent boy imitates the tone in their voices and keeps his voice down. Wow, so they have like models for like the boys too. And they're wearing like gas mask. It's really nice that they're giving like everyone sprites overall. I know there's side characters and probably they don't really matter too much as their side characters, but it's really nice to see. It's nice to see, you know, the people they're talking about. Because whenever it's like I'm talking to the Void, for instance, support construct B or A from like the last one was just kind of sad. He doesn't have a sprite, or she doesn't have a sprite. Actually, it was a she the whole time. I didn't know until the end. Yeah, it's nice to see them, kinda. The one on the left, he's got like a backpack or something. I like the colors on these, by the way. The gray, the black, and the one on the right. Looks pretty good. That adolescent boy imitates the tone of the voices and keeps his voice down.
Matches?
Behind you. Before he can be heard, a furry figure prodded into the door. Although its fur is dirty and it looks frail, they see it as a border collie. Oh my, it's a dog. Huh?
Matches.
The boy lets out a sigh of relief as he pets the fluffy head.
And thanks for letting me bring him in. If there's anything you need me to do...
No, thank you for bringing me food. The other boy beside him gives a resentful sneer, waking up several people lightly sleeping beside them, who look curiously at the door.
Matches is my family, and no one can eat him.
Yeah. You're willing to starve people for the sake of your family. The boy strides into the room with a fake smile and nods to the curious person beside the bed.
Hey bro, want to hear something funny? The kid was teaching his dog to drive a car on the way here. Want to hear something funny? I think that's the wrong here. Oh man, I think that's the wrong here, Core Games. That's okay. I still know what you mean. He raises his hands and acts like he's holding a steering wheel as he continues on. Everyone's wearing a mask though. Masks equals NPC at PGR. Yeah, you're actually right. Even like the constructs, they all have masks on. I've never seen them take off their masks. But there were some characters that I saw that don't have masks. Like for instance, like in the Narwhal campaign and also in Love's Dawn. The people in that, they didn't have a mask. Or they're wearing sunglasses. Okay, they're wearing sunglasses or they're wearing a mask. It's one of the two. And the cute doggy and Patches. Head pets. Oh boy. His name is Patches though. Or Matches. When I hear that name, that makes me think of Elden Ring. I actually took a look at Elden Ring, and there's a guy in there named Patches that runs away from every fight. Oh my god, poor Patches. F in the chat for him. Anyways, Matches. Goes to the right, cool, huh? We just need to find a car. Amused, the tired refugees look at the boy and his dog, and then burst out laughing. For a moment, everyone cheers up for a bit, in the dull basement, but the jokester quickly stops laughing. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. I'm sorry we didn't bring in any surprise. But the boy seems accustomed to dealing with refugees. By cracking a joke and greeting everyone, he seems to quickly resolve the crowd's hostility to the loss of another share of rations. Oh, this guy, he's not wearing a mask. Refugee leader. Is it just because he's the leader he doesn't have to wear a mask? That's crazy. A disrespect to the boys. Dogs driving cars, that'll be the day. I mean, I wouldn't put it past you. I mean, since we have like AI, I mean, when we get in translators for like dogs and cats and fishes and all that, I'm sure eventually, you know, we're gonna have some form of communication between animals. So I'm sure with that, they can also, you know, drive vehicles and stuff. Because I just watched, no, I didn't just watch it. I watched it like a couple months ago. So this is guy on YouTube named Nick Giovanni. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Good grief. He's a chef. And essentially, he had like a rat make ratatouille. And it actually did. So, I mean, if rats can cook, I think we're moving, you know, forward in the right direction. So, yeah. We're getting to the point where animals will be able to communicate. Yeah. What's the situation outside? Everything's destroyed from the park and the ruins from the west coast. Hearing this, the refugees began murmuring to one another. Because of those two things? And a ton of hetero creatures. We were ducking and hiding behind every corner on the way here. Well, since it appears that the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows what those two things would go for next. Refugee hands him a thumb-sized biscuit. Oh boy, imagine talking cats. Well, I mean, if we look at anime, Necropara, well, you kinda do have talking cats, but I imagine at that point, we're gonna probably have like, I don't know, humanoid version cats, humanoid version dogs. I heard that's like some part of the world, I'm not sure where. I heard it in the news that like they were trying to figure out that kind of thing, if it's possible. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that's going overall. But talking cats, huh? Interesting. I don't imagine they're going to talk very much. They're probably going to be like edgelords, because usually, most cats I've seen, they usually want to keep to themselves. So, I'm assuming they're going to probably be pretty much edgelords. And dogs, oh my god. The dogs are going to be so energized. I can finally tell them to calm down and relax. Because every dog I encounter, they have like so much energy. My god. They want to dig in a trash can and stuff. Oh. Not present. But here, take this. Thanks to the news, the constructs in exchange for intel of each other every day, and they refuse to tell us anything. I'm going to help Lucia. Seems like she's in a predicament. I'll leave you in charge here, Liv. Lee waves to Liv and steps out with several constructs fit to move. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful.
The officer staying in the room next door said she has some information, or cause us to lose all hope, so she doesn't want to talk about it for the time being.
And what's the point of that? How can we be any more hopeless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding area, but nothing has changed. I'll let everyone know right away once the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She's not saying anything more. She walks to another boy to lead him to the room deep inside to rest. Thank you.
Matches. Look at him. Oh my god. Such a good boy. Anyways, just as they're about to cross the room, a boy who had just eaten the biscuit suddenly speaks.
Oh yeah, just want to let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations, everyone. And what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when the conservation area was destroyed? Hey, I didn't do anything. Oh, chill out, I'm not talking about you. After all, if you went into the warehouse, you'd have more than your leg corrupted. I mean, his dog. His dog ate a bunch of cans before the constructs could go and recover our supplies. That might even ate the supplies my friend gave his life for, and now I'm stuck here. That's not true. Matches didn't do that. A person was trapped in there.
Oh, Matches. Oh, he's so sad. Look at those eyes. He's like, no, don't eat me. And the people are going to try to eat him, I bet. Oh, God.
When the constructs went to bring out the supplies, they just said that there were 2 bodies and a bunch of empty cans there.
What if they ran to eat the supplies, and then they died in high concentration of the punching virus?
Everyone knew what was going to happen to the warehouse with certain death. Were they starving so that they didn't even care if they died? I think they were just rushing to the warehouse to stop to catch the dog. Huh? I don't know why they ran there. The Matches and I didn't take any supplies. We just...
Hey, kiddo.
The refugee who appears to be the leader steps out of a shadowy corner and approaches the boy.
I don't want to argue whether your dog ate the cans or not. They're already gone. Talking about isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask, how many supplies did you bring?
I didn't bring any.
Then, what are we to do about your dog?
This question seems more like a command.
A command?
Turning everyone's laughter into solemn silence. They grimly stare at the boy's flustered and invasive eyes.
In other words, if you want to stay here, you want to feed your dog with our supplies, right?
I'm sorry, I'll feed him myself.
Oh, and what are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? You don't have any protective suit and your leg is wounded. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but then who's to stop you when you're off our supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave! We can't even feed ourselves! What are we gonna do? We gotta give food. To feed the dog too?
Yeah, I'm starving. You even took our friend's supplies. The boy cry ignites the grief and despair piled up by the crowd over many days. They all stand up on one foot, regardless of their injuries. We can't just keep refugees. We don't have enough food to go through the day. And refugees keep coming. They're gonna starve to death.
Damn kid! Don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. But if I can't even feed myself, then what makes you think you can get a share of our food? I've had enough of despair and starvation, selfish brat. And to think we'll feed to do it. Wait, what? I hate when they do it, by the way. You see that? It's like D-O and then the G's at the end. Yeah, how am I supposed to read like that? Who reads like that? I've heard like, vertical reading, horizontal reading, but line reading? Huh? I don't understand, man.
Say, why don't we barbecue your dog? I'll give you a pack of biscuits as a thank you. Don't even think about it.
A timid boy suddenly raises his voice.
Matches is my family.
Family? Think you can steal food to feed your family? The atmosphere tenses up as either side refuse to back down. Hey, they're about to fight.
Don't worry about it. The leader break it up if they do. I can leave if you won't. I won't let you hurt him. And scram, you worthless brat. I'm alright being kind enough as not punching your face in. He stands up and grabs the boy by the collar and kicks away Matches, who rushes over to protect him. Seeing that there's going to be a conflict in the crowd, Liv, who has always been gentle, puts down her medicine and puts herself between the boy and the angry mob. Oh, you want to protect this mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family? What the hell are you talking about? It's a dog-eat-dog world. Partnering is the only way to live. Here we go again. Can you notice, wait, what? Can you notice spouting that nonsense again? Refugee 17. Oh my god. There's so many refugees. We have Refugee A, Refugee B, and then we're going through the numbers. 1 to 17 now. What's going on, man? Oh my god. This will go crazy. The conscience will put them in his place when they're finished enough. Refugee 2. Ah! Yeah, put who in his place? Now that our teammates are gone. She's the construct here. The only construct here. She can't even move her broken leg. What's a construct like her gonna do? I'll show you that the law of the jungle is only the truth. We need to kill that dog in order to survive. You're right about that in battle. This isn't a battle we should fight. Doesn't matter. If I wanna, I'd even sacrifice myself for my own family. Don't think a dog is gonna stop me. Liv stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing before her in silence. Babylonian scum. He spits angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs, and swings a haymaker at Liv. All it does is make her take a step back with her broken leg. That's all you Babylonians are good for. Alright, quit boiling the wound, Doctor. Quinoa. Kina? So why does this one have a name? You know what would be funny, actually? He's like, quit boiling the wounded doctor, Refugee 2. That'd be so comedic in the writing, man. But yeah, it's embarrassing. The refugee, referred to Kina, begrudgingly swallows his retort. Staring at Liv, he rolls down his sleeves, holds his red fists with another hand, and sits down in the corner with an angry expression on his face. No matter where they come from, their constructs, especially this doctor of the leg injury, saved us from taking care of us for so many days. And the law of jungle ruled out the world. You wouldn't deserve to be saved. The punishment advice would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat to be fed to this dog. Oh, he has a name now. He's not Refugee 2 anymore. That's crazy. Kina grits his teeth and shakes his head. You brought this upon us? Yes, but I don't want to cause a dispute. I just want to ask the doctor and that boy, do you have any way to convince everyone? The crowd's gaze shifts back to the boy and his family. Family in quotes. Oh, wow. I'll just take my share and split it with Matches. I won't steal anything, I promise. And you can quarantine me if that makes everyone feel better. Well, since you say so, I'm willing to believe you. You don't have to be quarantined. Not like we have space anyway, and I accept your proposal. What does everyone else think? The hungry crowd is silent, and no one raises any objection. Alright, it's settled. Quinoa, come with me for a second. What's your name? And since the food shortage cannot be fixed, she can at least do something that is within her power. She pats the boy on the shoulder and gently leads him into the room. Oh wow, I can't even get his name. Oh, there it is. My name is Stanley, and this is Matches. Oh boy. Stanley and Matches. Stanley. Oh man, Stanley. What a name. Stanley. Woof. Oh boy. The border collie gives out a gentle yip as a greeting, then follows Stanley into the room. Thank you for being kind to me, Miss Construct. Don't worry about it. You can call me Liv. Well, thank you, Miss Liv. And to your family for saving me and bringing Matches along. Sorry for all the trouble I caused. There's not much I can do, but if you think of anything, he bows humbly and carefully thanks Liv once again in fear of saying something wrong. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Takes a lot of courage to look after a little guy in a place like this. Not to mention, you and Matches have already had a fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out a little longer.
Oh boy, the dog. He's quite vocal, huh?
Is your leg okay? I've patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Oh, right. She takes a tattered bag stained with blood. Inside, it contains dry military rations. This was supposed to be for our Commandant, but the seal is broken during our retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to you, Matches? Really? Thank you so much. But your Commandant doesn't need it? Appears so for now. I hope your Commandant gets well soon. Me too.
And soon sensing Liv's sadness, Matches wags his tail and tries to lick her hand.
Don't, Matches.
And Stanley quickly pulls Matches back.
She's a doctor. She needs to keep her hands sanitized. There are no supplies for that, and we can't be a burden on them.
Matches' perky ears and head droops suddenly, as he understands.
It's okay. Don't worry.
The boy appears skittish, likely due to frequently being ostracized. Seeing Liv take out a bandage and disinfect it, the boy rolls up his pants, exposing a festering wound and corruption, and begins helping Liv. It's the boy's personality because of Matches.
Stanley, if the situation continues to get worse, what are you gonna do?
He looks down in silence.
I get what you mean, Miss Liv. I know animals can't be corrupted by the punishing virus. They can only carry it, so I thought about releasing Matches into the wild. But he's already used to living with humans even before I met him. If I let him go, next time he sees another human he might be attacked again. And I know I'm being selfish, but I need Matches by my side. He's the only one that keeps me going. So I'll just keep him with me. Even if I have to run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, but not Matches. Do you even realize what you just said? Thank you, Miss Liv.
He refrains from answering. Instead, he just sincerely thanks her one last time. Every person wandering these lands has turmoil, uniquely their own. It's useless for them to even ask. The only way to resolve the suffering is to restore Earth to its vitality. Anything else would be only temporary, delaying the pain. But this goal is too far away. People have no choice to immerse themselves in daily life. In order to not open the old wounds and delay the pain, Liv refrains of pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects the bandages, Stanley's wound, and injects him with serum. As long as there is something that can be improved, that's the best consolation at this moment. The Stanley parable, and we Commanders don't need food, we just need to live on serum. That is pretty true. I mean, in order to play a quest, what do I need, right? I need serum. And you know what? I got a large supply of that, baby. I'm not running out of serum anytime soon. But yes, serum is all we need. And oddly enough though, I wish, what if you actually just need that to survive every day? Would we ever run out of food, honestly? That'd be the solving to world hunger. You just like inject a serum, and you're like, all right, I'm full. But I have a feeling though, if that were the case, people would be like, oh, I still miss food. And so it's gonna become like a luxury at the end of the day. You're like, I want to relive the past. It's like, in the sense of like old vehicles, if you ever want to, use something from like the old days, like an old car, like the one the model ages, 1990s and stuff, you would have to pay like a huge amount of money to do that. And then with games too, like, say for instance, like you want a game from like the PS2, the PlayStation 2. The money to get a game from the PlayStation 2 is ridiculously high because the game is so old. So yeah, I probably moving on to serums is going to be good, but overall, the novelty of food is going to diminish quite a bit. But hey, what do I know? Well, I don't know if we're going to come to that age. The corruption won't get any worse as long as you're here. Stay in this enclosed basement. And also, since you aren't willing to let Matches go, you need to keep living. Got it? I'll be going around saying you're abandoning your life so casually. It's just like you said. You depend on Matches, and Matches depends on you. Okay. Mentioning Matches, the boy's voice becomes softer.
He thinks to live again, snuggles up to matches, and quickly falls asleep. Oh boy. Sunken and Scarlet. And we're still going through stories. That's crazy. Project Winter. In any case, it's the beginning of hope. But it's just the beginning. Oh boy. The PS2 sheep you can get for like $60 to $80 USD here. Well, I mean, like, it's more like games per se. And also, it's like my friend. He has like, I don't know what it's called, but he was like playing Pokemon on like this thing. I don't know what it's called. It's like this handheld device. It's like, I don't know what the name of it is, because I don't play Pokemon. I never did. I seen like the anime, but like, as far as like the game, but he has like this handheld like 3DS or something. It looks like it, and it's like smaller. It's like green. It's like a flip phone basically. And like he was trying to get like a cartridge for like one of the games, and it cost him like $100 ish to like get the game. And I was like, what? Why would you spend that amount just to get that old game? It's like, but the graphics, man, and the nostalgia. It's like, yeah, the old stuff, if you try to get it, it's just not available at all. Yeah. I mean, it is available, it's just like, it just costs too much. You would think it declines in price though, because it's old, but like, just because it's not made anymore, it's because it's rare now. Kind of like a deceased artist. If an artist dies or something, the price of like the materials, it like rises up simply because it's not made anymore. But yeah, I don't know. And why do I keep hitting the skip? Okay, keep going. Hasten. Oh, hasten. I still can't get over the barcode in his eye. I wonder if that says anything. This is an impromptu internal meeting. Everybody, please keep all information mentioned in this meeting confidential. After a disaster broke out in the Apulia Forest Park ruins, the council members already participated in countless impromptu meetings. An impromptu meeting used to mean an emergency. Now, it means a difficult dilemma to overcome. As everybody knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. The high punishing virus concentration has already caused varying degrees of evolution to hetero creatures across the adjacent areas. They have quickly learned to attack in groups. If they are injured, they quickly retreat and regroup in the red tide. Those winged hetero creatures have increased the flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, our forces are stranded on the surface and have been unable to stop the twins from advancing. Now, they can only withdraw. The CPF has been destroyed, the greenhouse collapsed, and the blood of the dead returned into the blood of the dead has turned into the red tide, breeding new enemies. We have already made great sacrifice to restore or resolve the disaster, with little to show for it. If this continues, everything has been restored on the surface will be in vain. We need something that can turn the tide to our fight against the punishing virus. Preliminary research on the Omega-File Reolith obtained from Atlantis began to show progress. The Omega prototype produced by the Science Council has been proved to be capable of absorbing the punishing virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment at the current stage. I propose we focus all Babylonia's resources and research into this program. Upon announcing the topic of this meeting, he almost to floor for discussion, but no one in the dark room voiced their opinion. We need to put aside our differences and focus on the efforts of solving the crisis immediately. Is this really our wise use of our resources? Babylonia can only completely be self-sufficient for so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for the troops on the surface. That may be the case, but is it sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just high punishing virus concentration on the surface, but also ascendants infiltrating the Stalt and hetero creatures to obtain air superiority. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think that they won't continue to evolve? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving the crisis before discussing all and putting our eggs in one basket. Well, we've already devised a method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve the maximum effect. Uttering these two words causes whispers to echo throughout the dimly lit council. According to my knowledge, the Science Council also dabbled in Project Winter. However,
these conservatives have only committed to enhancing stability of specialized frames. They haven't expanded their efforts into controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing virus? The councilman. Look at President Hasten sitting in front of him. I'm sure you're aware that it's based on the current progress of Project Winter. The specialized frames designed at the latest data have serious defects. They're similar to Ascendant frames by actively guiding the punishing device within the frame and the user's mind. However, since the user isn't an Ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus nor they can control the frame. Anyone who switched into a new specialized frame was unable to persist in actual combat. It couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface. Even when we somehow delay corruption, there will still be serious damage to their mind. Western countries, so US can cover stuff. You will spend so much money on a console, and also PST's gonna be. Yeah, that's what I was talking about actually. The colors. Oh yeah, or the collectors. Yeah, that's what he had. Most PSTs are cracked. All my friends at PS2s had them cracked too. They're cracked. Oh god. But yeah, PS2 is like a pretty old system. I used it like when I was really young, honestly. It's one of my old systems I used to use all the time. And then there's like the Xbox 360 as well. But I'm not sure like what the price is for like that system now. But yeah, the older games. This is like, I don't know, it's hard to obtain in a way. But it was cheap over there. And wow, I mean, hey, that's nice. If there's anything on there you want to play, of course. Because I know everyone's moving on to, I've kind of moved past like the consoles. I'm kind of just PC now. But I mean, I do have a Nintendo Switch, and Nintendo Switch 2 just came out as well. So I'm curious what's the deal with it. I saw like a short the other day with the Nintendo Switch 2, where they were saying like there's like this plastic thing on top of the Nintendo Switch that you're not supposed to remove in case the screen breaks. And the thing is pretty useful. Well, it's like if you do break your screen, then like those tiny little shards will just get over the entire place. But yeah, Patterson jailbroken. Like how you jailbreak an iPhone? Jailbreak an iPhone. I don't know what that means exactly. I guess I've been born in a cave or something. The commandants, they sacrificed their lives to stabilize their minds as a result of mind compulsion. Some of the councilmen have already receded into shadows, show no intent of hiding their position. As a result, it takes an initiative to express their position and voice their concerns. Even the punishing virus cannot be controlled for now. We can resolve issues from the corruption by using the Omega prototype. As for mind corruption, moved up to CTO. Oh, Asimov. During the battle of Hoxua and Alpha, Hoxua assumed direct control over the Commandant Realif and Grey Raven, was to be connected to Commandant with nearby corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects of the many Commandants when their link is directly corrupted, but the symptoms of Realif weren't as serious. The three of the constructs of Grey Raven were able to maintain their secure link with Realif despite the corruption. Lucia, Liv, and Lee. Chrome has upgraded the specialized frame. If you achieve a level of mind, stable and capable of handling specialized frames. However, due to the instability of the new specialized frame, constructs that have already been affected by their specialized frame are not fit for this dangerous mission. So, it just leaves Lee and Liv. But Realif has declined the project to participate in Project Winter. Well, that depends on the content of the project. Realif and Grey Raven defeated the Polyphage and retrieved files from Atlantis. Heroes who've garnered such attention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Yeah. Hilda mentions the word heroes to remind those hiding in the shadows that even if Earth is fraught with disaster, it can't continue to operate in secret. The Control Court will supervise the collaboration to ensure the personal safety. Yes, safety. Safety of Realif will not participate in the research item which pertains to linking to the new specialized frames. Councilman J. Oh boy. They have like so many councilmen here. We've gone from A, B, C, and we just jumped all the way down to J. How many councilmen are there? Anyways, this is getting a generic voice. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface while Realif is still in a coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to safely reach the surface, let alone escort Grey Raven back to Babylonia. And this is why we will discuss next, or what we will discuss next. There is an underground base that belongs to Corona at City 47, where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and spaceships are stored. Wow. If permissible, we can retrieve Realif and the other two constructs from Grey Raven. Whispers begin to circulate among the Parliament. H? Councilman H? Oh my god. Pretty soon I'm going to see Councilman Z. Have you tested the Omega prototype yet? We successfully run some simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. If we can obtain test results regarding the effectiveness against the twins, then both sides should be able to, or be in more equal standing. Correct. However, they must take it in one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for a test that doesn't even yield results. So once they return to Babylonia, what do you intend to do with Realif if it doesn't begin to improve? We'll wait for Realif to show signs of improvement before proceeding. If the Commandant doesn't regain consciousness, we will think of another plan. If there is any hope of averting this disaster, we'll change our plans accordingly. The Council looks at Hilda, but she remains silent, acquiescence the other result implied by Nicholas' phrasing. The desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. Behold. You see what I mean? Councilman V. We're Zed. Councilman Zed. Where are you? I know we're gonna get to Councilman Z. Oh my god. Did we even do councilman numbers? Councilman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Okay, whatever, man. We're going to wait until Rio shows any signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. President Hasten reiterates his opening statement. If you want to read the researchers' time to start their work, this decision demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate the corruption, without a mind beacon that can withstand pollution, specialized frames will be difficult to maintain. That's correct. Current data predicts that if we cannot resolve the mind stability, the subject will die within 3 hours of participating with actual combat. Yeah. Hearing such minuscule amount of time, everyone whispers turn to an outcry. However, a council member hiding in shadows gives a pleasant look of surprise. Can't believe they lasted 3 hours without Commandant to maintain stability. This is it. What do you mean, this is it? Is that it? Last time we used it on Lu, I mean the specialized frame, with the new data couldn't even pass through the corruption tests. Even though they had acquired data from Glory and implemented numerous barriers and restrictions, but without a Commandant that can resist pollution, or mind beacons, or someone able to maintain mind stability like Chrome, it was just a useless shell. Even for someone to last 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be a disaster. This is just the first deployment, yet they already managed to last 3 hours in the simulation. Imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future, with combined effort from all departments. I can't wait to see your smile at the results. The underground base of City 47 is a major asset of property, but the higher-ups shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from Parliament. Even now, they won't put down their hypocritical masks. What's wrong with making sacrifice for the sake of science? No, wait 3 hours? Isn't the experiment a little inhumane? Think you know what inhumane even means? Have you changed? Have you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those deaths? Or are you being sarcastic? The centrist councilman retorts sarcastically, unable to remain silent for any longer. I will arrange for remunerations. Remunerations? What is that? Being concerned with personal sacrifices would be an insult to everyone who is struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there a specific plan to integrate the prototype, the Omega prototype with specialized frames? Well, yes, and it's currently top secret.
The Haki verifies the efficiency of such a plan. Each party must negotiate its conditions before verification can be made by both parties. Can Science Council guarantee results from a collaborative effort? This is just our preliminary course of action. I haven't received the ancient data, and we still need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. If we want to improve the current predicament, we have only one option, one choice: cooperation. In any case, it's the beginning of hope. But it is only just the beginning. Are they going to make a decision or what? Because, like, I'm just saying, indecision leads to nothing, which means we're going to fail regardless. I just kind of feel like they should just kind of do it, you know? Whether it turns out good or bad, you know, find out. Because, like, indecision is the same as, like, just giving up, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. But the world being born, City 43, Conservation Area Basement. What happened to the girl and the boy is not an exception. We have different life experience, but share similar nature and feelings. The US Center is pretty big, so I would assume the World Government Council will be bigger. Yeah, but the US Center is pretty much dead in this reality, right? And that room doesn't look very big. I was assuming like the council's like, you know, 5 people, kind of like, what's that show called? Arcane, and like League of Legends. I look at their council. Their council's like, how many is in their council actually? I think it's like 13 or something. Is it around 13? I don't know why I said 13. I don't even know how many is in their council. I can't remember. There's always certain people that talk in that. Oh my god. Arcane. Speaking of, I didn't get to see season 2, by the way. I only seen season 1. I should probably watch that soon. Right after I get through all these stories. Oh my god. It's an unchanging, lifeless afternoon. The countless drizzle pounds the ground as damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Someone with a guitar sits among the several like-minded musicians strumming weakly. Someone takes out a pair of cards that were almost crumpled and slickly tosses them in front of the comrade's bed. Someone rummages through the pants pocket, searching desperately for a bit of wheat lost between the stitches. Someone knows that they are dying from terminal disease and have given their rations away to others in the past several days. Someone lies down in a damp corner, leaving for relatives that they just buried. While most ignore the passing time, the dim light outside, and the continuous rain, they look at the old mottled ceiling. Their eyes had just lost the light. Their eyes had just lost their light. Oh my. Leaving only empty silence. But despair will not stop growing in those who raise their hands in surrender. Liv routinely checks the condition of all wounded, and unconsciously rubs her aching chest. With the lack of maintenance chambers, she hasn't rested for many days. During the search and rescue mission, Liv's leg was seriously injured while protecting the target. However, in order to leave medical supplies for refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from repairing it. The council is probably 50 people around that. 50 people? That's a lot, oddly enough. That is a lot. And they only have a handful of real power. Because, like, the way I see it is like a council. It should be some people that you've elected up to represent you. And so, why are there 50 people representing? If you know what I mean. I think she should cut that by, like what, by 10? Divided by 10? How about 5 representatives? That's what it should be. Just like a couple. It's like if you have too many representatives, then like all of a sudden they're not even representatives anymore. They're just a common few. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. It's hard to say because like I know like certain places they're gonna like want like 50 people to like represent, but not 50, but like a vast majority to represent you. I guess basically what I'm saying is like I'm not saying like a dictatorship, like just one person on top, obviously, but like some people beneath, representatives, generals, if you will, 5, you know, or 10 even, you know, to represent the vast majority, and then move on from there, and maybe like 1 on the very top. Well, I know the common
three's number is like usually what people go by. You know, it's like 3 different departments. You know, there's 3 leaders, but this is just 50. Oh my god. But she no longer means any exception. But she is by no means an exception. Both people and constructs alike are forced to stand on a sinking island. No one can be spared. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there's a sharp knocking at the door outside the isolation door. The sound is as light as a feather through the hard steel. Someone's at the door? She quickly closes her eyes and searches for the activity signal outside the door. A human. Liv wonders who would wander through this dangerous wilderness full of hetero creatures but decides to open a heavy isolation door. Stanley? No, it's not Stanley. Stanley. I want to see Stanley again. Oh, he's my favorite. Is that Joker, by the way, from Persona? Look at him. Tell me that's not Joker. Look at him. He has the hair. Okay, never mind. Hello. A man and woman rushed into the gap of the isolation door. The woman's long hair and the clothes are well kept, as if they have been carefully cleaned recently. The other man beside her, holding a child covered in blood, seems a little familiar. Hello there. Is there a doctor here? The boy has been stabbed in the back. I am. Give him to me. Oh, thank God. Where should I set him? Over there. He hurries past the crowd and runs to the direction Liv has pointed to. Alright. But only people like Hasten and Nicola have any real authority. Most are just honorary posts. So honorary, huh? I can't. It's like, yeah, I do know that, like, obviously Hasten and Nicola do have power because, like, they're the ones usually hosting the meeting. And then Hasten is like the president, and then like Nicola is like the chief or something. I actually forgot what they are, honestly. Who's the commander, who's the chief, and then who's the president? President Hasten, and then the chief Nicola, I think. Because that sounds right. President Hasten. Yeah. That sounds kind of like what it is. It has like a nice ring to it. Just think of it. President Hasten. President Nicola? Nah, no President Nicola. No President Nicola. It doesn't have like a roll off the tongue. Yeah. Anyways. There aren't many beds left. Is there only one spot on the ground? Looking around at the crowd, the people, he asks Liv as he limps in from behind. Unfortunately, not the extra bed sheets or extra sheets. Oh, Stanley. He is here. Stanley, my sweet baby boy. Oh my god. I have my own fold-up cot. Stanley gets up from the folding bed with matches and frowns as he looks at the child in the man's arms. Use mine. Oh, thank you. He nods and thanks. What? He nods and thanks and gently sets the child down on the folding bed. Stanley turns and leans against the corner with a gloomy expression as if lost in thought. He said, Mr. President? Yeah, that's it? Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was right. I swear my knowledge being tested in the game. If I do like a quiz or something at the end of this, like I'm doing like a school project, it's like, oh, all right, time for a pop quiz. All right, what happened in chapter 2? You know, and you know the scene 3 was the line that they said. Yeah, I'm cooked. I remember the story, but I remember the key moments of it essentially. I do remember what happened back then, but still, if I give like a pop quiz, it's like, oh, what was in the river at that time in the CG? Yeah, I'm dead. I can't remember what was in the river. But yeah, I do remember the story, but like certain details I just can't. They've been through a lot so far. This isn't like a typical story for me. A typical story, the length of it, like the amount of parts I've done for this, it just takes, we've been doing this for like, what is it? How many hours I've been doing this? I think we're probably on like 70 or so. I think if I add up all the streams, I've been doing this for 70 hours. So to remember all that in 70 hours, it's just a little too much for me. It's like most games that I play, they have like a certain link to it. Like for instance, like Misao, Eve, or even the Dice Psycho game. It has like a certain amount of like details to the story, enough I can actually remember. But this, because it's so large, I don't think I could, honestly. It's just too much. But anyways, does he have any allergies or medical issues prior to this wound? I don't know. Do you? I don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation before I give him an injection. Liv opens up his shirt and inspects the wound on his back. Thank you. I need to stop with the bleeding. How was he wounded? Familiar man. That creature did. I'm not sure how. I wasn't with him at that time. Alright, looks like we'll need some serum. What has he eaten in the past few days? I don't know. He said he hadn't found any food in the past few days and was starving last night. So, he picked up a pack of my biscuits. He wanted a pack of my biscuits. Huh. Stanley looks at the man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conservation area and look for supplies, and then followed one of my protective suits and left. Seeing Liv treat the child, I finally sigh in relief and find a place to rest. But why? Why would you let him go alone? Your backpack is always full, obviously full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? The man is caught off guard by the sudden question. He turns to look closely at the boy standing in front of him and frowns as he remembers something. Aw, what's a kid like you? Sorry, it's because of me. I'm pregnant and I sprained my ankle. I can't walk that fast. The child said he wanted to go with the others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. She sighs and looks at the child on the folded-up cot. Without any anesthesia, he cries in pain as Liv sutures his wound. Liv remains unwavering as she concentrates on suturing the wound more quickly to end the boy's suffering. Seems like The Witcher and Persona have like 70 to 100 hours of story. Yeah, that is pretty true. They are pretty true, 100 hours. But I feel like this is like, what? It's like we're only halfway through, and I've already done 70 hours. So assuming that the next part is going to be the same as this, I'd say we'd be bordering on another 100 hours. We'd be bordering on another 100 hours. But I haven't even included the new story, because the new story is different from like the old story of like the old chapters. Like back in the day, or my earlier videos, or my earlier streams, I was able to do 2 chapters in the course of like 2 hours. But now, one chapter takes 5 hours. One chapter takes 5 hours-ish. So, I don't know how long this is going to take though, because this map is so weird. It's like, it has like 3 sections on it. So, I don't know how that's going to go. It might take 15 hours? Because I feel like each section of the map is going to take some time. Because when I did like the last one of like the fake ascension, every last section took like around like 4 hours to get through. But overall, this game is like a non-ending game because it's like an online game. So since it's an online game, it constantly gets updated. So the amount of hours it takes to get through the entire story, it could range all the way up to 200 or even higher than that, to be honest. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. And I'm sure like there's a lot of people probably skipping through it. They're like, I just want to fight. I just want the rewards. But then there's me. It's like, no, I just want the story. Forget the combat. But yeah, as the boy cries, Stanley slides against the wall and sits down, sensing his emotions. Matches buries his head in his arms. Wolves. But then, why get pregnant? Stanley's voice is quiet, but full of resentment. That's a good question. Yeah, why would you get pregnant in this kind of society? Yeah, the punishing virus going on, people dying left and right, and you're like, alright. Seems like a good place to settle down. Huh? Interesting. What you say? Since you obviously can't raise him, why have another child? He grits his teeth and yells at the boy, who continues to cry. The woman wasn't expecting to be asked this question by such a young boy. Just as she opens her mouth to respond, she stops herself suddenly. He's lucky you found him, and brought in such a kind doctor. But what in the future? Is he going to live just like me? Or worse? Matt just whimpers.
Why do you say that? Why? Because my parents are just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. As soon as they couldn't raise me, they just kicked me out to the side of the road. Without thinking about the future. Exactly. You have a child on the way. You know what I'm talking about. Refugees. Conservation areas give preferential treatment to expecting parents and those with children. 2 wars ahead, and not denying the boy's accusation. You know they have good intentions, but some people, they like to take advantage of this, just like my parents. They just use the good intentions for their own benefit, without considering the future. After my mom was pregnant, we were given special admission into the conservation area, but they had me and my brother. When I was 2 years old, my dad gave me another family. What? My dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. My adoptive father turned out to be just like him too. He was just freeloading on the sympathy of others, and would use me to get supplies in the conservation area. No matter which parents I was with, they would only give me the scraps. Once I got a little bigger, I lost the privilege, and he threw me by the roadside just like an empty can they finished eating. But how could they do such a thing? Hearing Stanley speak, the surrounding refugees began to whisper to each other. I've heard of people doing that. Huh, conservation areas just want children to survive, but who would have thought that they'd be bastards like them? Bastards. Without them, who dared to have children in a world like this? They don't look like a children belongs to give out supplies. How can they? How can you guarantee you live to be alive tomorrow if someone's alive to take care of a child? That's all that matters. Have you ever thought about that? How abandoned children survive on the road? Being a burden on others, banished by the conservation areas and cursed at. So I want to ask you, as a parent, why would you have a child if you can't even take care of them? You're just looking for some short-term benefits, or is it because you can't take care of your child's future? She hangs her head in silence, unable to come up with an answer. Silence fills the depressing air until the familiar man coughs gently and quietly. Sorry, this isn't an answer, but I'm not a child's father. Of course, she isn't his mother. Her husband and I used to be merchants. Our profession is more dangerous now, but still, some are still willing to take the risk. Half of the supplies belong to her husband. I couldn't go eating someone else's food now, can I? Stanley's eyes widen at the unexpected answer. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm really sorry. I should have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. It's okay. It's really a serious issue. We aren't his parents, and I heard him say that he had a similar experience as your own. His biological parents died in an accident a few years ago. He was only 8 years old. None of us can be sure that we'll live on tomorrow to explore the world, but we'll stay together with our children. And of course, we cannot guarantee the safe upbringing of our children. Okay. She slowly walks up to this... Wait, what? She slowly walks up and sits down next to Stanley, and gently pats him on his back with one hand. And rubs Match's fluffy head with the other. This is a 4-year-old game, and they released one chapter at least every month. Yeah, so if they release one chapter every month, because they have actually, I saw like the new chapter just came out. Then like, let's say for instance like, hands down, I beat the game this month. That would mean that like every month I would have to come back just to finish out the game every single time. It's like a never-ending finish line, like going through like a race. You'd think you reach the finish line, but the finish line just gets moved up a little bit every single time. That's the one phenomenon with like online games, is like they never end per se. And kinda, I do like endings, because it's where it ends, obviously. You know, it ends up nicely. But for this, it just keeps going on and going and going. But that's all gacha games though at the end of the day, I suppose. It's just gacha games? Yep, that's exactly it. Just gacha games. Kind of like an anime. You know, sometimes when like, you get to the end of the anime, you're like, oh, it's over. I wish there was more. And then you have gacha games. It's like, I wish there was more. And then it just keeps going. It just keeps going. So I guess at the end of the day, you're kind of happy. But at the same time, though, I kind of crave an ending, to be honest with you. An ending to this.
I mean, sure, I don't want, like, you know, the extra spin-offs, but I guess, like, the main story is what I'm saying. I wish there was, like, an ending, you know? But I suppose I'm never going to see that in this game. It's going to always keep going. Kind of with Wuthering Waves. But with Wuthering Waves, I can still feel hungry to see more of it, because I don't feel the ending yet. I don't feel like we're there. It's an open window for more content to come. I guess with this, they haven't, like, really ended it at all. They haven't, like, made an ending that's, like, a satisfied ending, so yeah, it's gonna probably keep going. Kind of like with Pokemon and all that. Pokemon never ends. There's always a new Pokemon. And in Final Fantasy, when I first heard Final Fantasy, I was like, Final Fantasy? Oh, this means it's gonna be the final one. There's no more. But Final Fantasy just keeps going. Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 21, Final Fantasy 100. Oh my god, Final Fantasy. I've never seen Final Fantasy before, by the way. Never played it. I'm curious what it actually is about. Wuthering Waves is just 1 year, we can talk after 4. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to end though, either way. If we do go at 4 years, I still don't think. It's like, that game's been going really well, honestly. Or from story's still going for 15. Exactly. When's it ever going to end? But I guess when it does end, it's like the server of the game is going to kind of shut down, and that's it. You know? Kind of like with the other games you mentioned before. What was it? The Alchemist, I think it was called. The Alchemy, or whatever it was. I don't remember the name. That game, they just shut down. And then Sword Online Memory Defrag just shut down randomly. Yeah, it's going to kind of come at some point. But hey, at least I'll be ready for it when it does. At least I'll be ready for it. I will consider what you said more carefully and be sure to make the right decision. Yeah. Alright, enough of this crap. Isn't it obvious? If you have a child, you should raise them. Everyone else is faced with hardship in this cruel world. We're all equal here. No point in complaining. Sorry. No need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. He looks at everyone and then slowly closes her eyes. We're all struggling with the same adversities. Some people are armed with some people who can freely move. Others carry lives yet to be born, and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing. If you can survive this world, and save another life. Alright, it's my fault. I just don't want to see everyone looking down in the dumps. It's hard enough for her to have a newborn life only to just be kicked back. He turns his back to the refugee woman and Stanley with a little indignation. You shouldn't be downtrodden by others just because you've been down on your luck. Just like how one shouldn't surpass their sadness, the hope that still exists, and the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the debate, each has its own reasons. But, Stanley, I know what you're worried about. Liv sews up the crying child's wound and wraps him in a blanket, and then stands up with her hand on the edge of the cot. Your rival new life should be a joyful thing. We don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. And even still, this difficulty can also be rewarding. By that, I don't mean just getting supplies using the kindness of others, but hope independence. Liv looks down the matches next to Stanley and smiles quietly. Did you choose to take care of matches because you think he'll help you get supplies? No. By doing so, your life has become more difficult and has made your food even more scarce. But as you said, it gives you your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made it that choice, right? Yeah. He nods and looks at the woman beside him apologetically. Well then, how do you view this child? She rolls her head in silent contemplation. You should still have a baby. We're barely making it through every day. And we don't have enough to eat, but it's also sad to see someone die. And there are only a few living people left in this land. What good are more supplies? This world won't be so lonely with more lives around. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hearing this, he immediately turns around excitedly and cups his hands. Whether it's a person or a dog, you need to protect them as their mom. They can't be so quick to give up. There I go running my mouth again.
He gently pats himself on the face in apology. Stanley and the warmth of the woman in the crowd laugh at the muttery instinct kicking in. Sorry, I've never been too good at talking with others. He opens his eyes with a kind smile. The dust in his hands causes him to sneeze a couple of times. Well, since you're already here, how about changing the subject? Hey, what's your name? Where'd you come from? How's the situation outside? Every new refugee always gets asked where'd you come from and what's the situation outside. So much so that they become a standard greeting, even if they don't answer at first. They will probably be asked in private. My name is Fantina. I came from City 45 in the south. I was originally going to City 44's conservation area, but then there was a problem with CPF.
Oh, what's wrong with City 45 and 44?
The conservation area in City 45 is full, and something's wrong with CPF 44 CPF. For which I was stopped by a construct on my way there. He said there was a horde of hetero creatures attacking the conservation area and the CPF that they were evacuating its residents. City 44, and that's where Lucy and Lee are. Hearing this, the refugees began to whisper amongst each other.
I thought it was the safest way to the south. Looks like there's some kind of suffering, same suffering. There may not be those twins, but there are just so many hetero creatures.
This is not safe anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP.
Evacuate? Where else do we go? Are there any other places left out there?
And what else should we do?
The Babylonia doesn't send us any more support. What about the Forsaken?
The Forsaken? Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken.
Oh, you know of the Forsaken? How's the situation over there? Oh, I don't know too much, but I've done some business with their merchant. They're still sheltering refugees, but every base is already overcrowded. It looks like we need to start evacuating, or think about evacuating. There's still a better position in most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves, but given the environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came here to see if I could get any spare supply serum in the conservation areas to exchange with them. Exchange? You mean, you mentioned her husband is also a merchant. What about him?
He fell in the red tide while protecting me. The last I heard of his force, he was already... I know he's not alive anymore. The hetero sapien sounded like him. If this gentleman hadn't come and picked up the goods, I would have been torn to pieces by those hetero sapiens.
Oh, sounds like you had your fair share of experience with those monsters. The old lady nods in recognition. Hey, what's your name, young man?
My name's Shrek.
Shrek?
Huh? His name is Shrek?
Is he?
Okay, I think everyone, whenever you hear the name Shrek,
what are we thinking about?
We're thinking about the green guy and
Shrek. Okay.
Shrek? He even lives surprised. Huh?
I'm not crazy.
Hearing his name, Liv found I realized the man seemed so familiar. The first time she heard his name was before they encountered the polyphage. Raven had received a new mission that required them to search the coordinates left by Huaxu in the deserted ruins. She had accidentally stumbled across a book while searching for clues. Cardman Rider Genesis? She carefully opened the faded cover. After reading the whole story, she found a line of beautiful written message written in the back cover. Earth has been stricken with immeasurable disasters, and time has washed over every one of them away. Live tomorrow, because all will pass to Shrek. There weren't any clues in the book, but Grey Raven had coincidentally seen this message written on the wall of the ruins. Oh yeah, I remember this. This was in that, the last one. What was it called? The Fake Ascension? I remember this. They were going to the city, and then they saw a book, and they picked it up. Yeah, this is that part. Earth's been stricken by immeasurable disasters, all pass. Inspiring. Looks like some kind of new... It's kind of new as well. One of the scavengers are written this. Easily written, of course. Can be seen below the slogan. There seems to be something else after these words. They have been roughly scrubbed off. Later, they saw a message following the words, of course, and after, or also, their last memories. If the twins are bad, wait till they meet Cradle. Wait, they're gonna meet Cradle? Oh no. It's probably a reference too. Yeah, I guess it is a reference to at the end of the day, because, I mean, yeah, he's in the book as well. But now they're tying stuff from previous chapters. Wow, that's crazy. Red tie projection. Trek, you will live. Let me explore the unknown. Although she learned a part of Shrek's past through the Spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up at this time. Therefore, Liv decides to remain quiet. Oh, trading for serum. What about her husband? What's he trading his supplies for? Also for serum. He was originally tasked for strategic supplies, but since he hadn't returned in a long time, I went to go look for him. Oh, but we're running out of serum ourselves. Well, do you have 4 vials to trade for their supplies? I can only trade 3, just in case we have new wounded refugees. Oh, it's okay, I understand. He rose his rain-soaked hair. After I left the Forsaken, every conservation area on my way here ran out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun by hetero creatures. Mind if I, rest here? And the doctor doesn't mind. We don't either. If you don't mind the lack of space. Oh, of course. Not, thank you. He yawns carelessly and leans against the corner and closes his eyes. All these people gather together, but no one knows what will happen tomorrow. What would the Commandant think about regaining consciousness? I wish you were here by our side, Commandant. I hope the Commandant wakens up soon. We're already halfway through the chapter. I haven't seen him once. Oh my god, we're going back to like the beginning of the chapter. Why hardly see him anymore? Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. Liv steps out of the room where the 2 Commandants are resting and looks out at the landscape outside the basement. What can I do to make Raelif regain consciousness? The dim moonlight covers the scarred earth in a veil of peace, obscuring the mountains from death for those still wandering out in the wilderness. If time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left, it wouldn't be important for those hiding in the enclosed basement of the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. Back in this place again. The graphics, it's kind of killing me. I feel like I'm entrapped in here too. Like if you look at the screen real closely, it's like if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you're in this shelter? Oh my god, it's suffocating. I'm dying here. I mean, even if you look at the screen right now, look at me. I'm here. I'm here in the shelter. I swear, I can't handle the shelter anymore. Let me out. I want to be outside. I miss the outside. When most people go to sleep according to the biological clock, the constructs protecting the conservation area of City 43 still haven't begun to rest. They are either guarding conservation area outside or still on rescue missions, and Liv is no exception. Today, the new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although, they should have been happy to find new survivors. Increasingly scarce supplies make it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there is nothing she can do. She wants to speak with the others, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. Before regret can condense into a needle stabbing into her chest, she carefully weaves it into her diary. Intensive care, patient record, Lindsay, 21 years old, fell from height, open fracture, skin damage, open wound, and the skin exposing broken bone. Hemopneumthorax. What a word. I swear medical terms, why do they make them so long? I can't. Anyways, ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock, medical history no. Intensive care patient record. Is there anything we can do? Miss Winsey has brought in. She was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building trying to protect her. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had a minor injuries on her left hand and ankle, but her blood type didn't match Miss Winsey's and could not be used as a transfusion. All she can do is pray by her side. As a medic myself, I know I shouldn't believe in illusionary concepts, but destiny or God, I still hope there's a miracle. Physical care? Is there anything we can do? That's really about any kind of condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building. The same thing. Miss Winsey was rescued at noon, but she was seriously wounded. It seems unreasonable to try and save seriously injured patients with such a lack of materials, but because it would only prolong her pain and would not change the outcome. But I saw Miss Winsey's desire, the struggle in her eyes. Whenever she slightly regained her consciousness, she would be looking for a partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her trembling mouth as if to say something. She must have something to say. That's why she works so hard to do so. So I did my best to give her first aid. Her chances are slim, but I still hope that a miracle could happen. After recording Winsey's treatment, she quietly stares at the diary for a long time. She tries to find potential opportunity from the limited content to make a better effort to save her or reduce her pain. However, all the possible opportunities for recovery are like stones sinking into a deep pool, leaving ripples of regret at the surface as she is unable to shake the difficulties of such a feat. But this doesn't cause Liv to give up hope. She continues to search, contemplating their experiences over the past few days and searching between the lines to find something that she can do. Mr. Lister. Oh, another person. Intensive care patient record. 37 years old. Abdomen injury caused by head creature. Accurate acute renal injury. Severe punishing infection, festering wound, unconscious most of the time. Medical history. Post-polar syndrome, cirrhosis, right foot pronation. Prolonged malnutrition. Intensive care patient record. Don't know about Mr. Lister. He was transferred from City 42 yesterday, and we know that he hates sweet flavored cookies. That's it. He hates sweet flavored cookies. What's wrong with sweet? Sweet flavored cookies? What, you want bitter flavored cookies? You want burnt cookies? Who wants burnt cookies? No one likes burnt cookies. Okay, whatever. Maybe he's like, he doesn't want like the sugar cookies. You know what, the powder ones? I remember as a kid, like those were like the best. Everyone would always want those ones, the powdered cookies. Oh man. Can you believe some people don't even know what those are? The ones with like the frosting on top, it's like white or something. Well, what is it? Is it like white? No, I think it's like a tan, like a very light tan color-ish. I mean, no, it's not tan. I don't know what color it is. God, I'm cooked. I think it's white. Okay, it's just white. How about that? So, many teens were with us, CP40. There was a chance for the situation to get better. There was hope. But as time went on, more and more lives were lost, like remnant memories of the past. The seeds of hunger and sickness began to sprout within the survivors. A prolonged future no longer brought by joy. Instead, it was rather turned into a hotbed for incubating suffering and torture. Suffering? Oh no. Oh, another patient? Intensive care patient record. Laslia. That's a nice name. 21 years old, left leg fracture, fell from height. Everyone's just fallen from height, huh? Hemopneumothorax. Medium punching infection, multiple ulcerations in the lower extremities, still unconscious. Still conscious, actually. Medical history, infection-induced cardiac tamponade. Tamponade? Emergency treatment has been performed, but surgery cannot be performed due to lack of equipment. Let's see. Intensive care patient record. Miss Laswia loves her bunny plush. It was left behind by her late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. I hope she gets well soon, and I hope the Commandant can wake up soon. Why is the Commandant in her patient record for this one? I feel like that's... I mean, I respect the care, but I mean, this is like their patient record? No? Yeah, okay, whatever.
Intensive care. Callie. Oh, Callie. Callie. 79 years old. Oh my god, Callie, what happened to you? You're a Reaper. What happened? You're 79 years old now. Stage of 4 gastric cardia cancer. Esophageal cancer. Severe anemia. Light punishing infection. Medical history NA. Soybean allergy. Interesting. Intensive care patient record. Callie, 79. If there's something I can do. Intensive care patient record. Oh god. I told the old man his condition as he asked. After learning the news, he has not eaten anything for the past 3 days. He has had nothing but water since then. Did I do the right thing? Well, kinda, in a way. But, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Because, like, some people believe in, like, different things. Like, if you're gonna die, some want to live their last moments like just splurging, doing whatever they want to do, a bucket list, if you will. And then others, like if they're gonna go die soon, then like they just like don't want to use as many resources. They want to save it for the next person. I think that's like a good question. Like, which one are you? Are you a person that like, if you were told you're going to die tomorrow, would you want to just do everything you couldn't do? Or would you just kind of, you know, accept it and just like not do anything? Stick to like your normal plan of operations. Wake up in the morning, play PGR, and then move on with your life. I don't know which one I'd fall into. I don't know. I feel like I kind of want to do like everything I want to do before I go. But at the same time though, isn't it just smart just kind of, you know, leave that for the next person to pick up the torch? Ooh, Surviving Lucium. Yes, a Surviving Lucium. This story. Oh my god, it's so big by the way. I haven't done any fighting yet, just reading. Well, I mean, hey, that's kind of what I'm here for after all. I would finish all my game backlogs and quick PGR dailies too. Okay, PGR dailies, they only take you like, honestly, in my opinion, if I was like timing myself to go as fast as I can to go throughout the dailies in this game, I think it would only take me 54 seconds. And that's very specific, but I'm pretty sure it would take me around 54 seconds to do all my dailies. Honestly. We hop into the dorm, go do it as fast as I can, then I go send them off on their mission to go to the simulated battlefield, and I just go collect the dailies. That's basically it. It's like 5 minutes. 5 minutes to your dailies? Oh my god. Like, is it lagging or something, like between the screen transitions? Because I guess that's a factor overall. Like if it takes too long to like load into the dorms, and then it takes too long to go to the simulated battlefield, yeah, I guess it could take 5 minutes. A minute to do those? Okay, yeah, it's around that line. A minute to kind of like do your dailies. But yeah. And play your game backlogs. How many backlogs do you have? Oh my god. How many backlogs do you have? Oh man. Yeah, I think you're gonna need more time than a day to do that. Well, I didn't specify how long you have. You know, if I said a year ago, you know, soon. So, could you do it all in a day? If I give you a day, I said, you're going to go in a day, you gotta do it now. Yeah, if you can, I mean, hey, lucky you. But if not, and you got like multiple PGR style games, 100 hours worth of reading, yeah, I think you're cooked. It's over. I'm sorry. Unless you could stop time. I include my tasks in my other dailies as well. Yeah, there's like the weekly ones too, so that kind of makes sense. You can't do all the weekly ones in like 54 seconds. At least I don't think I can. It'll probably take me around like 5 minutes, I think it's the max. Like you were saying before, 5 minutes. Yeah. Too much to count? Oh my god. You got the massive. You need a year. A year. No, a year's a lot of time though, I feel like. But it does pass by in the blink of an eye, so. Could you do it in a year? I think you could, honestly. A year, uninterrupted. I just put you in a room with like 4 walls, no door, PC. I say, this is your room. You cannot leave this room. But don't worry, you won't get hungry or anything. You have internet, a bed. Yeah, you could just kind of chill. You'll be fine. Gaming room. You don't need to see the outside. Oh my god. That's actually it's kind of rough. Given the opportunity, by the way, if you could do that, you know, someone offer you the opportunity, I said, all right, you don't have to worry about rent. You don't have to worry about food. You get this room. you get a computer, you get a bed. Good luck. Last a year. I feel like that's something Mr. Beast would do, honestly. Mr. Beast, that guy, is like doing crazy challenges. I feel like he would do that. But overall, though, I feel like at the end of the day of that challenge, he'd probably be like, all right, you survived in there for like half a year now. We're gonna chop off the power supply. You can only play for like half a day now. You know, your time is running out. And then like 75% of the way through the challenge, he's like, all right, no PC for you. No bed. You're stuck in this room. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Not fun to the world anyway. Oh my god. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Kind of rough, honestly. Makes sense. But intensive care, patient record. Did I do the right thing? I don't know. Maybe you did with. Intensive care record. Oh, I skipped. Intensive care record. Mr. Kananata. Broken bones. He must have turned on the pain module to enter hibernation mode when deviation is mine. However, he has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else. He needs to reactivate the pain module temporarily. He isn't shown on his face, but I know the pain must be excruciating. Mr. Kanata looks furious at Lucia, who brought him back. He kept saying he should have died on the battlefield instead of becoming a burden. When Lucia told him being injured isn't something a burden, giving up is. He stopped arguing after that. The Commandant would probably say the same thing. I really hope the Commandant can wake up soon. It's a care patient, Nagayuki, 17 years old, mind age. Or another construct. Left side's limbs damaged, unstable mind. Her mind instability needs Vanessa's help. Miss Nagayuki also our teammates in a rescue mission. Apart from the damage in her frame, her mind was also seriously damaged. I hope that there is something I can do for her. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees, and their songs can calm her down a little. Unfortunately, they can't help but are scared by her wounds. I can only put her in the room next to the musicians for now. Akane, 12 years old. Severe punishing infection. Multiple traumatic wounds on the back. Bipolar disorder. Injuries. I must stay away from the hostile voices, but there is not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. I'm currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. They are getting along well so far, but I must watch them carefully. She likes Laslia's bunny. Sometimes she even takes it without telling Laslia, and suddenly unleashes her rage on it. I promised her I would make her identical bunny once I got the required materials. Jane, 51 years old, hit on the head. Her symptoms are similar to the Commandant's, but similar, and they both suffer from bleeding and a coma caused by a traumatic injury. So likewise, she is unable to wake up. He found 3 lifeless bodies during his search. Next to the bodies, he also found supplies that may belong to Miss Jane and her children. There weren't a lot of supplies, but Lee handed the supplies to children anyway. Weapons cannot bring the privilege to anyone in this cruel world. We must unite. Oh my god. This quest never stops. News stories have less of these things. Oh, I hope so. I hope so. Bach, 19 years old. Both amputated due to hetero creature attack. Multiple stab wounds on the back. Multiple severe punishing infection. Penicillin. Oh my god, Mr. Bach is a very optimistic person who would force himself to laugh even when the pain is intolerable. His friends are very proud of him, but he passed away. He passed away? Oh no. The wound on his back is caused by tetanus? Tetanus? What is that? Anyways, his friends buried him on the hill behind the conservation area. I'm so sorry, I wish I could pay a little more attention if I only had more supplies. But if there are no ifs, I'm sorry. Orphe, 45 years old, multiple tears and tears in the chest, and abdomen caused by the hetero creature's attack, several punishing infection, abdomen ulceration. Miss Orphe, nurse in City 43's conservation area. She has been through many rescue operations. Despite her injuries, she kept conforming to me and asked her directions. She told me to lose courage, and I thought of them. Never confided in her, but she reads me like an open book. She's not dead, though. That's good. Oh, I just said she's not dead. She passed away, saved many people in 43's conservation area. The voluntary hosted her funeral. She smiled and said thank you. Oh, come on.
On the night prior to the blast from the launch's arsenal, the staff and the residents of the 43's conservation area planned to evacuate City 44. During the evacuation, their team was attacked by hetero creatures and had to return to stay at Grey Raven, which had arrived later. Everyone who stays in City 43's conservation area owes their links to residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and Liv wouldn't have been able to remove the Commandant's hypothermia. But she still wouldn't have been able to save Orpheus' life. Even if you had the precious water of life in your palm, without the container, you can only watch as it drips from your grasp until it dries up. It's so true, actually. Because unfortunately, even if you cup your hands together, you couldn't hold water. It would still seep through, unfortunately. So, without that container, you are kind of cooked. You are kind of cooked. There are new stories on most of these things. They are more focused on the Commandant and the main characters. In fact, Hyra, Star Trail, and Ishmael stories have never done these things. Oh, okay. So it is going to be different in the future. I mean, as much as I like this has too much going on. Oh my god. At the start of it, it's like, oh yeah, it's setting the stage for like, oh, this is like, everything's terrible. And then we're just going to like the little side preliminaries before the main event. Like, I still don't know what's going on out there. I mean, I guess like the twins like over there destroying the earth and all that. But like, hearing about like their kind of experiences on the way is just kind of fascinating. I've never seen a game do this before, to be honest with you. Go over this in such like fine detail. So this is kind of fascinating overall. I guess it's a JRPG, but even then, in JRPGs I've played, I've never seen them describe everything so in depth before. Your types are pretty Commandant focused. Well, that's cool because I've been waiting for the Commandant to get more attention overall. It's like, the Commandant hardly gets any attention. I mean, the only type of like plot armor or attention he's gotten in this game so far is like, oh, he has the ability to connect to ascendants. He can fight mind corruption and all that stuff. And it's like, so I'm also really strong in this game. But at the same time though, it seems to be my only redeeming trait, and I'm not really seeing much of him at all in the story. I mean, he does say things every now and then, but like overall, I can't really see his character much in this. Although I suppose in this game, you could be a he or she. It says that like in sub-stories, based on your gender, it does affect the events in a way, so I don't know what the deal is with that overall. Commandant gets way more power. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I don't think I'm ever going to see him as like a playable character, unfortunately. How unfortunate. I mean, except like that one event that I played. Well, I guess I'll see it eventually, whether or not he becomes a playable character. I'm assuming probably yes. Fingers crossed. I don't know. Together, they come, and when one sits alone with you on the board, remember that the others sweep upon your bed. Verily, you are suspended like scales between your sorrow and your joy. Only when you are empty are you at a standstill and balanced. She still has seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their calm expressions and indifference. Liv cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she has let silent tears burn her wounds and pain, giving her motivation to work harder to build a better tomorrow. If it really happens so that together they will come, it would be her motivation to tip the scales to achieve happiness. Constructs have a stronger ability to fight and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. Punishing virus, casualties of war, insufficient maintenance chambers, and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the hearts of constructs will never waver just from some frames, changes in the frames. Despite not having wounds, Lucia tightly clenches her blade among the crowd. Even Lee, a construct of few words, has become even more reticent. Aside from discussing rescues and on missions, and he remains silent for most of the day. With the birth of the twins and the impacted hetero Hive Mother, Grey Raven has been unable to move about freely. About the Commandant, the 3 people here are among the list of names engraved on the monument. While Vanessa learned about the Commandant's actions, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute, while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Saying this, her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, like
That of anger or sadness. Oh, not this again. Please, no more patient records. I can't do this anymore. Pulana, 13 years old. Acute haptic failure. I don't have any medication for acute haptic failure. Lucy is going to another conservation area to seek assistance. Without medication, I'm afraid he won't survive another 3 days. The conservation area is also patients suffer acute haptic failure. Commandant cannot take any food. We're also running low on fluid used for parental nutrition. What should I do? Looking at the list of critically wounded on the next page, Liv becomes lost in thought. There are only 11 critically wounded because most of the others could not make it the moment when rescue came. The 13-year-old boy Pulana, not sure how you pronounce it, Lana, passed away the night before yesterday. No, he died. How unfortunate. Passed away yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv is too busy to update it. Liv heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Poisonous mushrooms will cause you to hallucinate. You'll start to see all sorts of crazy things. You should try it if you get the chance. Liv warned them not to try that to see some crazy hallucinations because the only thing that would happen is liver failure. What does it matter if we die by hunger or die by being poisoned? Might as well go out having fun. This is the cruel reality. The possibility of excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms has become seen as peaceful death. Is that why you ate them, Luana? Oh, he ate them. Well, that's why he had like the failure. Oh, that's crazy. The events of Kuro Bay testing future permanent modes. We might be able to get the playable contact with the Commandant. I mean, we kind of already had like chance to play the Commandant, but at the same time, though, I wouldn't say it counts. I want to see it like in the main story. That same type of like, you know, feeling of like being the construct to go fight. That was cool. That was pretty cool. I mean, the only time actually in the story where I got to play the Commandant technically was in the Kwanglong. In Kwanglong, when we were on that ship. We were playing as like a corrupted inside this maze or something. That was like the only time I actually technically got to play as the Commandant, but that one didn't really count overall. At this point, just say live patient record. Everyone is dead. Oh no. Commandant fights like that in the main story too, in the Pyro chapters. Oh boy, I got a long way to go then. I got a long way to go. Well, we're on 17, so I think we're getting close. Speaking was to ask her questions about the deceased. Liv shakes her head and shifts her attention back to the list of supplies. Bronte, looking at Sawyer. Oh, she just like listed it down like that. Okay. Oh, the list. The lives and well-being of refugees hinges on the list. And no matter how many times she checks it, the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. Even now, the Commandant's life hangs in the balance. Even though she only administers the minimal ultra-light compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Hey doctor. The call from the basement interrupts Liv's thoughts. She puts down the records and hurries in the direction of the sound. I heard her calling and crying. Did you go check up on her? Okay. Thank you for telling me. She nods and quickens her pace towards Akane and Nagayuki's room. Akane? Miss Liv. Throwing herself in Miss Liv's arms, Akane lets out a muffled cry in comfort of Liv. Quiet as it is, Akane's cry makes its way through the basement, stirring up empathy at the other refugees. Faced with the mounting disaster, everyone is nothing but rubble amidst a rising flood of despair, leaving no hope of a retreat. The Babylonia's rescue attempt is futile. What will happen to the Commandant and the people stranded here? Liv held the crying Akane and puts her hand on the aching chest. If there's anything I can do. She desperately awaits good news, hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering. Again, she's helpless in changing reality.
Liv pats her back and sings an old song to alleviate the despair hanging in the air. All become the wind's gaze. Countless nights and days chasing your wake around the lake. Just stay a little longer. What song are you singing, Miss Liv? Oh, it's a song from long ago. Everyone sing it in the hospital field.
Oh, that song. I've heard it before.
The man with the guitar squeezes the door. He shivers at the sight of Nagayuki, deep asleep, but quick recovers his expression and sits down beside Akane and Liv.
Well, I remember the composer before the pandemic. They wrote it to commemorate their friends, but the song became a hit because so many people had lost their families and friends.
Is that so?
The old generation sings it for comfort. How about I teach it to you, Akane? What do you say?
I want Miss Liv to teach me.
Alright. Well, I'll let her teach it first.
He strums a few chords with his guitar and begins singing the first verse. Verse? Yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah, that's it.
Musician 1.
Hey, what brings you here playing your guitar?
Hey. The sound of Chuck's guitar attracts several musicians. On the room next door, they crowd in one by one and look at the people in isolation ward of curiosity and fear.
Oh, just playing a song with the doctor. Want to join in?
Alright, can you sing?
Of course, the doctor could sing.
Sing, Miss Liv.
Don't be afraid. La la la, sing your heart out. Let the music just flow out.
Alright.
Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. We'll sing instead of crying. Come on. La la la.
Okay.
Although she is a bit unsure of herself, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing.
果てしないこの湖暗闇へ沈みゆく魂
Hearing the singing, Nagayuki opens her eyes and listens to the singing as she checks that her wounds are covered. Like the wind's gaze. Oh, fallen friends. The song of morning sings. The song of morning. Yeah, song of morning sings the wounds in everyone's hearts. Akane listens to the song and wipes her tears as she sits beside Nagayuki's bed. Interested in the music, the musicians didn't notice the song or the crowd, with curious eyes gathering behind them. Longing for the past, they enjoy the music in silence. We are all scattered souls beside the lake, the round lake of life. If our paths cross again, we can reunite once more. Even as the sun or the evening wind, you're familiar, yet a mysterious shadow must also. As her voice fades, Liv finally notices the crowd standing around her, as everyone erupts into applause.
Boy, that sure brings back memories. I didn't know anyone could sing. Well, I didn't want to waste such a rare opportunity. Let's teach everyone to sing.
Let the wood need rest. Oh. Whoa. I'm gonna finally see Nagayuki.
And you know how it is, man. Another mask cannot equals NPC.
Well, I do like this NPC though. This one's pretty cool. I think I've seen this one before, actually. I saw it in Vera's side story. Okay, I want to listen to everyone sing too.
Aw, me too. Now we'll sing instead of crying. Come on. La la la. La la la. Is that how you sing? Oh man.
Inspection of City 45 and 44 are complete. I didn't recover any supplies, but I found a field of mature wheat in the ruins.
At the noon the next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the other constructs.
You've worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. You should get some rest as well, Lucia. They wave and walk to a room on the left side of the basement, leaving the 3 gray ravens at the door. I've asked about the medicine you requested, but they didn't have any in stock. Okay, and what about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse than off than us. We just had another critically wounded refugee join us. If this keeps up much longer. In the current situation, taking supplies to anyone else would make no difference to the status quo. Sorry. Lucia. She grabs Lucia's hand and shakes her head. It's okay. In this situation, we can't save everyone. Liv comforts Lucia slowly and painfully by treading across water laden with thorns. My god. We can only do our best. Sure. Here, I found some of the cough and cotton you requested earlier. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not so good news. The conversation area. Conservation. The conservation area in City 44 has been ambushed by a horde of hetero creatures. I heard that from the refugees that just arrived. What happened? Some hetero creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. We stayed there for a whole day before we can get rid of them all. Parts of the conservation area were also damaged, leaving only construct to repair the CPF and evacuate refugees gathering there. Looks like there are still fewer and fewer temporary refugees. The twins are still in City 41, which puts us in danger. But these rescue missions from Babylonia keep falling. Or failing. We'd better prepare for evacuation plan just in case. There are people gathered in this conservation area, then there are more people gathered in this conservation area than any other place, which poses an issue for evacuation. There are a few targets left that can be destroyed traveling along the west coast. We'll be defenseless if we're attacked by either the twins or a horde. If these rescue missions in Babylonia keep failing, Edri stands in silence. At the door, the hypothetical question. No one dares to open it or reveal what waits. At first, the team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation while giving the Commandant some time to heal. But they believed that there was still a ray of life in the dark depths. They believed that the enemy could be defeated, but the people would survive and that the Commander would return to the team. But these expectations, struggles, and prayers, they have had no impact on growing the sense of despair. Oh, look, it's Mickey Mouse Lucia. Mickey Mouse? Allison. Okay, I'm looking at her this time. I'm getting a good look at her. Alright, where's the Mickey Mouse at? I mean, she does have a kind of the colors, right? Of like Mickey Mouse. Because I guess in Mickey Mouse, he's like, he's white, black, and red, I think, if I remember right. So it technically is in a way, but at the same time, though. Mickey Mouse. I mean, I kind of see if you're talking about the colors, but I feel like she's missing one key detail. You gotta have the polka dots. And then the ears as well. We gotta have like the big round ears. Yeah. But hello, how's it going? Alias. What a name. Alias. You say it super fast, or is it just one alias? Or is your name just an alias in general? You have a alias, which is your alias. Alias. Your alias is alias. Or, God, I need to stop saying alias. I'm going crazy. It's like conservation. Conversation. Try saying that 10 times as fast. Conversation. Oh my God. Oh, tongue twisters. I can't. It's too early for us to give up. We need to believe in Baba. As she's about to say believe, she lowers her head with a somber expression as if remembering some painful memory and then trails off. Lucia? It's nothing. Just that if they continue to use the same tactic for conducting rescue missions, it'll only lead to more deaths. Perhaps you just need some time to adjust your tactics. Lucia solemnly looks at a nearby room, a room where the Grey Raven Commander remains resting in a coma. But We should still be prepared. Once rescue.
Wow. What's in that heavy sack?
Refugee with keen eyes spots the rice back. Wait, what? A refugee with keen eyes spots the rice brought back by Rusia and cries out in surprise. This? I found this rice in some ruins. We're gonna make porridge tonight.
What? Really? Whoa, quinoa, get your pot. That sack of rice is gonna feed hundreds of us.
He shouts, getting the attention of those around them. We'll all stand up in surprise. That's great.
Oh, looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news.
Want me to help make it? There should be extra stove and a storage space on top. Ours is out of gas. We just gotta bring it down here. Okay. I'll go get it. I'll also collect some purified rainwater. It's been raining non-stop for the past few days, so there should be more than enough water.
And the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears.
Wait, what? You rub the rice ears? Rice ears? Huh?
And the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears with our own hands to remove the husks.
Huh? This ain't no rice.
You can tell just by the sack. Besides, constructs had to fight to bring it. Are you too lazy to help prepare it?
No, you're the boss, so we'll do what you say. Looking quinoa. You never listen to the leader. Ah, shut up. All you do is gossip. Well, they have time for wholesome meetings like this. Oh, hey, a CG. I'm still in a dark, dingy basement. Oh, I feel so trapped. I'm claustrophobic right now. Nah, I'm not claustrophobic. Not ever. Too little space? Nah, I'm fine. Though, claustrophobic according to SpongeBob. Means you're afraid of Santa Claus. Anyways, everyone begins to engage in joyous conversation as everyone lines up and takes strands of rice and begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water purifier and the cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice into the water, ready to be filtered and set to boil over the fire. And only an old man is holding the rice. He stands up and weakly attempts to address the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner everyone's attention. Mr. Kalai, what's wrong? Since being diagnosed with cancer, he has refused to eat.
Can I hold on to this?
Of course. It's meant for everyone to eat.
Not to eat, just save.
He shouts out with his strength, but only intermittent syllables come out of his lips. He was already malnourished before refusing to eat. Now he's more like a candle in the wind, as if he would go out at any moment. Of course. These days, the old man gave his food, his own food, or the food he can get to others. This is his only request. Liv has no reason to refuse. He doesn't even understand why, but seeing him struggle to speak, she refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed next to his wife.
Oh, thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's as stubble as a mule.
The elderly couple sits together holding the rice and looking happily at the crowd gathered around the large pot. The embers in their eyes, which were extinguished by despair and rain, ignited once more. People dance among the steam, dispelling their desperation over the past few days. The sobbing that echoed throughout the basement stopped. The bedridden people slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their dim vision. In this dark world, everyone gathers together to watch a small portable stove and a large cooking pot as they waft the delicious smell of rice porridge. If they were to manifest itself, this would surely be an embodiment of it. Question mark? Oh, I'm back in the room again. I thought I was out of this. The hair, it looks like the ears of Mickey Mouse. No. That is not how it looks. Well, I guess so, right? I mean, but they're not round. They're pointy. That's more like a wolf.
It's like if you look at like number 21 has the pointy ears too. And I feel like her hair is like kind of pointy. So, but Mickey Mouse is like round. It's like hooves almost. Like hooves up there. Anyways, Liv notices the woman who had been guarding her husband, stands up beside her and joins the crowd. Miss Jen, sure. She squeezes out a pot-white smile but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wants to try some porridge and told me to join the others. Right after that, she bites her lip as tears begin to trickle onto the floor. Just like you said, she won't make it through the night. Her sobbing becomes louder and louder. The people around her are gradually quieting down as they've been brought back to the cold reality. Some of us can endure this moment. Others can endure the next. Some people say that the hospital walls have heard more acceptance and prayer than the churches. And no matter how hard one prays, if one in a life that is already lost, the outcome won't change. Why did she want to sacrifice herself to protect me? I might as well joined her. Liv approaches Jin and holds her trembling hands. But she knows that even if she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change the crowd. Facing with parting life, words of comfort are far too shallow. And survivors laughing around the campfire, they cannot forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. If a person, especially a doctor, cannot calmly face the parting between life and death, it means that they will drown in their own regret one day. But Liv knows that she cannot learn how to face the situation with reason alone. Because once upon a time, an otherwise outgoing professor at this, with a rare sigh, optimism, calmness, and indifference to life and death, these all help persuade ourselves. We cannot force others to maintain our positive outlook. So don't deprive others of their right to be sad, nor discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is always more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you cannot learn how to remain emotionless when treating lives, and that cannot be saved. That's why I'm telling you this. I hope you can allow yourself to be sad, and use this accumulated regret as motivation to save those you can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more difficult or more useful than force. But how can I? So when she looks up, Liv sees Chuck and his guitar suggesting something to Liv. Should we just sing instead of crying? He nods, and then he closes his eyes and begins to strum his guitar. Shortly after that, the other musicians follow his lead and join in. And the crowd, those who have learned the song before, begin to sing along with the music. Life is like a round lake, along with the path we take. Running with the birds, playing in the dirt, I walk along on and on. Where have you gone? Hearing everyone sing, Liv faintly smiles and joins in. I'll become like the wind's gaze, countless nights and days, chasing your wake around the lake. Stay a little longer. Don't walk away. So somber. That song. It's a nice song. If only the Commandant was awake to hear it. Well, we'll just have to sing it again with Liv when the Commandant wakes up. Okay. When that comes, we can all sing together. Oh, pass. I think the Commandant wants to hear you sing. Music in a hot porch. Warm the hearts of the despondent crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. They find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than to rely on the falsehood and hope. They use a song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. You see? What did I say? Playing music might not fix everything, but getting your feelings off your chest, now that's better than holding them in. That song. Listening to the song, the old man's lips press and begin to tremble, and his eyes brim with tears. Huh? Well, what's wrong? Oh, he's fine. An old man like him, he's probably thinking about the past.
As people get older, some things become more clearer, regardless of the song or sack of rice. She shivers and lights of a precious rolled cigarette. She lights a precious rolled cigarette as her eyes sink into memories. Why, during their old age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food sources were cut off. After such a long time, it's difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock. So people managed to do it. Not many people were able to, while fighting corrupted. People talked about taking seeds back to find a place to plant crops. But once they weren't getting any corrupted, or there weren't any corrupted, people desperate for food came to seize all of our hard work. And so she raises her hand, hardened gaze, and looks around the refugees sitting in the basement. Well, just like the Great Winter Famine and the historical records, there was no stable yield in the food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. And without livestock or produce, we resorted to eating birds, mice. People even scavenged in areas of hordes of corrupted, but few returned. So people began to breed something that they could raise quickly, and the others hated. Takes out a half remaining rolled cigarette and draws something about 4 centimeters in length with her hands. She doesn't say what it is, but people understand what she meant. But there wasn't much left to feed these pesky insects. So they couldn't raise enough to be made as protein blocks for the movies in the Golden Age, and normally people wouldn't have touched them. But worse came to worse, and even those were taken. If it left unchecked, it wouldn't have filled our stomachs with everything that wouldn't be anything left, so rules were made and spread through word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind, offspring, and fish eggs are not to be eaten, plant roots must be remain in soil, pregnant animals are food, not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency. And once people began to abide by these rules, we noticed an improvement. Animals could be seen in the mountains and forests. Seedlings sprouted in the areas that were harvested. It helped us get through the darkest time. Oh my god, the lady. She's still going on. Well, she actually is kind of like an old lady. She's giving you the lecture. Oh man, no one wants to hear the old lady lecture. Or the old man lecture. Oh man. Old folks like us who lived live in that era, we still remember it. But the disaster didn't spare us. It only got worse by the day. Sometimes people break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. And once the rules are broken, those who suffer have no choice but to do the same. And that's when we met these cheese. We didn't know the real name, but that's all we were eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time. That's why we decided to call him. She takes a deep drag of her cigarette. Ash rose from her fingers, and she doesn't seem to mind. She sighs, and a thick cloud of smoke. It's nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off seeing eat cheese next to a field he lived by. The old geezer snuck into the field to steal our food for us to eat, but didn't leave him any seeds. Cheese and his wife barely made it through the winter, but the baby in her belly didn't make it. The first time we heard this song was when he was kneeling over an empty field holding his wife, and fainted from crying to sing to her. We didn't have the time but heart to go up and confess what we had done. We sent him some supplies, but they moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had the habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we cannot break it ourselves. Even the conservation areas have already been built. There's still room to raise crops and livestock here. But as long as you've seen, this stuff won't last very many days if anything bad happens. She shakes her head and then snuffs out the cigarette. Well, enough for me rambling about these trifles of the past. The porridge should be ready now. Let's dig in. Child. Yeah. The refugees who have already become too preoccupied in thoughts of the long-awaited porridge listen to her story and suddenly spring to life. Really, they sprung to life? I'm not springing to life. I'm dead inside. Like a trash can, empty like my soul. Who said that? Who said that? If you know, you know. Surprised by excitement, the constructs resting in the nearby room walk out. Alright, let's start serving everyone. Sure. Alright, everyone, form a line. No need to push or shove. Got it. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, pouring their tableware containers enthusiastically, paying extra attention that they received their fair share. Jin holds the porridge carefully, salutes the construct soldiers and Liv, and then returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Kalai, having not eaten for 3 days, takes a bite out of his wife's porridge under her persuasion. Stanley, Shrek, and Fantine. Antine. I think that's how you say her name. I don't know. That's the pregnant girl. Everyone except for the wounded, who are unconscious, gets a bowl of warm porridge. The heat from the bowl in their hands warms their spirit as they sit down and enjoy the rare delicacy. Liv? While the crowd is distracted by their own meal, Lucia calls Liv aside in a low voice. Yes? Come with me. Oh my god. That's got to be the longest chapter I ever read so far. Oh man, that was so... Ooh. That's crazy. It's crazy. But it looks like we're finally getting some fighting though. This one has the fighting, the sword icon, so I think this is fighting. Yeah, the great evacuation. Alright. I get to play as Plume. Let's get a good look at Mickey Mouse. Let's get a good look. Actually, low-key, you see like the things in her hair in the back. I guess if you foot them up, they'd be like, I want to say like bunny ears in a way. But still, at the end of the day, they're not. I feel like for this to be Mickey Mouse, right? I feel like they had to be kind of like a bun instead. Yeah, I mean, if we have like a bun, I feel like that would work. But since they're like almost like twin tails, yeah, we missed a mark for Mickey Mouse, unfortunately. We missed a mark, and I don't think Mickey Mouse would carry a sword. Now would he? Much less be a girl. Then we have like a femboy Mickey Mouse. How's that gonna work? Oh man. In the dark room, Vanessa is stirring her porridge in a cup, an exquisite coffee spoon. Commander Rio is lying in the bed next to her, still unconscious. And I forgot, I need to get some water. I'm gonna die at this rate. One sec. Alright. Water has been obtained. Now to open this bad boy. Alright, there we go. Alright. Powered up. I got the power, the soul, and the energy to read through this entire campaign. Probably not. I don't know. This sounds so long. Delusive, man. Delusive. Good grief. I wonder how long this is. I think I might do this one like the Forsaken one and probably do like one section at a time. We'll see. I don't know how long this is exactly. But in the dark room, Vanessa is stirring the porridge, which I read already. What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from a cup? I know it's not exactly my style, but I like to make the best of things when a situation is out of my control. I'm sure you realize by now, Babylonia has cut off aid. Liv has obviously been
too busy taking care of everyone to fully realize this fact. But since the last rescue operation failed, if you asked them about their next operation or their change in tactics, they always give off a vague response. They're not providing regular contact. Whenever I contact them, they just give me the same response. Lucy, I got the same response too. Nothing too unusual. They've just postponed their support operations to this area for the time being. They've done this in the past, and it's just the first time I've experienced it. Guess your difference means that you've all been mentally prepared for this, haven't you? Looks like we're on our own for now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect this rescue under these circumstances. I'd do the same if I were in charge. It's only a logical solution. Aside from that, there were still some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonia has cut off support, they haven't blocked my access to the GPS intel. The bad news is, the GPS intel, the unidentified twins, have entered City 42. So, what are you guys gonna do? Our location is dangerous. With our numbers, we'll suffer losses if we run into any hostile encounters. I want to disperse 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We've had some refugees join over the past few days. We now have 172 people on a dog, but that doesn't include us and the Commandant. We're already at 172 people? Decentralization is difficult conductive. What? Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but I'll take more time to retreat. It'll take more time to retreat. We better get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with 3 problems: high punishing concentration, lack of food and energy, and hetero creature attacks. Well, protective gear can protect us against a punishing concentration, but we don't have enough for everyone. We can move them in waves. The second problem is difficult to solve. All we can do is move slowly. And as for the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? To the safe zones just in City 43, 46, and 44 and 45? We just came from 45. Their conservation area is already full after taking refugees from City 44. And the personnel 46 have evacuated. Their CPF was damaged, so it's been vacant for some time. CPF has since been repaired, but it's quite a distance from here, not to mention the people living there aren't exactly accepting outsiders. No, that's an understatement, and it will lead to an accurate danger assessment. They're a group of armed scavengers that will attack and rob outsiders. 44 is completely empty, but the CPF has not been repaired. Other creatures have swarmed the perimeter, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. And that looks like there isn't an ideal location. Are you going to find a place for them to live and work in peace? And the next step is to investigate where the soil is suitable for agriculture. She gracefully eats a spoonful of her porridge, then laughs sardonically. Sardonically? Just find a refuge for them. Hold out for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave City 43, and then return and repair the damaged buildings. It will all be used up no matter how big it is. As long as they keep treading through the unknown. If Real was conscious right now, I'm sure the Commander would resort to the same guerrilla tactics. You think you know Realif? Nessa sets down her spoon and laughs coldly at Lee. Let's temporarily divide the crowd into 3 groups of evacuation. Those who can move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route while we'll plan to bypass the potential battle zone where the red tide may converge and proceed to City 44. 2 constructs will act as guards, while en route,
The refugees should refrain from removing their protective gear. They will return once safe living conditions are confirmed in City 44. Understood. We'll have some of the wounded take supplies to City 45. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with small filtering devices. The conditions are poor, but the people can survive there with some simple protection.
Alright, and for the third team, we'll take the Commandant, Vanessa, Bamanita, and the rest of the wounded in 46. Regardless of how hostile the outsiders are, they can't do anything against constructs.
Well, that was quick. I expect nothing less from the Chief. This may solve the problems caused by a threat of insufficient materials and twins, but it doesn't cover everything, you know. Constructs need to protect themselves from hetero creatures while we're in transit. Some of the wounded will need to be transported out,
And humans will need protective gear. We won't have enough for each person. That means that the group going to 46 will be unprotected.
That's correct. But just one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. I hope you have seen your fair share of hardship and cruelty, Greyraven. Don't disrupt the team with the illusion of saving everyone.
What do you mean?
Seems like you guys are spending too much time rescuing people out there. You don't even know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I'm sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take all the wounded at once. They can't move quickly in the state that they're in. Our vehicles don't have the capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we run out of time? Well, exactly. But only if time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain. I don't want to risk the success of the mission. And I don't want people, or this point, of contention between us. Anything that you're not happy about? Or you're expecting Rio to regain consciousness and come up with some big brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? If not, then I'll be the active commandant here. This is the only way that we can survive for most of our lives. If the worst comes to worst, who do you think is most likely to encounter danger? Me or Babanita? Those refugees who had the strength to run, or that comatose commandant of yours? Oh, forget it. After all, a puppet led by Realiv would just shout, "I'll protect everyone," and then rush in and die. No point in asking you. Let's plan our next step. I still think it's necessary to evacuate the critically injured in 45 and 46 first. You're right. If we have time, then they should go first. And the healthy refugees leave first. They may be left here for good. Looks like you've become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This doesn't make them inferior. Everyone just wants to live, so we need a plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City 43 yet, but I've detected a large number of hetero creatures in the north. 103 clicks. You're heading right for us. ETA, 8 hours. How many? Roughly 100. Will you fend them off? No. If they're already grouped up, there are more than 100. I saw something similar in 44. There's bound to be more beyond the detection of your range. It may be 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out where we're hiding, we won't be able to defend against such a large horde.
And so Vanessa sneers to herself and eats the porridge in her cup, which had already gone cold.
Looks like we won't be able to hold on until morning, so we should evacuate immediately. Understood. I hope that we're proceeding according to plan. Evacuate the wounded first, and then the construct soldiers. We'll escort those who can walk in an orderly manner, so they can receive help from the stranded elite teams as soon as possible. Some of the wounded can lead to transport vehicles. After all, your commandant still needs only one seat. I advise you give up with the latter. Tricon and Cerberus are in the same situation as us. There'll be more survivors in the base, with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded had survived, this wouldn't have been an issue. Please don't say something like that. Well, as I said, there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect hetero creatures to wait for you to take your time evacuating everyone, do you? Unwilling to accept the direst consequences, they have no choice but to accept the reality that they cannot change the status quo. So, how many vehicles are left? Well, including the vehicles recovered from the past operations, a few days, the destroyed conservation areas, we only have 3 left. Hey, hurry up. Get your Commandant into protective gear. And still, leaving the room, Vanessa and the Commandant are located to begin preparations. They are met with an unexpected scene outside. People have already packed their scarce bags of luggage. As Grey Raven exits the room, the refugees look at them coldly. Where's everyone going?
We're going to the Forsaken's base.
But there's no way you can make it there on foot.
So, I'm going to borrow your so-called rescue vehicles.
Huh? Why are you leaving all of a sudden?
I know you won't tell us the truth, seeing you all sneak around like that. I took advantage of the noise outside to eavesdrop on your conversation.
And what did you hear?
Babylonia stopped sending aid. I heard the construct say it. He points at Lee's terminal as if stating the obvious.
We're just going over possible scenarios with the others. I didn't think anyone had the nerve to eavesdrop on us.
Well, it doesn't matter. I knew it was only a matter of time. There's been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas, and since Babylonia's hung us out to dry and those damn twins are wandering around City 41, we don't want to stay here and wait our death.
3 vehicles are running.
And we've got to protect the gear. Boss, let's go.
Please don't take those vehicles. We need to evacuate the critically wounded.
And what are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make it out there on foot. What? You better off with the wounded when we're gone. You have more room, and it'll be quieter.
It seems like they don't know what the Hetero creatures and the twins are headed right here to us.
3 vehicles cannot hold 172 people. How are you going to deal with the corrupt and Hetero creatures if you're attacked? Outnumber them? The crowd falls silent, a moment before whispering amongst each other. Well, that's why we need to leave before they swarm us. Scavengers like us have our own ways of operating. Leave the rest to us.
Please, don't. Everything we've done is to ensure as many people can survive as possible.
Liv hesitates for a few seconds, but decides that it's best to inform everyone the current situation to avert confusion. The refugees had always believed that they had the right to know what was happening. A time like this requires everyone to work together to solve the problem. What happened if they made a decision without knowing the danger? Liv cannot bear the thought of it.
Please, everyone. I detected a horde of Hetero creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Alas, the twins already left City 41, and they made it to City 42. We need to evacuate the wounded immediately. If you take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the Hetero creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded. Hearing this, the whole basement becomes speechless. The middle-aged leader looks around the crowd in silence. He contemplates for a few seconds, then turns to face Liv.
We'll take your word for considering you've taken care of the wounded for all this time.
In saying this, he pauses for several more seconds. After hearing no objection, he continues to speak.
Well, since you're willing to be honest, I'll take some concessions to the constructs and the wounded.
The crowd erupts in outcry, led by shrill voices of several refugees.
Just leave the wounded here. Not like they're willing to survive much longer if we take them anyway.
I don't want to die here. There's no way I can walk all the way there.
The refugee leader remains silent among the crowd's protests until the several others strong-armed their way in front of him.
But boss...
What's wrong? You're not wounded. You've just been hungry for a few days and now you can't walk?
But no way. She said the monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we outrun those monsters? If they don't come here, then what about the wanderings outside?
We're armed, and there's a lot of us. We can hinder ourselves as long as there aren't too many. But he's right, Doctor. They want to take the vehicles because our people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergency, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. No, we weren't just going to drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow the rest of us down. We sit in ducks if we get attacked.
I understand. Are you at least willing to leave any vehicles?
Well, how about this? He raises his finger. He raises his voice over the crowd's discussion. We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage, or the people to rest if needed, and the other 2 vehicles. so they're more suitable for transporting the wounded. That way, we can guarantee our safety to the certain extent that while we're not disregarding the lives of others. The crowd gradually falls silent, and concerns still remain. But those header creatures will be here in 8 hours. There ain't no way we can outrun them on foot. Well, even if we take all vehicles, there is no space for everyone. You think you'll be the lucky ones to get a ride? What should we do, boss? And calm down. We need to come up with a plan. Where were you planning to take us in the wounded? Well, given the current situation, at best, it'll be best for healthy refugees to go to City 44. And there are still issues if the CPF and the punishing concentration is high. There won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. Once City 43 is safe, you can come back. That seems reasonable. It's the nearest city with a direct road to the minimal corrupted wandering around there. Deliberately raises his voice as if speaking to the crowd behind him. But if everyone wears protective gear, it won't be enough for the wounded. Oh, there's already a warehouse, City 45, with a small filtration device. I'm not sure if it's strong enough to guarantee safety, but anyone with normal low protective gear, they should do just fine.
Correct. That's where we'll take some of the wounded. We'll take the rest of the wounded to the conservation area, 46. They should be able to have room for us to take us in.
Oh, City 46. Those crazy bastards are just as dangerous as corrupted. But you're right, there's not much we can do against those constructs.
And it's settled.
He slowly walks out of the room. It's as if she has been listening the whole time, together with Babanita, who is now resembling an old doll.
We should hurry.
Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 44 is, we might not even be able to cross 43's borders in 8 hours. I accept that the doctor generally wants us to leave the vehicles here to save the wounded. I'm not so sure about you. You're standing in as a temporary commandant here, right? I don't know what the commandant is normally like, but I have an idea. On the airs in Grey Raven, but you. He forces a sneer. People like you put human lives on the side of the scale and your personal interests on the other. We've only been stuck here for a month, but I know your type. If you evacuate the wounded, who's to say you won't abandon them and guarantee your own safety?
I'm just trying to save the most lives. Given our current situation, we don't have enough time and surprise for everyone. Sacrifice will have to be made.
But what about the wounded dead weight?
Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between the cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, which would you choose? As expected from one of the Babylonians' officers, you bastards are putting on a price on our heads. Like what they did during the Great Evacuation.
Isn't a fight about to break out between two sides? Liv wants to rush forward to say something, but she's stopped by Lee before she can say anything. Alright, quiet down, Lawson. This great evacuation is in our hands now. 3 cars outside are ours. If you want the 2 rescue vehicles, you have to listen to us. I'll try and take them in violence. 1 shot from my gun and they'll be gone. Are you sure you want that?
Well then, what is it?
Our people on the wounded retreat first. You and the construct stay here. Stop the incoming attack. If any case, the 2 cars are enough for everyone. We'll take the wounded and come back for us. They won't have made it far at this point.
You want them to come back?
That's right. I'm sure the doctor and her team will be able to escort the wounded and return to safety. Once everyone has returned safely, you and the unconscious commandant of yours can leave.
I can have the other constructs escort you and leave together.
Yeah, but I don't trust you. You'll just call them off whenever you get the chance. So as we all, with all the wounded, will be targeted even before we can make it to City 43.
As opposed to me ordering them to pick me up first when you hand over the vehicles.
We'll have our eyes on you. What's your... My god, this is driving me batty. These two going back and forth. We'll have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when all the wounded have been evacuated first.
Even if the Grey Ravens choose to listen to you, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want.
Wouldn't that be a death sentence going out there on foot with just the two of you? You don't want to give up that cracked jewel of yours, do you?
Fine, I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting time and get out there. Vanessa? Are you sure about all that? Just get back here ASAP. Otherwise, it's going to be our funerals. And one more thing. You. What's your name? She points to the construct beside her and beckons. Sandra. My name is Sandra. Commandant Vanessa? Sandra. You'll be one of the drivers. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of surprises along the way. Given how many corrupted hetero creatures are coming this way. Understood. Let's get going, Liv.
All right, on to the battlefield. No, we're not on the battlefield. We're still talking. Oh my god, the back and forth between those two. I feel like Vanessa just kind of wants to stir him up just to see like what he's gonna do. She kind of wants to see a reaction. I've seen her type before, honestly. The way she sounds like someone is just kind of bored and just trying to get a rise out of the guy. But at the end of the day, it doesn't look like he's taking the bait at all. He's just kind of calm and composed. But anyways, Lucia. I'll leave the evacuation plan to you. You are more clear in a situation when the wounded. Alright, you've got it. We'll evacuate the critically wounded and some of the less severely wounded first. It's going to be difficult to take that many people all at once, given how big stretchers are. Liv opens her medical bag and quickly examines the list of wounded. The log hasn't been updated recently, but the current situation is clearly printed in Liv's mind. The 8 critically wounded, Nagayuki, Hinata, and Lindsay, need to stay behind for a time being. The first 2 need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, while Lindsay's wound cannot withstand the crowded and bumpy vehicles, so she needs to be carried away separately on a stretcher with stabilizers once all the other constructs have gathered. The one the Commandant used? Well, the Commandant doesn't need it now. As for Mr. Kalai, I don't know if he'll agree to go. But the old man hasn't been eating after diagnosed with cancer. Let me try to ask him. If he doesn't agree to go, we still need space for 4 people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. At least, they can take the little girl with them.
They can make do with the crowded vehicle, if we get there fast enough. Well, let's make some supports between stretchers so we can get them together without being cramped.
Good idea. There's still only room for 4 stretchers. They can only fit a few more sitting down.
I'll leave it to you then, Lee. He nods and makes his way out to the warehouse. I'll ask for the second vehicle. She dumps her way through the records on the terminal and makes the new list. Well, they don't need stretchers, but even then, they need to be separated due to their wounds. Even if some people lie in the seats or sit on the legs of those who aren't injured, we can't squeeze them in. Not to mention, our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many people do we need to take? Well, we still have 47 wounded. Oh, actually, counting the new arrivals from the past few days, that makes 62. The second car can only fit 17. Before in the first car, that means we can only take 21 in a single trip. That's fine. There's still some hope if we can make another trip. But there are still several other critically injured and our Commandant that needs to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We'll have to make a third trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Alright. So Lucia walks into the basement. After a short time, some wounded refugees went out following her. Hey, Liv. Fantine's name is on the first list. She steps out in the crowd and greets Liv with a smile. Thank you, Liv. I want to give up my spot. She looks at the crowd and rubs her belly. It's too crowded for me. I haven't decided if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. After you leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't compare to yours, but I think I could still help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The wound on his back is still serious, but you need some room. Okay. So... Oh, and Shrek wants to speak with you.
Trek clears his throat. He greets Liv, pretending to be relaxed. Let me go with you. I'll set up on a roof so I don't take much space. Besides, if any of the wounded sit up there, they'll likely fall down, right?
You sure it's dangerous up there?
Oh, don't worry. I'll hold on tight. You said you want to evacuate the warehouse City 45, but there's a doctor there to take care of them, or are you going to stay there with him?
No, that's just what I've been worried about.
So someone to stay there and look after him, right? I'm no doctor, but I've learned a few things or two about this first aid thing recently.
Recently?
Got that right. A friend of mine made me realize just how important it is. If you don't trust me, I can make the Forsaken send a doctor over. That way, I can continue my way and deliver the serum. They can't possibly refuse, right?
Okay. Thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get some support from Watanabe. If only the Commandant was still conscious.
We can still use the Commandant to pull some strings. When we finish assembling the structures, Lee appears behind the three of them with a frowning face.
I know what you're worried about. The Babylonia cut off communication. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken.
She looks up at the dim sky and suddenly gets lost in a memory.
I understand why they made this decision, but I don't think it was out of greed or malice, but we're on our own now. I'm used to that by now.
You guys talk like things are over. Want me to get to the wounded? Going to gravitate her words, he waves and quickly runs back to the basement.
Oh, Liv. Kalai said he's not going with the others. Really? I understand.
Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but not cramped that the wounded are crushed.
Alright, everything's ready. Let's go. I'll deal with the header creatures along the way. Liv, take care of the wounded. Lee and Sandra and the other construct, take care of the driving.
Lee nods and furrows his eyebrows anxiously. He starts the engine, causing the siren on the rescue vehicle and the alarm on the dashboard speakers to blare. Alert, vehicle overloaded. Please drive safely in accordance with the law. Oh boy. The anxiety in Lee's invert device, or invert brow, increases noticeably. He quickly unscrews the cover of the speaker and deftly cuts out the alarm circuit, silencing the noise. Alright, let's get going. Oh boy, I'm finally seeing combat. It's been a while. Oh, lots of reading. Wait, why does it say Liv? But it's actually Lucia. Pro games? I know we've done a lot of reading, but like, we gotta stay consistent here. That should be a portrait of Liv, not Lucia.
Lucia, the wandering header creatures are coming nearby. They're coming over.
There's Lee. Okay, see? That's Lee's name, and there's Lee over there. Come on now. The vehicle's overloaded. We cannot move enough to get rid of them.
I'll try my best to crowd the enemies along the path. You guys go as fast as you can. For safety considerations, we'll stop the vehicles for defense if we get into enemies along the way. But the vehicles are already wrecked, and most of the people or the wounded can't move. I understand. We'll have to make it quick.
Short enemies ahead. Oh boy, here we go. Typical Kuro mistake. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They make me go through all the reading, but you mess it up at the end. Well, I guess it doesn't matter too much. I'm not gonna complain. But oh my god, I'm actually fighting again. I'm actually really rusty. I'm surprised I haven't got hit by anything yet. Okay, let me dodge. Enemies incoming, protect the vehicles. Oh shit, we can really see the vehicles. Look at the vehicles. Oh my god, those are the vehicles? Those things don't even look like they're gonna make it, honestly. I thought we had like military vehicles or something. What are those things? How are we fitting people in those things? You can fit 21 people in these vehicles? Oh my god, our vehicles are pathetic. And I'm hardly doing any damage to these guys. Die! Oh god. Okay, get up. Come on, let's go. Oh, the vehicles are dying. 83%, 97. Oh my god. Look at these vehicles though. Ambulance. The windshield's cracked. Everything's broken. And they're just like tumbling down the road. How? This is what we're going to carry everyone in? We're dead. I'm not gonna lie to you. We are dead. This is supposed to be like post-pandemic or something. Don't we have like advanced vehicles or something? This doesn't even look like post-pandemic. This is like the current meta. Like, don't like hospital vehicles look kind of like this in your area where you guys are from? Although they don't look like this, obviously, but like, oh my god, look at these things. Look, I can even see through it. They're not even real. This is a mirage. Oh, we're dead. They're like sardines inside. Oh yeah, they're like sardines, alright. The fish, it's over. It's over in an airtight sealed can. That's what they are. Where'd they go? There's one more, it's invisible. Oh, there he is. Anyways, let's take what we saw before. Take them out first. Take them out? Where are they? Ah! Let me hit you. Oh, they're over here. Can you guys like hit me so I can use my matrix, please? Alright, there we go. Alright, the vehicles have escaped. The illuminated enemies here, but there's still some behind us. Alright, let's get moving. Let's go. Alright, here we go. At the hardware did any damage. Am I gonna die, by the way? Also, for some reason, these guys aren't attacking me. Okay, now they're attacking me. Okay, when does that count as a matrix? Okay, there we go. I finally got a matrix. Alright, here we go. I keep dodging too early. So I'm like, they're close to me. Does this count as a matrix? No, it's not count as a matrix. Okay, there we go. Let's go. It's over. Are you guys alright over there? There's a few minor injuries. We'll be able to handle it. Okay, moving towards you. Alright, please tell me there's a time skip or something. Be like, alright, this is the last truck or something. Or it's gonna be like, nah, this is the first one. The first one just arrived at City 45, 3:41 a.m. I guess I had to escort every single truck one by one. The pain, the misery. Oh boy. Living in the conservation area of 43, City 43, they cross past several collapsed roads, buildings attacked by the corrupted and hetero creatures until finally arriving at their destination, City 45, half a few hours later. Watanabe's situation isn't looking good either, but at least they promised to send a squad and a doctor. They even offered to take some refugees, and the situation takes a turn for the worse. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Trek initiates or terminates the call and hands it over to Lee. Yes, nice. You said you were going to call the Forsaken, send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. Well, I did just now, didn't I? He points at Lee's terminal. It's a matter of stating the obvious. People need to rely on each other to survive in this world, so we can't just think about what we have. At times like this, even more so. And so he gestures over to Lee, who gives him a dull look. What? Any more platitudes? You know, I got 100 of them. Just be more prepared next time before making promises. Considering how many accidents we've had recently, what would you have done if you couldn't reach them? Oh, nonsense. I trust you guys. It's fine, Lee. It's a matter of whose terminal he uses as long as everything works out. How are things with you, Liv?
I checked everyone's vitals and rebandaged everyone's wounds. They're open up from the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book, Shrek. She returns the book titled Comfort for the Soul back to Shrek, now full of medical notes. Oh, it's okay. Books are used for recording information. I've gotten what I need from it anyway. Also, Akane, I know I promised to make an identical rabbit doll for you, but it's okay, Miss Wiv. I understand. I only had time to make a small one for you on the way here. If I return to City 43's conservation area, I'll make another one for you, okay? Really? Thanks. Alright, let's go back and get the other wounded. You're not going to tell us how you're doing? Huh? You need my leg? I can manage. What's with all the vital fluid? I already rebandaged it. I'm good to go. If you can't take it anymore, let me know. I'll carry you. Okay. Thank you, Lucia. Oh, when is the Forsaken Doctor going to be here? Oh, in a day or so. We're not even close. We're not exactly close. Not exactly close. Yeah, isn't the Forsaken like in the desert or something? Well, I guess they're kind of everywhere though, right? They moved to like the conservation areas, kind of. I think. Okay, I'll take it from here. You should get going. Oh boy, the Great Evacuation. Complete. 30 black cards. These are my most earned black cards I've ever gotten in this entire game. Honestly, these are my most earned black cards. You know what? I thought they should add another 0 to this. I earned the 300. I earned the 300 black cards. I feel like. Good grief. Anyways, 17.6, 17.7. Oh my god. We're still going. You know, it's been 4 hours actually, unironically. In like 2 minutes. It's been 4 hours. Good grief. And we're still in the one area. Isn't there like 3 areas or something here? It's like 1, 2, and 3. Oh my god. And what is this, by the way? 3 of 33? Are you serious? Oh man. 3 of 33. That's crazy. The stayed behind. The stayed behind. Or someone people gonna be left behind. The stayed behind. Did they actually stay behind though? There's quotes around that, by the way. The stayed behind. They wanted to stay behind, or they left behind actually. Not stayed behind, left behind. I think you have a typo there, Core Games. Or I say Vanessa. Because Vanessa sounds like she wants to leave people behind or something. I don't know. It's worth it. Yeah, overall, it's been worth it. I've enjoyed this so far. It's just there's a lot of information, a lot of like build up, I guess you will. They definitely tried to cover every last question in the game, so you're left with no questions. Every last inch of the way I get to experience. There's no time skips at all. Like if they make a movie adaptation, oh my god, you know how much of this would be cut out? That would be a lot, honestly. So, kind of makes sense. A City 43, Conservation Area, basement, 3 a.m. Hydrate, by the way, drink some water. That water's pretty good. I gotta say, it tastes good. Some people may say like water doesn't have any taste, but I'm telling you, that water does taste good. Anyways, nearly 5 hours have passed since 11 years have set out. All refugees still able to move freely have been evacuated. They have walked for 5 hours, but they still have managed to evacuate the conservation area of City 43 due to the overall speed of the crowd. The horde of hetero creatures headed this way is estimated to enter the conservation area according to the scheduled arrival in 3 hours. There are only a few dozen people left in the enclosed basement. All constructs stationed in the conservation area are on the surface, leaving the refugees anxiously waiting for the news of the Grey Raven. Vanessa sits alone in a dark room, monitoring the trajectory of the hetero creatures on a large number of hollow screens and sending the intel back to Babylonia with no response. Following that, she recalculates the tactical deployment of constructs in the conservation area,
and the best evacuation route for Grey Raven based on the enemy's new trajectory. After completing her work, she stands up from the screens and walks to the sickbed nearby. Chief. She smiles mockingly and then sits beside the bed. If you knew your recklessness would come out of this outcome, would you have still done what you did? Vanessa gently strokes her ear, as if wanting someone to answer. Let me guess, you'd say, I'll sacrifice everything to protect my comrades, huh? She gives herself a smile and self-mockery, then slowly moves her fingers down your ear and puts her hand firmly on your throat. I'm sure you're disgusted right now, seeing yourself like this. So weak and fragile, and you can't even push my hand away, like a candle in the wind, all for just a couple of puppets. What do you think the instructor who praised you so highly would say now you're like this? She leans down and whispers softly into your ear. Her fragrant aroma seems at odds with the musty smell of the basement. How unfortunate. Damn you, musty basement. See, this is why I have problems with the musty basement. I'm sick of these surroundings, and I'm sick of the smell. Oh my god. Okay, anyways. He'd definitely take a seat back. He'd definitely take back what he said, Realif. A fool like you can't even protect yourself. Vanessa quietly looks at your closed eyes, your malnourished face, from having battled illness for so long. Looks even more lifeless under the dim-lit lights. Disgusting. Even if you were awake, the people who've only seen your face plastered on the screens after the Atlantis incident wouldn't even recognize you. Even though her mockery falls on deaf ears, she continues her senseless behavior. Regardless, I wasn't wrong. Before the disaster happened, I saw you as a rival that must be defeated. A futile illusion. But now, what a joke. You know, Realif, I could kill you right now. Her grip on your throat suddenly tightens and then relaxes. She smiles and covers her pallid skin with her warm palm. But what's the point? Before you went into a coma, I looked at your selfless naivety of contempt. I figured you'd quickly lose in battle and realized that your starry-eyed view in the world didn't conform to reality. This wasn't exactly quick, but maybe now you'll see the world for what it really is. Your neck remains ice cold despite her warm palm. She lifts her finger and checks your pulse. Such a simple battle. Nearly cost your life, Chief. What exactly distracted you? Or did I waste my time focusing on you so much? You don't deserve to be Chief, let alone a role model for the goal for others. He slowly gets up and then looks at the holo screen and a fold-up mirror next to it. The Hatter creatures will be here in 3 hours. If Grey Raven isn't back by then, you're a goner. Ebony and I can get out of here whenever we want. She combs her hair, in the reflection in the mirror again, but the look in her eyes doesn't match the delicate gesture. Her eyes wandering and vacant. I know this isn't exactly what a commandant should do. FOS colleague teaches us how to always fight the enemy and protect as many people as we can. A lonely murmur echoes throughout the empty room. As before, no one responds. Yeah, no one responds. But the battlefield isn't so merciful. Not everyone can be saved, no matter where you are, Chief. As long as people die, your reputation rights and those ridiculous bonds are just dust in the wind. You get nothing, and the people you protected soon will forget you. Vanessa walks to a simple square table, full of holo screens, but leaves a mote of attention to you laying there. She turns around once more and looks at the unchanged bed. Realif, you stupid and naive piece of trash. You're only respected by people. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now, you have no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of the survivors. It's 4:30 a.m. An hour and a half before the Hedro creatures enter the conservation area. Commandant Vanessa and the 4 concentration there in the conservation area have all gone to the surface to prepare for combat. In the enclosed basement, Commandant Realith, 41 soldiers with minor wounds and mobility issues, and 4 critically wounded patients, Nagayuki, Kanata, Lindsay, and Kalai, still remain. Aside from them, there is another surprising refugee. Boy B. Hey, what are you looking at? Never seen anyone fall on stairs before? Oh no, it's not that. The boy should have evacuated the first group, but he sneaked into the warehouse on the 3rd floor, underground, and accidentally slipped on the stairs, hitting his head and spraining his ankle. He had been unconscious for over an hour, completely out of sight. Despite being woken up by matches, he had missed the opportunity to leave with the first group of refugees. Why's your dog going to the warehouse at a time like this? Matches probably spilled someone in there. What about you? What are you going to do here? I was just checking to see if that mutt had gone into the warehouse. Even I meant making it out with the others on time. Just taking a peek. He was the back of his head with a sprained ankle. You don't believe me, do you? Why are you being so defensive? Because your mutt ate all my cans. My friend gave me those before he died. He risked everything to get his hands on those, but your dumb mud ate them. Being reminded of the past, the boy chokes back tears. Not chuckling, that'd be kind of weird. Why would chuckle back tears? How does that even work? Anyways, I already told you, matches didn't do anything. Oh, who cares what you have to say? I believe what I saw. I wouldn't have gone there if that stupid conservationer was safe. They said we should all be in the same boat. That they took all my cans and allowed someone like you to get in. I thought I could use those cans to find my big bro. The boy falls onto an empty sick bed and starts to cry. You have a brother? He's been the best big bro in the whole world. The boy sobs and takes out a shabby journal from his jacket pocket. Half the pages have fallen out, and the rest are buried clinging onto the layers of tape. He'd tell me stories every day and draw me whatever I wanted. He generally rubs the few remaining pages, which are covered in assortment of vivid drawings. Roasted chicken, news quote. Roasted chicken? Roasted chicken? Why do you have roasted chicken drawn? I don't know, man. New clothes, an entire house, a bed, a soccer ball, a garden, and even a kind-looking woman. I'm assuming that's Liv? Question mark? She's a kind-looking woman. Below the pictures, there's the same phrase repeated over and over again. Can you read? A bit. How about you? That's nice. My mom taught us a bit before she died. But bro and I forgot. He tries to stop crying and sniffling, and then points at the writing beside the kind woman. Bro said, we can write all our wishes in it, and Mommy will make our wishes come true. Up in heaven. Look at it. Mom told us just to write this beside each picture, and Mom will hear our wishes. Then looks at where the boy is pointing, but discovers that there isn't some magical spell. It's just the word sorry. What? Sorry I brought you into this world. What you say? Tammy opens his mouth to explain the meaning of the dense handwriting, but lowers his head silently, as if nosing something. Oh, nothing. I just zoned out for a second is all. I've never shown this to anyone, and you just get distracted. Sorry, why are you showing me this? Because you saved me. He awkwardly covers his face with a blanket and curls up. Forget it. What's the point in telling someone without any family? Anyway, your dog only found me because he was trying to steal food. Matt just didn't. Just shut up. I know already. I've been watching you for these past few days. I know it now. Perhaps he was beginning to sense the truth. At least, that's how Stanley interprets his response. He knows he wrongly accused Stanley, but cannot admit to his mistake. He doesn't want to apologize. Go to sleep. Anxiously rolling over in the bed, he winces in pain from the injuries on his head and ankle. Alright. Stanley stops speaking and looks up at the basement and imagines what was happening outside the window. But right as he wants to lie down on the empty bed and get some rest, he hears heart-rending cries from the other side of the basement.
No, don't go, Lindsay. And in this sad cry, another person wandering in the twilight falls into cold embrace of the eternal night. How much longer? Until daybreak. That's kind of sad. The writing in there in the book, because he doesn't know how to read. It said, actually, I'm sorry I brought you into this world? What a phrase. That's what the mom said. Her final line to the child. I'm sorry you brought you into this world. Because that's an interesting concept that the kid said before. When Stanley saw the woman with the pregnant child, and also the child that was like on the bed. He said like, why are you bringing more children into this world as is? Which the mom that died said the same thing. I'm sorry for bringing you in this world. And that's even worse. He can't even read, so he doesn't know what it says. But he says that like every single time he should write this over and over in the book, and their mom will see this prayer in heaven, make it come true. And what they're writing is that. Goddamn core games. You're evil. You're evil. Because they're the ones that wrote this nonsense. You guys wrote this. I swear. Alright, anyways. 17-8, life and death. Alright, let's go. I gotta push it through. We're almost there to the end. I can feel it. 5:38 a.m. Driving the 2 rescue vehicles, Grey Raven races back to the conservation area before the barrage of hetero creatures arrive. Oh my god, I actually need to put my phone in charge. It's kind of dying. We're at like 5%. I don't know if this is gonna work though. It usually doesn't work when I have it on, so I might be stationary for the rest of this. We'll see. As I like to get through this before I end this. But we'll see. I might not be able to make it. I might not. Georgia, don't film me now. Gotta make it. Let's go. Alright. I think we're good. Kinda. It says it's charging. And it seems like I'm still online. That's good. Alright. Driving 2 vehicles, Grey Raven races back to the conservation area. The barrage of hetero creatures arrive. Familiar with the way back and no longer carrying the wounded, they managed to make the trip in just about 3 hours. We're back. Returning to the enclosed basement, Grey Raven and Sandra arrived to the look of panic among the refugees. Intimate sobbing can be heard throughout the basement, the looming sadness like smoke from a fire, making everyone's eyes and noses sting. Liv quickly walks into the room, the compartment, to see the lifeless body lying in the blood-stained sickbed. Jen is lying by her side, weeping. Liv. She always shakes her head and quietly looks over what was now apparent. Lindsay had just passed away. Jen struggling to lift her head, looks at Liv lifelessly. The hetero creature's almost here. We need to leave. She shakes her head and tightly grips Lindsay's cold ice wrist. I still don't know why Lindsay saved me. Seeing her agony like this, in agony. There was even a moment that I hated you. If we could have left at the same time, if we had spared from this pain, the agony, or having to say goodbye like this. Someone once asked Liv, is it really meaningful to treat a patient who is bound to die? Before death's peaceful embrace, prolonging a patient's life is actually just prolonging their pain. But she saw the struggle under Lindsay's eyes, her desire for life, and the words she could not say. So Liv chose this cruelty. Did she regain consciousness at all? Yeah, just before she died. But she only said a few words. What'd she say? I'm happy you're okay. My life didn't go to waste. Don't come looking for me just yet. Asked her why she saved me. She said, because I'm a scaredy cat. What's that got to do with it? What does that even mean, Lindsay? Her tears fall in a continuous stream like raindrops on the floor. Scaredy cat. If there's anything in the world that can arouse humanity's strongest fear, that would be death. Yet she calls herself a scaredy cat and is willing to face death alone to protect another person. Oh, I didn't know Lindsay too well, but I think people who are willing to give up their lives to save another person must value their lives of others more than theirs. She must be deeply afraid of your death. She struggled to her last breath to tell you that. Really? But I feel the same about you, Lindsay. As if soaked by the downpour of sorrow, Jin sobs in front of Liv's chest. So, you need to keep living. That's what Lindsay wanted. Okay. So she nods quietly as she cries. We're running out of time, Liv. We need to get everyone out of here. Jen, let's get going. Still unable to stop her from sobbing, she gets up from Lindsay's bed and takes a step forward to Liv. Yes, let's go. Why should you persuade someone who wants to die? You'd think that those two vehicles can accommodate everyone here. As everyone calms down a moment, Vanessa pulls everyone back to reality. Also, they have a boy and a dog unaccounted for. I just barely missed the first group. I sprained my ankle. Boy looks around the crowd and matches beside Stanley. I still go? That depends if they have time to come back a third time. But other creatures will be here by then, won't they? Right, but I'm detecting a massive incoming horde. There's no way we can take them ourselves while protecting the refugees. So, looks like this is the last trip. Silence fills the basement, everyone's nerves hang in anticipation to be read their sentencing. Sentencing? Well, get your commandant aboard first, and then squeeze the rest in however you like. As for those who can't get in, they stay here. And for those who need to be carried out of here, the crowd rushes to the basement exit without waiting for her to finish speaking, nearly pushing Vanessa to the ground. Alright, get your commandant aboard. And as the three of them carry the commandant to the surface, the scene erupts into chaos. Quite pushing and shoving. The roar of hetero creatures gradually becomes audible, causing everyone to panic. Liv rushes into the chaotic crowd to protect the vehicles from being overrun by the crowd. Form a line. Liv's injury makes it difficult to stand up straight in the crowd. Some people reluctantly form a line as she tries to block the vehicle, and most of the injured refugees rush the door, causing the whole vehicle to shake. I'm gonna push my way if I have to. There's not enough space. Hey, why are you pushing? You're barely even hurt. You think you can steal my spot? Of course I do. Hear that sound? That's an earthquake. They're gonna be here any minute. The sound of everyone on their feet. Who the hell do you think you are? Quit stepping on my shoulders. It doesn't matter. I'm getting on. Amid the chaos of the crowd, people no longer care about each other's words and regard themselves as luggage and cram into the vehicles. Even then, some people will make no attempt to board the vehicle. Kalai and Chin. Well, that's Kalai. Hey, give me a spot. Scram, you're not even hurt. Take care of yourself. There's a dog in here. Why don't we get the dog out for someone else to fit in? Oh, wonderful. That's quite the clown car you've got there. Nessa stands in the basement entrance and applauds the crowd in her unusual mocking attitude. So, how fast can an overloaded vehicle drive? Thinking you outrode the hetero creatures? No one responds to her question. Everyone just holds their breath in anticipation. You don't leave space for several critically injured, or even a commandant. Think Great Raven will serve you anyway? Just leave the commander with me. I don't need my hands to fight. Leave the commander with me. You're better off taking care of the wounded. And it's settled. For those who aren't on board, sorry, looks like you gotta stay here. See you in next life. No, don't leave me. I want to find my big bro. I'm sorry, I should have been so reckless. I beg you, take me with you anywhere.
He kneels down behind the vehicle in despair and looks up to plead of those aboard the vehicle to climb the windows, roof, and ignore the cries. That's all I want. I don't want to die. Don't be afraid. Put on some protective gear and hide. We'll come back to pick you up. No. Just don't leave me, please, I beg you. He kneels at Liv's feet and begs her. You really come back, Miss Liv? I promise. Alright, and he could take my spot. Stanley and Matches squeezed their way out of a tightly packed vehicle. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Stanley, thank you. I'm sorry I blamed you all this time. He hugged Stanley as a constant stream of tears and snot rose down his cheeks. Oh god. Hold it in, bro. Hold it in. Why actually will leave you here to go deal with the corrupted... Oh my god. Anything with that. Don't ruin his attire. He actually looks kind of cool. Even though it's kind of like patches over his jacket. I still think it looks pretty nice overall. Don't ruin his outfit. Oh my god. It's nothing. So, it's decided. Leave the rest here. Jen? It's okay. I'll keep Lindsay company. No, it's not okay. An old voice and its owner squeeze out of the vehicle. Alright, go on, kiddo. You've got a whole life ahead of you. Don't let Lindsay's sacrifice be in vain. But with these old bones of mine, besides, I can't bring myself to leave my husband. I'll keep him company. A lie. But if you feel sorry for me, then I want you to do something for me. Takes out a tightly closed bag containing the rice left over by Kalai. One day, you'll find yourself a safe place to live. Plant this rice, and no matter what you eat, leave some seeds for the future generation. Pass on our tradition. Sides, man. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. 5 hours? This is what happens to me. I can't read lines anymore. Okay. A good girl. That's all. Then all of this is worth it. She hands the bag over to Jen and pats her on the shoulders. I'll get going, kiddo. Jen nods, carefully taking the bag and then boards the vehicle. Alright, let's get going, Nagayuki. Captain, you take Kanata. Okay. The old lady smiles and waves to everyone. The boy hurriedly takes out his notebook and, before leaving, tears out a last blank page and hands it over to Stanley with his pen. This is a thank you gift. Can make all your wishes come true. Thank you. Now, get going. 3 people staying behind watch Lucy and Vanessa get into the driver's cabin. The overloaded vehicle groans and drives at a less than optimistic speed. The moment the vehicle drives out of the conservation area, Liz looks back at the others, where Lindsay lies as a cold thought enters her mind. Do we still have time? Is there any other way? No, there isn't. Only can carry more people. We have no other choice. Liv painfully forces herself to look back at the road despite the severe pain from her leg. She runs in step with the vehicle. If we can hurry, there's still time. It's 5:58 a.m. The 2 overloaded rescue vehicles drive all the way at full speed for 6 minutes. While looking back, they can still see the full outline of the conservation area. Vanessa looks at the speedometer, which only shows 37 kilometers per hour. That's not a lot, actually. In order to correct this meaningless escape, she stops the vehicle and hops out of the driver's seat. We can't outrun the hetero creatures at this speed. She looks at the crowd squeezed in the back of the vehicle. The crowd looks at her outside. As a human, she should be in the same position at this moment, but their eyes are filled with fear. So we need to cut it down by 15 people per car, so we can leave in time. 15? What? There's 40 of us. You want more of us to die? Well, if we don't, all of us will die here. A deafening protest breaks out in the crowded vehicle. In Vanessa's eyes, it's a twisted box with countless redundant mouths scoring on it. I don't agree with this. Oh, and what are you gonna do? Lucia doesn't immediately answer. She looks at her companions, asking Liv and Lee for their consent with their eyes. And we'll stay here. Stop the hetero creatures and lure them away to give everyone time to retreat.
Over me, surprise. I expect nothing else but from a puppet of real life. Do you know what this will lead to? Your naivety. Naivety? I don't even know. Look at the Commandant killed. Well, I don't deny the risk. I prefer to believe in the strength of Grey Raven. Strength. In 3 exhausted constructs. One of which is injured. Grey Raven really has inherited Commandant's naivety and arrogance. We've already left behind people. We know the risks, and we won't back down. Is that what the chief wants? That fool in your arms. Only saved because someone was a little too big for their britches. Don't insult the Commandant. If it wasn't for this fool, we wouldn't even be here, and you wouldn't even be saved. Oh, so you should give the Commandant's life to save these worthless refugees. Nothing with life is worthless. We'll stick together and overcome any obstacle. We'll never flee the battlefield because of hardship or fear. I won't flee. Ha! Hearing this, she thinks of Tiso. Vanessa has no interest in knowing whether he was injured or couldn't return, if he's on the same side or the same road as these deserters. For a long time, Egret had attracted people who were afraid of a death because of its low casualty rate and tactics designed to maximize benefits. In the face of such unwinnable battles, serious injury or defection would be highly likely. This wasn't the first time she had seen such puppets, but every puppet that tries to escape and disobey a master's orders has been well trained by Vanessa. Shouldn't a puppet be punished for disobeying its master? She has always believed in this truth, but still cannot stop her puppets from defecting. She doesn't feel that she is wrong, but rather they were selfish and afraid of death. In her opinion, since real life is unconscious, Grey Raven will find a chance to escape in order to survive. But Grey Raven hasn't. They saved her and the refugees, and they're willing to give up their lives to stick to the Commandant's faith. Are Joe, Simon, Yata, Eleanor, and the others are so reckless. They won't return to Babylonia until they ensure that the mission is completed and they saved everyone they could. But why? Before graduating FOS college, a seemingly unpopular instructor had said to her, I hate when they do that, by the way, every life has its own unique value, no matter how small. They were all part of this world. And if you want to be the best Commandant, you best remember this truth. If you despise the life and detest worthless things, you will lose everything one day. Upon hearing this, she thought the instructor was just the idealist trying to use scare tactics to promote friendly cooperation. When tactics failed, she was in trouble, she never thought about this idea. But now, the fool she deemed unworthy is lying quietly in the arms of a construct. Even without saying a word, the constructs still quietly abide by the Commandant's ideology. Why didn't she think about what the instructor had said? Is this what makes us different? She reaches out as if to grasp some non-existent phantom, but then smiles. Alright, get going. Egret will take care of luring the hetero creatures. What? But you heard me. It's only Babylonia and me, and I'm well prepared to fight. She takes her tactical bag containing her last trump card. Babylonia has long acquainted with Vanessa's ideology. Countless puppets have disappeared or sacrificed in exchange for victory. But this time is different. Vanessa wants to prove that she can achieve victory while making his puppet a companion to stay with. Instead of giving Babylonia the contents of the tactical bag, she puts herself on the chessboard. But you won't survive against that many hetero creatures, no matter what you've got in that bag. And what are you talking about? I don't misjudge my own strength, unlike that naive Commandant there. So take Realif and go with these people. Don't wait for me to clear up these troubles. You haven't reached your destination yet. But have any other bright ideas? Even if you stay here, you will only get caught in the crossfire. And you? I have my own ways. But don't worry, I won't die here. So tell the chief that for me. Remember, I saved your lives today, and you better thank me when I get back. Nessa.
Alright, let's get going. She's made up her mind.
Thank you.
She waves lazily to everyone with her usual smile and watches the two vehicles drive away in silence. When the vehicles slowly disappear from their sight, they hear the sound of hetero creatures gradually approaching. Alright, first, we should draw their attention.
Yes, mistress.
Carrying Vanessa in her arms, Feminita uses the short-range drone to leap into the air. And by the light of daybreak, they see the sole path in the city has turned into a scarlet wave. Oh boy. They are taking the stage, huh? Surely that line you said before, Vanessa is now time to shine. Yeah, it is her time to shine, alright. She's going out there and going to sacrifice... I wouldn't say sacrifice herself, because she doesn't believe in that kind of nonsense. But hey, we'll see, I guess. 79, freedom, 3 survivors, 1 deceased. Alright. (6:13 a.m.) Shortly after the main troop has evacuated, the ground quakes and reverberates due to some sort of explosion. After the deafening noises fade away, the world goes quiet for another half a minute before the footsteps of a horde of hetero creatures come somewhere nearby. You do not seem to notice the people hiding in the basement. Instead, they go straight across the conservation area and head for where the explosion took place. The footsteps continue for more than half an hour, and then a few more wild beings come off from the distance. Trapped in the basement, the elders and the boy have no way of knowing what is going on out there, but they notice a central purification filter has started glowing red after the footsteps of the hetero creatures have disappeared. No one can tell what the red indicators meant. They only know that something has stopped working. And then, the malfunctioning central purification filter starts sending back thick mists of punishing viruses to breathable air. It's no longer safe to hide on the ground. The old woman helps Kalai return to the surface, but then returns to where they were half an hour later. All I know out there was the red tide. All I saw out there. There's like a mud scattered everywhere on the surface, some of which was buried in the pits. She points at her leg. The point of her body below the ankles, covered in a red tide, has all started to fester. The pits are even deeper farther out. We're trapped in here. Distressed, she sighs and sits in a stretcher. She cannot move her attention away from Kalai. Old man, try to west. Ouch. I know, I'm hurting too, but I heard that the red tide just tries to find you a path forward. My legs are festering now. I'm afraid my time is coming soon. So rest now, and when you wake up, the pain will have gone away. Trembling, Kalai nods and lies in an empty stretcher. Well, so even they're meeting their end. Unfortunately, even in the basement, there's still no luck. So if you were left behind, there is no salvation. This is it. Well, I guess they are old though. Their day is coming soon anyway, so it kind of makes sense in a way, but it's still sad though at the end of the day. It's sad, exactly. Oh my god. But hey, I guess they did opt to stay there, so they kind of knew the risk of staying there. It's been 5 hours after the main troop was evacuated. Judging by how fast they traveled last time, they have to be well on their way back. As the thought of this, Stanley smiles. He raises his hand to rub Matches' head in an attempt to keep hunger at bay by feeling its soft touch. The old woman sitting not very far away lifts her pants and reveals a pair of legs that have been completely corroded by the punishing virus. Before Liv leaves, she leaves behind 2 serums and a can from their scarce resources. The 3 struggle to decide how to distribute these supplies and eventually give the can to Stanley and let the couple have the serums. But Stanley doesn't open the can immediately. He plans to save this precious supply until the very last. Now that the supplies have been distributed, the boy leaves the 2 elders and goes into the room next door for some sleep. As Kalai falls asleep, the old woman has her eyes still wide open, seemingly reminiscing something. 4 p.m. It's been 10 hours since the main troop evacuated. Even dressed in a protective suit, Stanley can still feel the open wounds on her legs festering. What? You can still feel her legs festering very quickly. That's weird. Why can he feel what she's feeling? Is that a typo, maybe? I don't know. Festering very quickly. He doesn't know where to find a device to assess the concentration of the punching virus, but judging by the purulence coming from his wounds. Okay, so it was his wounds, not her wounds, because that doesn't make sense. Why are you feeling the other person's wounds? Okay, whatever. He can roughly come up with an estimate. Oh, just how much longer will they take? Judging by the speed last time, they should have returned by now. But so far, they've heard nothing. Perhaps they are traveling slower this time because there are more people. Stanley tries to calm himself. The people in City 44. Before they left on foot, Stanley heard Liv mention CPF-44 also malfunctioned, but he believes Liv and Grey Raven will repair the central purification filter, and he also believes that what she said, a safety route that could stay away from the red tide. But he is not sure whether he can find such a safety route for himself. The punching virus in City 44 is as dense as it is here. He keeps thinking about those two questions, but so far, he can only find a negative answer to them both. Her legs ache as time goes by. He has to rip and pull at a sheet and pillow to distract himself from the pain. And those typos, man. Her legs. Is he a her or a he? What is it? I've been confirmed to it, it's a he. I was told it's a boy. And her doesn't really make sense. I don't know, man. Cruel games, you're killing me. We've been doing like 5 hours of this, and now you're dying on me at the end. Oh my god. The ward matches keeps licking Stanley's hand. And also, what's the deal with the dog, by the way? How's the dog surviving the punching virus? Because he's not wearing protective equipment, at least I don't think so. Are they immune? Animals are immune. I don't know. Which keeps a firm grip on the pillow. This would have brought Stanley's peace of mind, but the same trick does not work as well this time. Nevertheless, he tries his best to raise his trembling hand and take matches into his arms. I'm glad you're okay. I wish humans were just like animals. You carry the punching virus, but you're not affected by it. Oh, he answered the question. So animals aren't affected by the punching virus. Oh yeah. Of course, that was he and she every time. I remember they explained this in the beginning of the chapter, that animals carry the punching virus. Did they actually? I guess I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, it looks like that they are immune to the punching virus, but they do have it, but they're not affected by it. I would figure that they can usually take that and then try to figure out how that works in like animals, and they just kind of adapt it to like human beings. But I guess that's how they got the protective suit though, right? So they use animals as like test subjects and then figured out, okay, if we use these protective suits, we'll be immune to it too. So I guess technically they have like some kind of immunity, but I was hoping for some kind of like gene manipulation. You know, use the genes of the dog or like the animals. What are they using? And then try to use it as like a serum or something. That sounds like something that they should do. I don't know. Oh, or now. Or now? Okay. Either way, we got the information. That's good. It's okay. I'm sure I'll get better. Liv said so herself. She will return. Wolf. A wolf. Wow, imagine he just sounds like me. He's like, wolf. No, I think he's more like a bark, honestly. Tears streamed down Stanley's face and dropped on Match's head. Well, I don't know how tears are streaming down if you're wearing a mask, but I mean, hey. I won't question it. Game logic. No. A tear stopped rolling down there. Instead, the dog's fur sucks the tears dry. It's as if the dog stops the pain. I'll get better. He struggles to put a smile on his face and takes out a pen and paper that the other boy gave him. I can realize my wishes. I want to leave this place and find freedom. Knowing it will end up in vain, he dares to dream all just the same, and in the corner of the paper that make wishes come true, he draws a pair of simple wings. Take me to the sky, cross and beyond the red tide. And like a drowning person holding on to his last life-saving straw, he thickens the lines on the pair of wings.
Together, with my matches, away from this place, to where we belong. However, tormented by hunger, agony, and the punchy virus, he struggles to see the wings clearly, no matter how hard he dickens those lines. In a trance, Stanley notices a series of crimson pearls drop on the pair of wings. They blossom like a flower of despair. It's blood. Blood? It's 9 p.m. At a nightfall, the surface now painted in red. It is as dark and silent as the basement. After 15 hours of waiting, there is still no news, bringing hope at the outside gate in the conservation area. Kalai awakes several hours later in the days. He approaches his partner and taps her on the shoulder, but realizes she is cold as ice. Lena. He struggles to pronounce her name, but the ice-cold body will no longer respond to his call. Time is always one step ahead. He couldn't even say goodbye before she went gently into the good night. In the dim light, the old man caresses her wrinkled skin, the festering wounds, as if he is coming back to his memories and trying to recall the Lena he remembers. They spent a long time together, illness, aging, and taking away many of his memories, but the remaining ones are all whisper the same name. Lena. With his tears in his eyes, he looks at the woman named Lena and holds the cold hands with his rough ones before leaning against her. Just wait for me. We'll go back home together. Hunger, cancer, infection, aging. With these as tickets to heaven, he will surely follow her. Footsteps very soon. 6 a.m. The cozy breeze travels along this land, ravaged by disasters, as the light dawn shines. But this beautiful view does not bode well for the boy who suffers from the festering wounds. The only thing that keeps the pain at bay for him is tonight, when he is asleep. It has been 24 hours since the main troop evacuated, and the hopeless people waiting in the basement still receive no news from the outside. What could have happened to them? Or have they decided to abandon us after all? For the next few hours, he tries to fall asleep again many times. But time and time again, he is awakened by pain and hunger. He struggles to get out of the bed, but realizes he's too weak to do so. Many people left with them. It would be bad if anything happened to them. But I think I'm okay with that after all. I never enjoyed it living. He realized what you said just now, and in a trance he recalls how Liv asked him back then, but the memory is soaked in a sea of nothingness and hard to recollect. He only remembers that, before this everlasting desperate night arrived, he thought he was not afraid of illness or death because the pain he had suffered. What did I say? Struggling to recollect a fragmented piece of his memories, the boy curbs his body, fighting hard to resist the insurmountable pain. The festering words, the wounds torment both his body and soul. If life is so pitiful, so painful, he might as well embrace death. But what if he could break from the suffering and live somewhere peacefully without pain? But no, that's impossible. He tries to convince himself deep down that he still wants to give it a try. And when all hope is lost, Stanley hears sound coming from the gate of the basement. It seems someone's approaching. They're back? After hours of waiting, the glimpse of hope is like an injection of adrenaline, giving him enough power to fight out the physical pain and fatigue, and struggle to stand up. Excited and happy, he staggers to find the old couple sleeping next door. Kalai. They're back. Kalai? Matches whimpers. Stanley notices the old couple is not moving. Confused, he takes a few steps forward and tries to tap his shoulder, but he realizes that his face is pale white. He tries to resuscitate them like the old adult would do, but realizes that their bodies have long gone cold and stiff. He slightly lifts up the clothes and sees their skins. They've turned into a festering red tide. It's like the wounds on his body. Matches, even them, they There. It's okay. Even if we're the only ones left, we will make it out of this place. His clothes, stuck to a sticky coagulated purulence of blood. The slightest pull at his clothes brings him an indescribable pain. But to find hope that lies beyond the sealed gate, he holds his cane and firmly and heads for the outside world. With a deep, loud noise, the sealed gate opens. The morning breeze carries a stench that floods the basement, heralding how he will find no salvation in the outside world. What's that sound he heard? Where did it come from? And what was that wind and the ruins making that noise? Or has his mind been playing tricks on him? Where are you? Mustering all his strength, he cries. The shout echoes through the wasteland and conservation area. Eventually, only wind answers his call. It must be still near, right? The others, they're not back yet. But it just might be a scavenger who accidentally trespassed this area. The boy does not want to give up hope. He takes a step forward and leaves the people sleeping forever in the basement as he starts climbing and searching. It's 10 a.m. He leaves the basement and searches for the entire conservation area, but even now he has reached the top of the building. There's not a single soul in sight. It's been 28 hours since the main troop left. No one is coming back. Everyone's dead. Having lost hope, he lies prone at the top of the building and looks down at the central courtyard below. He wants to cry, but there's no tears left to be shed. Just take me away from this place, please. His search in this building that isn't very spacious, he has spent 4 hours moving around. With every step he takes, the wounds pain him. He has run out of stamina. There is no way he can return the way he came. For more than a month, he and Matches had never had a proper meal. It's not just him. Even Matches run out of strength and lies fat on the floor. To most scavengers, 28 hours is nothing but time that passes in a twinkling eye. It was like that once for Stanley. But having been tormented by a month of hunger and illness, 24 hours of suffering and 4 hours of seeking are enough to nearly kill him. The boy is on the verge of death. Silent, he looks at the can in his hand. This is his hope. Things will start getting better, Matches, if I eat this now. The answer to that is no. Half full can, cannot break the strength back or heal wounds. The fact will not change. He is trapped at the top of this building in the conservation area, and there's no way he can walk all the way back. Before long, he will be affected by the punishing virus. His body will fester and he'll meet his end here. To him, eating is pointless now. He might as well save it for another creature that needs it more. The boy has made up his mind. He opens the can and places it in front of Matches. Come now. You have it. Watching as Matches chows on the food, he finds a smile on his face. Why am I still smiling? He thinks to himself. Is it because the situation is approved? Of course not. This boy is smiling because he sees Matches happy. That alone can bring him peace in his mind. I'm sorry I couldn't find any supplies to feed you sooner. He looks up at the sky, the pair of wings that he drew on paper. Some memories previously blurred to him are becoming clearer now. I need Matches by my side. He's the only that keeps me going. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. I remember now what I said to Liv. Putting the paper back into his pocket, he grasped a delusion of fantasy. Matches, I'm happy I can still have a can left for you. So, he has no regrets. In his mind, the boy nearing his death grows a pair of wings on his back. I'm leaving this place to soar in the sky. Woof. Sorry, I can't take you with me. Will you hate me for that? If you don't answer me, I'll take that as a no. But forgive me. I'm sorry. He struggles to stand up and slowly moves closer to the edge of the building. Do you think they're ever going to come back? I hope they do. At the same time, I fear they might run into the red tide that surrounds the conservation area. With every movement, those festering wounds being pulled and torn brings insufferable pain, but he doesn't stop. If they do return and realize that there's no one left here, will they be sad? I guess I won't live long to find out. He shakes his head and shakes off the meaningless thoughts, but still, he decides to leave a message on paper. I don't know if I'm writing it right. If only I had more time to learn. And with this little regret, he puts the paper scribbled away with very intelligible message into the cleanest pocket of his shirt. Alright, I'm leaving now, Matches. So stay strong and live. Even if you have to eat my body to survive, do it. This is all I can do for you. Woof. He spreads the wings in his mind, and like a bird longing for freedom, he embraces the sky, looks up at the chase of the sunlight. Sorry. See you in the next life. The boy jumps out the building. And as expected, a pair of spiritual wings cannot take flight. The boy quickly falls to the ground and hits a pile of empty boxes. If it was scripted in a story, his pain would have stopped right then and there. But reality doesn't have such mercy on him. The pieces of scraps in the boxes have delayed his death. The Grim Reaper didn't come to collect his soul and take away his pain as quickly as he thought. He tries to move his body, but he is no longer in control. Now all I can do is wait and see how things unfold. The first thing he notices is the sound of flowing liquid, like the sound of raindrops falling in the ground or the water steaming out of the tube. This is more like when you break a bottle and the milk inside starts leaking out. Then there isn't much difference. You can still tell the liquid is getting thicker than water. It is most likely his blood. Later on, numbness and pain start seeping through his limbs and eating away his consciousness. When the feeling of pain fills his limbs, Stanley realizes he no longer has enough strength to shout. Death has never been just a number, a name, or a list of victims. It's a body that carries the weight of both the past and the future, experiencing unimaginable pain as the mind gets ground to dust. The agony of fractured limbs becomes almost eternal. Each drop of blood takes years to fall to the ground. It hurts. His voice is muffled by the blood as it turns into bubbling noises, his heart ravaged by pain. Had he known this would be tormenting, would he still choose this way to end his own life? Death has never been that easy, and it's never been that simple for a way out. Do I regret this? Before this day, he had witnessed many people's deaths. Many refugees would tell themselves, the worst that could happen is death. He remembers when he passed by the conservation area, a conservation worker wearing glasses mentioned the term sustained suicide fantasy. He said that the thought might look pessimistic and negative, but it could help people find a way out, and in that process, also find a little bit of courage to carry on. Except that isn't really a way out, and once you step into it, things become a downward spiral. The boy is troubled and tormented by extreme pain and continues to attack his mind and soul. His throat cannot shout, so instead, his body, his heart, bleeds and wails and screams out for him. As it happens, a question to himself becomes clearer. Will death really free me? No. An old man once told him that freedom was the ability to run free, even if you were being burdened by shackles. If a man gives up on life and chases freedom, he's but a slave of his desire, forced to give up on himself. Every inch of his body is in pain, protesting his foolish decision. The agony is pulling at his mind, begging him to stop, stand up for himself, save himself. So, did all this happen because he made a wrong choice? No. He struggles and utters the same answer he had given to the other many questions. In the very beginning, he thought about the possibility The main troop might not return. But even so, Stanley didn't regret giving another person a chance to evacuate. My regret is that, since he was born, he's had to suffer so much pain, failed many people, and all of it makes this idea very clear. If he had a choice, he didn't wish to be born into this world. This regret planted a seed in his mind that he has been growing ever since, which is why he has always put others before himself. And no matter how much he regrets his life, he cannot deny this existence. So, a child who resents and despises life so much, knowing death isn't a way out, and there is a heavy price to pay, has no choice but to face this tragic end all the same. People who have not experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. And this child, abandoned time and time again, has always wanted to prove somehow that he doesn't always have to be left behind. Now that he has felt the pain and loneliness of pain, he finally understands the value of life, and he is more certain than ever that he has no regrets. This is all I ever wished for. Suffering the pain that is tearing him apart, the boy finds his answer and starts praying. When all this blood is escaped, the body becomes frozen in time. Though it was only a brief moment, Stanley felt it strongly. His soul went through the ground and learned how to fly. So that's that, huh? Yeah, they aren't stayed behind. So they aren't stayed behind. They've moved on. That's all I'm gonna say. They've moved on. The second freedom. Is that what it is? Freedom. That's what freedom is. He was a good boy. Dang. Yeah, he was a really good boy. He even sacrificed his own place on the bus or the car, the transport for someone else. And all of his life, he's always been getting the short end of the stick. Like ever since he grew up, because they've said in the chapter, like, you know, his parents, they traded him to another family for like an extra can of food. And then ever since, they've been using him as like a bargaining chip to get like more food and stuff over time. And that's such a shame. This whole time, he's gotten the short end of the stick in life. And even in the end, he still chose the short end of the stick. But I guess at the end of the day, those wings that he was hoping to fly with, I think he got them in the end. He did get them. After all the anguish he's gone through, I think he truly did get his wings, and I'm sure he's in a better place, honestly. It's such a shame that even in the end, he still got the short end of the stick, though. With like jumping off the building, he assumed that like, you know, by jumping out the building, that's just gonna end it quick. You know, he thought that finally he's gonna roll high in life, and at the end of the day, nah, he low rolled again. He had to go through the pain, the extra anguish of like his choice. That really does suck, honestly. And yeah, for that bratty kid, that is pretty true. He was a bratty kid. I'm assuming his life has been pretty good until now. And you know, overall, he's been bratty all his life, but at the end, he still gets rewarded. But hopefully that new kid, that bratty kid, does have like a change in like the way he behaves, because yeah, that kid, he gave his place for you. So you better shape up, at least I hope so. And yeah, and that death was slow. Yeah, it was really slow. The fact that they made me read through all of that too, oh my god. Yeah, I feel like, I say this all the time, like games and like stories. It's like, if it's a really good story, you'll feel like you're there. And I feel like I'm there. And I'm just reading the lines and I'm like, oh my god, there's nothing I can do for this kid too. He's dead and all I can do is just read. I'm the narrator. I'm laughing, but yeah, it does feel pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. But it's not over yet. Still 1710. There's one more. Oh boy. Alright, let's do it. Play story. Oh, Liv.
She's here! Oh no, she's gonna see this too. Well, she's already seen it, actually. 207. It's been 32 hours since she left the conservation area in City 43. The girl finally makes it back to the place, her leg fractured and broken. Liv wants to speak, but her words are lost before they can reach her trembling lips. Her leg is in pain, but compared to that, what she feels in her chest is even worse. It's like something got stuck there. It's pulling at her pain nerves. No matter how many times she checks, the result is the same. The boy in front of her has grown cold and lifeless. The sunlight at noon is warm. A gentle breeze echoes across the central courtyard and the empty halls like a playful child. The exit to freedom. The exit to freedom is so close, yet so far to reach for those trapped here. The sorrow and sadness she tried so hard to bury inside her heart for over these past few days is too much to bear. She can no longer hold it in. Her mind crumbles, letting out all the emotional feelings inside. She hates herself. A skinny border collie circles around his dead master, licking the blood that has run dry and turned black. But the wounds will never heal again. It's turned around and touches Liv's hand as with his nose, telling her to use her bandage. The girl dressed in a white suit, looks down at the item in her hand. It's a gift that comes from her perilous journey over the past 31 hours. But back then, there was still hope. Making it through collapsed buildings, lying in rubble, and while surrounded by the corrupted hetero creatures, 2 overloaded ambulances and drove through 13 hours before they reached the conservation area in City 46. And just as Lucia predicted, armed scavengers living in the place are not all that friendly. After some exchanges using violent forces of firepower, their leader finally agreed to have a friendly conversation with the constructs. Alright, get out here. Constructs are not welcome here. The conservation area is our promised end. We kept our side of the bargain and rebuilt it. The Babylonia took the liberty and gave it to someone else. Now, we have finally reclaimed what's right with ours. You filthy dogs still refuse to let us be. No, we just wanted to find shelter for the wounded in these cars. I'm sick of your excuses. They told us that the last time. They had prioritized those in need due to limited resources, and guess what happened? We were driven away and forced to rebuild another place. No, that's not what we want. We were indeed under attack by a barrage of hetero creatures. We will never take advantage of your space, but please, listen to us and give us a chance. Oh yeah, that part, poor Liv. Oh my god, man. This game just still keeps attacking me over and over. Wow. I thought, like, you know, the storm is over. Nope. Storm continues. Storm continues. Man. But Liv tries to explain the many benefits if everyone helps each other. But the scavengers won't listen to reason. In the end, what makes them compromise is the hetero creature disaster that took place at City 43. In exchange for all the constructs, the Grey Ravens must remain there and stand guard to protect City 46 from potential threat of hetero creatures. Since the threat level is real, I will insist no longer. I hope we can survive together, but when things get out of hand, we'll have to save our own skin first. Bring your casualties inside, and don't forget your promises. Rest assured, I never go back on my words. And after helping the casualties and refugees settle down, and handing over the duties of the conservation area City 46 to the other guards, Grey Raven returns once again to City 43. After the problems have been resolved, Grey Raven returns once again to City 43. But what awaits them isn't the flat wasteland they used to see in the outskirt area of City 43, but instead, they see despair, a crimson color. And this time, the red tide isn't overwhelming as the one they encountered in City 75. No, it's more than enough to submerge the outskirts of City 43. Thankfully, the conservation area is located on high ground and safe from the threat for now. We don't have enough protective measures. We should proceed with caution. It's okay. I know the underground tunnel. It was a metro system, abandoned halfway through development. Many corrupted workers still remain there. Corrupted workers? Is that what I just read? Corrupted workers. There's corrupted workers there? Actually? Oh, interesting. If nothing went wrong, they would have safely made it through the red tide and back to the conservation area in 3 hours. But there is no world of would have. Without the Commandant's access, they have no way of knowing in which city the twins are. And when they appear within detecting ranges with sensors, Grey Raven realized the incarnation of despair and catastrophe has already made across City 42 and arrived at this very place. Oh, the twin male. That's what it's called now. Oh, no, not that. They want us to cross the red tide. They are approaching the conservation area. Lai, Lena, Stanley, and Matches are still there in the conservation area. And we have to stop them. They can't directly make it through the red tide, but if we take a detour, we'll be too late. Then let's draw their attention. That's the only way we can stop them from getting inside the conservation area. Alright. Standing right there next to the red tide, Lee shouts or shoots at the twins 3.8 kilometers away several times, but the distance proves to be a problem as those shots fail to land their targets. If only Snipe or Wan Shi was here. Wait a minute. I think they're turning around. They're heading for us. We've been spotted. Well, they are indeed approaching us. Perhaps they heard our voices? Well, that's another possibility. Those creatures have learned, or should I say stolen movement detection, acknowledged from a certain construct. In any case, we should have managed to draw our target's attention. Let's split up and retreat. You must not engage them in a fight. Alright. You go that way, Liv. I'll carry you. The three of them immediately jump off the car and run off in different directions under the cover of the night. The twins seem to have noticed the trick and stopped a few seconds to rethink their next move. And then they imitate Grey Raven's tactic. Male twin turns to chase after Lee, as the female chases after Lucy and Liv. The pursuit continues for 4 hours. 4 hours, not 4 hours. They hunt Grey Raven with such ease that it is more like playing with their prey. We cannot shake them off. I don't think that they're going at full speed. What must we do to escape? Lee, what's your status? Same as yours. It's still on my tail. Though they managed to distract the twins from the conservation area, they also are trapping themselves in a tricky situation at the same time. But just when the three of them are exhausted, desperate, and about to give up, we receive a call from Babylonia HQ. Seizing their one chance to shake off the twins, the members of Grey Raven agreed to participate in the first testing program to make a prototype. Starting from there, they are caught in a fierce fight, where bullets fly and blades clash. The three of them, they suffer different levels of injuries. Liv's leg, previously bandaged and supported by a splint, fractures completely. She can barely move without Lucia's helping her. Lucia helping her, not Lucius. Oh my god. And when they finally return, it's all too late. The three of them split up and search for survivors in City 43, but Vanessa and Benita are nowhere to be found. And tired and wounded, Liv charges back to the conservation area, or to find 3 people who stayed there passed away. All the deaths that Liv witnessed before didn't make her indifferent or cold-hearted. She regrets her inability to save lives. If only I had the ability to change all this, or if I had been able to take them with us, would have been able to save them. Lai, Lena, Stanley, Vanessa, all of them. But there was no would have. But meanwhile, researchers and decision makers in Babylonia are waiting anxiously, dying to know if their hope has borne any fruits. The mission is complete. Glad we made it. It seems Grey Raven has what? It seems Grey Raven has enough strength to handle the twins. No, if they had enough strength, they wouldn't have driven them into a corner. He sighs. Had we given Grey Raven more time to prepare, I'm sure they would have done better, and the result would have been also better. But there is no would have. Devastated by disaster and hunted by our enemies. Neither the victims nor Grey Raven had time to react, and those maniacs wouldn't wait either. Now show me the records. I thought it was results. I'm cooked. Nicola takes out the terminal from Celia, and together, the two of them look at the data, their eyebrows furrowed. And in the footage, Grey Raven barely managed to complete the rescue mission at the crash site and throw the Omega prototype at the male twin. Coming into contact with the cube, his skin started to fester, melt, and peel off. Like a human, he wailed and watched as the skin fell to the ground. That's all the damage we can do. But it seems like his plunging virus was absorbed.
Recycle the weapon. We'll do another test run on the female twin. Okay.
After an ugly fight, they finally landed the Omega prototype on the female twin as well. The same festering process occurred, and this time eating away her hands and her chest. Not only that though, the festering wounds caused by the weapon did not heal shortly afterward. We have all the data we need. The two tests show pretty much the same result.
Our mission is done. Fall back.
She turns around, only to find Liv's leg is broken.
Liv, we've got to get out of here.
She grabs Liv by her hand and uses a thruster to take flight, quickly pulling away from those two extremely dangerous threats. The twins learn to adapt very fast, but they aren't smart enough to see through the tricks of the Omega weapon just yet. Records show that the twins watched as Liv and the others left. They were looking at each other's wounds, making twisted, horrifying sounds.
Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving you here.
And they're imitating us this time. After the two went outside, the twins finally started to observe the Omega prototype dropped on the ground. They no longer made physical contact. Instead, they found tools from the surroundings and used them to touch the cube in front of them. Before long, this Omega prototype hastened called Hope stopped functioning because it was both overloaded and ravaged by the stones. The records stop here. Are they still following Grey Raven?
No, Asma believes that they are now worried the Omega prototype, which is why they have also given up pursuing Grey Raven. Well, I don't know. I don't think they... No, it's nothing. He was right. The experiment did help Grey Raven get out of a dangerous situation.
What happened to our team that helped deliver the Omega prototype?
Grey Raven tried to save them. 4 survived and 6 died. They only managed to retrieve 1 supply box.
With these ugly numbers, the two know this isn't a fair deal. They sacrificed more than they could have with rescue. But they didn't send down this cube, this Omega prototype, just to rescue people. Those sacrifices are inevitable. Had we faltered, we would have suffered heavier losses. If we delivered this data records to Asimov.
Yes, and he confirmed it. Our Omega prototype does have the power to absorb the punching virus and actually hurt the twins.
Jason feels relieved. Matches? Matches? Just when Liv is about to fall deeper into the vortex of regrets, a loud barking sound erupts from her thoughts.
Just...
Upon hearing his name, the border collie sits next to Liv like a good boy.
You're the only one left.
Did she take him with her? The people are biased. They don't like matches. Perhaps she should let him go free for his own good. But he might not live safely out there. The enemies wandering around in the outside world might attack matches, including those humans. Liv doesn't know what to do, but then she notices something white in the boy's breast pocket.
What's this?
A trembling hand takes the stained note
with blood out of the breast pocket. She opens the note and sees a pair of wings. The lines are thick, as if going to penetrate the paper. Her fingertips move along the pencil line. Flip the paper over. She finds the scribbled message left by the boy. I'm worried about Matches. If by the time you return Matches is still here, please take him with you. I don't regret leaving this vehicle. I wanted to help him. If you see me like this, don't be sad. The fact that you kept your promise and returned this, it makes me happy. So thank you. I'm afraid I must go now. Oh, those wings. That's exactly what I pictured in my head. When I heard that he drawn wings on the paper, I kinda imagined him to look like that. It's interesting to see that it is exactly what I thought in my head. That's a good job from the writers of this. When I can actually picture like exactly what's happening without a CG or anything, I can just see like what's gonna happen. Wow, they paint the picture perfectly. All right. Oh, I'm pretty sure this is the last one this time though. Third, giving. Conservation area. It's life that gives onto life. Boy story. Liv probably buries Lindsay, Kalai, Lena, and Stanley, and then she takes Matches and leaves the conservation area for 3. Along with the journey, she remains silent. The voices of self-doubts overwhelm her mind. It isn't until she meets up with her companions that she finally picks herself up. Upon returning to Conservation Area 46, Liv gives bloodstained note back to its owner. The boy has found his brother among the armed refugees. Holding the note in his arms, he starts crying. But just as he expected, the people are hostile against the border collie. They want Liv to take him outside. Will I truly be able to change all this? Whether it's Matches or Stanley, or the other memories buried deeper in her mind, the lives she couldn't save are like sand in an hourglass, falling down to the bottom as every second passes. Even when she does catch a grain of sand, it will eventually meet the same tragic fate just like Matches, just like Stanley, who didn't want Fantine to have a child. No one can change this world, even survival. It's just extending the pain. I couldn't even help the Commandant. And that thought of unconscious commandment, of the unconscious commandant, Liv starts to get overwhelmed by grief and despair. If Liv never wakes up, that means the mistake they made in the Puya Forest Park ruins has no cost on the Commandant's life. Sorry. So sorry. Oh, she's crying too. The CG. But her apology and guilt can no longer reach that human. If Rhea doesn't wake up, what would the Commandant have told her? A long time ago, she apologized too for her inability, but then Rhea would have said something to her. It's meaningful. Even the tallest change, smallest change, and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so much for the time being. It is only meaningless if you give up. Upon recalling this familiar voice, Liv feels much more ease and calm. I'm not going to give up. Not yet. I had to push a little further. Until she nods to herself, trying to recollect the strength to fight and help. But before Liv can shake off the negative thoughts, she hears a commotion from outside. No. It's Johnny and the others. The armed refugees hold a bloodstained cloth in his hand, struggling to catch his breath. Date died before he could finish his sentence. I don't even know what they are. Liv? Lucy wants to remind Liv, but realizes that she has already started the search. This is bad. There are only a few targets in the area, but they are all severely affected by the punishing virus. So they're all corrupted? Well, they might not be in the search range, but perhaps they... Worst case scenario comes to her mind. She doesn't want to say it out loud. When did they leave? About 10 hours ago, shortly after you left. We took Fontaine and drove the car to go outside. Why did they bring Fontaine along? She says she's pregnant for 39 weeks. I had to find... Wait, what?
and had to find supplies to get prepared for the delivery. I tried to stop her, but she said the others I didn't know what supplies she needed, so she had to be there herself. It has been 10 hours. I wonder if we can find them if we split up the search. You guys don't need to waste your strength. They brought a pregnant one with them. Date said that something happened to Johnny and died in front of him. The only person who's still MIA, Steph Ki, is that woman. But we should go, Liv. Matches, you want to come along? Yeah, take that dog with you too. He would have wasted our food anyway, if we didn't turn him into food first. Don't be sad, Liv. Sarah told me. Border collies are very clever. He might have helped us find our target. She knows Liv is still blaming herself for what happened. But before Liv gets overwhelmed with such grief again, Lucia quickly brings her attention back to the task at hand. So do you know where we can find Fontaine's luggage? I want to let Matches sniff it and remember her smell. Yes, I'll bring it here right away. Let's wind back to time to 10 hours ago. Raven has returned to the Conservation Area 46 to search for supplies and get prepared for a delivery, so Fontaine gives a heads up to the construct station and the Conservation Area and leaves for Johnny and the others. Led by her companions, she manages to collect the required supplies earlier than she expects. Being pregnant, she cannot move around too much, so she sits on the bench in the mall square waiting. Looking at the setting sun, she rubs her hand against the blanket she just found from checking the supplies, and she will need to deliver a child. Yeah, everything's here. So she looks up at the distance and thinks about the future of her child as she waits for her companions to return. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring you into this world. She thinks about her harsh, cruel world and ponders the question. If only you could answer that question for me. Yes, my child, that'd be nice. Before meeting Stanley, someone had asked her the same question, and back then, she didn't hesitate to give her a positive answer. Fontaine grew up in an environment where she was constantly hungry and on the run, but even so, she considered herself happy and a lucky girl. She was loved by her family and her husband, and she wanted to share that feeling with her child. The two of them have planned out a future for their baby and worked very hard to make that happen. But she remembers how she and her husband were crying tears of joy when they heard the news that she could stay in the conservation area. But everything came crumbling down after disaster in Puya Park Forest ruins. Those who once loved her so much, nothing but memories in the past. If things get worse, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Is it a really good idea to bring a child into this world? She has lost count of how many times she ponders this question in a conversation with Stanley. Everyone is gone. There's no home for me to go back to. If I lose this child as well? Tears start rolling in her eyes, and as Fontaine thinks about this possibility, she has to live her life all alone. Love goes both ways. She wants her child to love... What? She wants to love her child and to be loved back. It's like I'm doing this for my own good. Is it a selfish act to bring new life into a cruel world just to not feel lonely, feel love? This is not fair for this child, but like we know for sure that this child will hate this world. Short and eventual as it is, her 27 years of life are beautiful thanks to the ones that loved her, especially her parents. No one knows the future or what it holds, so who should make this decision? As Fontaine, I'm going to call her Fontaine, is thinking, a somewhat familiar voice comes from across the alley. Run, now. She looks toward the raspy voice comes from and sees staggering heterosapiens. Fontaine, run now. Oh no, don't tell me it's him. What? What is a heterosapien doing here? And why does it speak like a human? But Fontaine has no time to think. Fortunately, its sound has caught Fontaine's attention, and she runs away before it's too late. Help! She has read a lot of books and knows nothing about running.
at 39 weeks of pregnancy lead to early labor. She's not ready for seeing the baby yet, but at the moment, she has no choice but to run as fast as she can while holding her belly. God, please, give me a little bit more time. Her pain gradually increases. Fontaine is sprinting with all her might toward the familiar street ahead. Matches. The hetero sapien has defeated... The what? Lucia. The hetero sapien we just defeated just now. It sounds as Johnny. We're too late. No news of Fontaine yet. Then let's keep searching. Okay. How long has she been running? And how long did she pass out? 10 hours or more? Fontaine has no idea. All she knows is this is the moon that has risen and the sun has set in, and concealing the blood stains on the road. A child in her arms? Who should have been in the queen room, slipped into the world unprepared, landing in the mud. Hello there, little one. Oh, it's a girl. Warm blood keeps flowing out of her body, and she feels colder and colder from the loss of blood. She doesn't know, or doesn't have to know, what exactly is going on, because she can tell. There's no time to lose. Fontaine trembles as she picks up the baby covered in blood and swaddles her in a soft blanket. Sorry, we don't have a choice. As she struggles to reach out her hands to the most valuable part of the baby's neck is soft and so delicate. Strangled in this little life has not seen the world of a quick and painless death. This little life will not have to wait in a long cold night for help, nor will she have to face the terrible unknown. But it shouldn't be like this. She knows that the children that come into the world through their parents, not from them. You can give love to a child, but not ideas. And the parent is the bow, and child is the arrow of life that comes from the bowstring. But the bow, the woman, has long since understood her role, but still, she is determined to destroy her arrow. I had to make this choice for you, sweetie. You hate mommy, right? And I'm sorry. Is it because she regrets her decision back then? Does she regret meeting her husband and conceiving this little life? Would she have lived a safe life if she hadn't been pregnant? Maybe. But I wouldn't have been happy as I am now. Are you really happy? The first answer that comes to Fontaine's mind is not a yes or no, but she can say anything. Her hands betray her in a tremor and pat the baby instead, as if knowing her mother's grief, and the baby responds in loud cries, announcing an arrival of new life. Such a cowardly, selfish mother, having you in this world, and neither my happiness nor my torment, but my longing, and your death draws. The more she cannot part with this little life. The cold moonlight, Fontaine huddles in despair and makes a prayer to being she has never believed in before. Please save the child. Let her live. Give her enough time to choose wisely. Afterward, as if to answer her prayers, a loud bark comes out from a short distance away, and a pink figure comes in and takes a glimmer of hope from Fontaine's hands. Fontaine. What's going on? This is postpartum bleeding. Liv carries a lot of medical supplies with her. She has thoughts about the situation of blood loss, but she shouted in the crowd and no one answered, and so she had to come on her own to help. We can't do a blood transfusion now, and even if I could stop the bleeding. Thank you, Liv. Liv doesn't want to hear a thank you in this situation. No, I haven't said anything yet. Can I ask you for one more thing? I'm listening. Take my baby away. Let her live. Help her grow up and make sure she can think of herself and make her own decision. Liv looks at the baby in her arms, and once more, it's a miracle. This little girl is alive and kicking, only after she is certain that her promise is not an empty one. Does Liv nod to Fontaine? No problem. Thank you, Liv. The dying Fontaine breathes a sigh of relief with a smile on her pale face. And when she grows up, please tell her, Mommy and Daddy, they brought her into this world because we thought the world was beautiful, as it is turbulent. We'll love to tell her that ourselves someday, but we can't. We're useless. Sorry. Tears rolled down her smiling face, so in the future, she tries her best to get what she wants, but still hates the world. Tell her to go find Mommy and Daddy. Fontaine? Yeah, it's okay. Life is supposed to be a bondage, but a force for good. This choice is hers. I want to name her Cosette. What do you think? Cosette? That's a beautiful name. Good. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl, but I've been looking forward to seeing her. And now I see her, but I won't be there for her anymore. And so Fontaine closed her eyes slowly. Her smile does not fade with her life, but as if she is still repeating her last words to live. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. You also not regret dying? Why? The boy's answer, written on the paper, he wanted to help others. The woman's answer is pronounced. She gave birth to a life that she held dear. Matches. The border collie. He sips the meaning of life and death here and makes a sad whimper. Both the boy and the woman, in their different situations, with different beliefs, made the same choice, to sacrifice himself for the sake of another. There was this boy who abhorred the future and despised the life he saved. There was also this woman who embraced the future and much loved life she gave birth to. However, the faint hope appeared, and they both tried to stop the world from spiraling into calamity. At this moment, Liv finally understands the conviction and expectation that Liv finally understands what conviction and expectation are all about. Even a small change can help to make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. Yes, that's right. Life is short, but that doesn't make it meaningless. Every single life leaves a unique mark on the world, passing itself on to the next life. Embracing death on oneself and the others is true life, Liv thinks. Death gives one life another. Death gives life from one being to another. Beings to birds to beasts to insects and flowers, and those lives in turn, they will give their lives to others through death. Life breeds life, and without death, life will not continue. Kyrie Liv is holding Cosette and matches tightly. Yes, death is not eternal departure. They live on in those people they cherish. But even if we may never see each other again, even if it makes us sad and regretful, I'll carry this on, despite the pain, and never give up. With her sorrows vented, Liv feels nothing but resolve. I can make a difference, whether it's human or construct, animal or insect. It's the diversity of life that makes the world so beautiful. That's why the Commandant said even the smallest change can help make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. I'll protect the hope that you gave other lives for. I won't let you down. I won't give up no matter how insignificant my contribution seems. It's like I don't give up until matches help me find Fontaine and Cosette. Every life, every little effort, I'll make it count. We can make it. Wow. That's crazy. So not only my Stanley, but we also lost Fontaine. And once again, Liv is there to pick up the pieces. And poor Liv, man. I mean, I also feel bad for her regardless because she's a medic. So if you're in the medic field, I think you probably know already that you're going to see people live and you're going to see people die. But just imagine though, if you had to do that every day. Do you grow numb to the act of doing it though? Well, I guess you can see here obviously. No, they do not. They do not grow numb to the act of death. No. It's just kind of sad. Because especially for her, as a construct and going to war constantly, and then they're leaving these
things behind with her, like the collie, the dog, and the baby. What's up with that? Like, how are they going to be able to handle that? Are they going to take them with them? Is it going to be part of Grey Raven as well, and they're just going to help them grow up? It's kind of sad. But that's that. I made it through. Tonkin Scarlet has been complete. So next is this one, Escaping Calamity. But Cosette, that name sounds familiar. If I remember right, I think I saw a memory of her, actually. Cosette? Isn't it in here? Not here. I think it's in the shop or something, right? Let me see. As I remember that name. That name sounds very familiar. Cosette. Cosette. Can I get a look at her? Can I get a look? I'm pretty sure she's in here. Oh, she's not. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm pretty sure I saw her. Cosette. Is she like a memory? No? Cosette? You know, that'd be pretty cool if she was a memory in here. I'm like, oh, she's here. No, Cosette's alive. Memories are dead. They can be alive. You know, memories don't have to be like all morbid. Am I saying that she's dead? Nah, there's no way. She just got into the world. Unless you're like, oh, the game is that old, so technically she's dead. Nah, I don't think so. But yeah. The name sounds quite familiar, but I guess not. No, memories are dead. That's so sad. All memories are dead. Oh man. Well, I'm sure she'll make a fine memory someday. I'm sure she'll make a fine memory someday. But goddamn, man, that's crazy. This story is getting, it's getting a little sad in here, man. Getting a little sad. I guess we'll make it through. This is a long one. I guess you can see here. It goes all the way to 1728. And we're on what? We're in 1711. Wow. And that is what? We've been here for 5 hours, 38 minutes, and 19 seconds and counting. Wow. That was quite the experiment. The experience. I can't even say words anymore. God. Wow. All this is like... I always thought, like, when we were reading this, by the way, it's like kind of like building its way up over time. And I'm like, is this going to be important to the story? But at the end of the day, I do think every last bit of this that I just did was quite important. Every last bit of it. All this was, like, important. I mean, sure, they could have, like, shortened this down quite a bit. They, like, cut out some things and abridged some stuff. Well, I guess the true effect, you wouldn't get it if you didn't read all the way through it. But wow. Wow, this is like an experience all the way through here. I was even like lines connecting to the places. For some reason, my game was glitched and I didn't see the lines. Oh, so a single island that goes to 1703 and 1704, and then connects over to 1705, Jordan Sorrow. There's a great evacuation and the stay behind. Oh, it's like two different routes. So like us and combat, and then those people at the refuge, they're over here on the right line, and on the bottom line, that's us over there. And there's life and death is like live POV, and then like stranded POV over there. Wow. Even this is symbolic as well. That's cool. That's cool. But you must have heard of Cosette in the future story if you spoiled yourself? You might have heard of her. I don't know. I don't think I've heard of that person though. It's just the name sounded familiar. I think I figured out who it was I was confused with. It's because there's a memory named Kati. And for some reason I thought Kati and Cosette was the same thing, but they're not overall. It's nice to see another PGR story enjoyer. I see you're on the live chapter. Yeah, we're on something. I guess you could call this the live chapter. I have an idea of like what's going to happen in the future now. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I have an idea of like what's going to happen. Of like the new frame going on. Liv is getting a lot of moments too in this scene here, which I'm kind of feeling like Liv might be the one who's getting the next frame. I'm not sure. I won't spoil myself though, but it's kind of feeling like that's what it's shaping up to. Because Liv always feels like she can't do anything. She feels useless in this world. And she feels like even like the minor contributions like useful here. But I feel like overall, her prayers are finally going to be answered. I have a feeling that's coming up soon. At least I hope so. I hope she can finally feel the power that she needs. Have you noticed they renamed Kati again? They have. Did they rename Kati? Kati's been renamed. Let me see. Because like I said, I've started to somewhat remember the names of like the memories, and I'm kind of hoping I do see them at some point. Akati, signature, move boost. She got her name changed? I don't know. All I know is like these names. Kind of interesting in a way. Marcel, Wild, Herschel, Wiston, Hercules, Cleopatra. Cleopatra. I like that name, by the way. Liliana. Oh, it's back to Kati. It's back to Kati. Oh, okay, so it hasn't changed then. Okay. Okay. That's that then. Last week they changed their name to Kuroko. Kuroko? I mean, that's not a bad name. I like that too, honestly. I don't know very many Kurokos though. I haven't heard that name before, but I like it though. I like it. But goddamn though, overall, this story, quite incredible. It's been quite a lot though, quite a lot. A lot of building over time to something that's quite massive. I gotta say, Kuro Games, you're doing pretty good with like the stories. Because like back in the beginning, I felt like some of it didn't like